Make sure audio's good. And then talk to the people. Don't give me that waiting for human boy yes shit. Audio's good. And then talk to the people. Don't give me that waiting for human boy yes shit. Audio's good. Alright. We're good. Hey. How you doing? I don't want to stream today, so I'm not gonna. Is that gonna be like a problem? I don't think it is. I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn it off. Okay, cool. It's my speakers that are quiet, not the recording software. Alright, we have Fisho, Pandemic Diesel, Art Splash, Patrick, CJ, Diesel again, Sir Vids, Michael, or Michelle. Alright. The game audio's a little loud. What do we have today for you, my friends? We have goddamn playoffs. Now, you out there might be shocked. We have jumped straight to the Grey Seers. You're like, wait, you did the Scaven Slaves first, which is the lowest level of the ladder, and then you did Clan Rats. You skipped Stormvermin and Chieftain and went all the way to Grey Seer? You piece of shit! And my response to that would be, bro, I've just been doing these in the order that they get done. All right, we gotta bang all this out before Shadows of Change 2.0 comes up. The Chieftains, I believe they scheduled their game for Tuesday night, and then the Stormvermin scheduled their game for Wednesday night, so right before the DLC comes out. Yeah, the Grey Seers got done on Sunday. I got back from my board game convention where I was trying to sell some board games, and we're streaming that up. So I've been streaming them as soon as they're done, man. The order is up to the players. I didn't actually have a grand scheme for that. Right, I'm gonna stream everything everywhere all the time. Okay. So let's get it going. We have all these games played ahead of time. This was played. I believe it started the last week of January is when it started, and players were told to finish at least one best of 3 per week. So we do have replays because it is very, very hard to get everybody together at the same time. People have school, some people have jobs, different time zones, all that stuff. So to get the most of our high-level players playing, we did a schedule as you can format. This was seeded for top seed, gets a bye round. So Strat Game was number 1 on our ladder. He gets a bye round. He's facing Bjorn or Leopard, who were the 2 bottom seeds in Grey Seer. So this is not randomly drawn at all. The lower you were in Grey Seer, the higher of an opponent you fought in round 1. So I am fighting Berserk. And I actually believe Berserk was number 2 at the time, if I remember correctly, because the seed next to my name is 2, and his is 15, which, yeah. Because I flipped our position. Bottom pick is slightly better. But yeah, I think Berserk was the 2nd seed. So I got the 2nd best player in the tournament. That's cool. That's fine. No, it's fine. I'll just go kick his ass. Easy clap. Anyway, in Grey Seer, we have Bjorn, Leopard, Strat Game, Butcherbird, Blood Penguin, Cool Umbrella, Segos, Hardest Warrior, Sipa, myself, Berserk, Black Knight, the Green One, Tim the Wilder, Nameless Order, Raced, and John FB. A lot of very, very good players here. You will not see a ton of mistakes. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, but definitely at the highest level, you'll see much more competitive builds and very, very good micromanagement of units. Without further delay, let's just get this started, huh? Bjorn and Leopard. Gotta scroll and figure out where they were here. Alright. Did you sell any board games? We did. We sold 28, which is pretty darn good. I mostly lurk and watch VODs, but since I caught you live for once, just want to say your content is outstanding. You make me laugh a lot. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Loose Kiss. You might want to tighten that up, though. Don't want to keep it loose. All right. Game 1 is going to be Cathay versus Dark Elves. Now, you're probably going to see a lot of top-tier factions. You will not see a lot of silliness. This is playoffs, and people will be taking things seriously, right? So if you're here for shenanigans and weird builds, there are a couple. I glanced through the replays as I was saving them and made sure I had them all in the right order. but most of what you're going to be seeing is the strongest possible things on patch 4.2 before the Shadows of Change update, right? Because there's a lot of prize on the line, and people want to win. How was the convention? It was good. It was good. I did not see many Shiggy Diggy. I'm sorry. Okay. For Cathay and Bjorn, we have Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, starting off with one of his breath attacks here. He brought Plague of Rust, and then his little Dragon's Breath. Other than that, just his self-heal and the Warding Iron. Inside the Cathay box, we have some Jade Warrior crossbows with shields, and the Grace of Ki-Yin crossbows, and they have the Mark of Yin little debuff. Then a front line of Jade Warriors, backed up by Peasant Long Spears, a couple Halberds, some Jade Lancers, and the Empress Croman, Onyx Croman with another Onyx Croman next to them. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, we have a bunch of Harpies, actually. 2? There we are. There's a third and a fourth. I thought I saw a bunch. 4 Harpies for some aerial harassment, and then Blackheart Corsairs, Bleak Swords, Dread Spears across the front line with some more Blackheart Corsairs to help out, Cold One Dread Knights, and Dark Riders with a Dark Caster. Ooh, and she only brought Chill Wind. The 100% armor-piercing, only 5 Winds of Magic wind spell of the Dark Elves. That is actually quite good, but Soul Stealer is usually better in most cases, so I really don't hate the pick. Onyx Croman did drop their little bombs on top of some Dread Spears, taking those guys almost entirely out. And the Dark Elf front line is suffering some serious Cathay syndrome right now, as they are getting massacred on the approach. And the box formation of Cathay, while, you know, I hate casting things like it, it is strong for a reason. It's going to be insanely hard for anything, even these flankers, to get through the forces that they're facing. Onyx Croman should be able to outduel the Harpies in the sky, though they are horrifically outnumbered, so we'll see if that tends to matter. But 1v1, these guys will do great versus any of the Harpies. You can see they're already beating up on that one quite ferociously. Zhao Ming maybe going to pop into the sky and help out. Looks like he's actually just content to stay on the ground and kind of murk around in these Dread Spears for a bit. Just T-posing on him. But the Jade Warrior Crossmen trying to fire out. The Cold and Dread Knights and Dark Riders trying to find a way to get in here and do something. But even if they get in here, I mean, all the crossbows that were brought are 80 armor or over. Jade Lancers have shattered off a Bleak Sword, and they're fighting even against some Cold Knights with a bunch of support from the Grace of Ki. And of course, the Jade Lancers wouldn't beat them straight up 1v1, but we're not playing by those rules. The Harpies are all around half HP-ish, but they have pushed off, it looks like, both of the Chromans. They are going to be successful in gaining the sky advantage, and they can move in here and maybe start rear charging some of the Jade Lancers, help out the Golden Dread Knights, or take out the Jade Warrior Crossbows for a bit, something like that. But the Dark Elves are taking a lot of damage. They're only slightly down the balance of power, but I worry that the actual game state is much, much worse than that. They just feel like they've been getting rolled. Another Chill Wind going to hit the Jade Warriors as a breath attack from Zhao Ming went the other directions, both sides killing off Judge Chaff. And Golden Dread Knights trying to find a home. One is still outside the box trying to find a way in. The other one is in the box, but now surrounded by Peasant Long Spears and Jade Lancers. Not enjoying that whatsoever. They're going to try and fall back, though it looks like they're just running into more spears for now. Cathay is in a good spot. For the Dark Elves, though, they finally did get their Harpies onto the Archers. That'll stop some of the punishment and get a little bit of damage back for you. And if you can manage to kill them or rout them off, then losing that Harmony bonus for the front line will really make the Jade Lancers a lot more susceptible. Sorry, the Jade Warriors. Everything's a Jade, so I sometimes get confused. Though, it is a little bit of that Scaven Dwarf thing we keep talking about, where Cathay's going to get really far ahead right away, so do the Dark Elves even have the longevity to take out the Jade Warriors after that buff wears off, if they get rid of the range? There's a lot of ifs and then possiblies in there that you could see why I am doubtful. I really feel like Cathay just has this wrapped up. Zhao Ming's still full health, and then he has his like Heart of Avalorn style healing in the back pocket if he needs it, so you have 1.5 Zhao Mings to still get through. Who is the S tier in the current meta? Lizardmen, Cathay, Brettonia, Kislev. After that, I think it's a debate whether their X faction is A or B tier, but those 4 are definitely the top. Thanks, Plume. The kind words are appreciated. Not a whole lot to really say right now, tactics-wise, as it is just grinding, as all these infantry try to kill off all the other infantry. Most of the mobility elements have at this point committed fully to something, like the Jade Lancers are trying to push the Cold One Knights off here, the Cold One Dread Knights mostly dead in the distance. Yeah, they aren't feeling too good either. Dark Elves just slowly losing this war of attrition. We have a half-health Golden Dread Knights that trying to snipe out Zhao Ming. Maybe that's way back into the game, because this Peasant Longspear gets pushed off, which means that now the Golden Dread Knights are in their own support instead of the enemy's support. That could be fine for them, but this top fight is going horrendously bad for the Dark Elves. They're losing Golden Knight, they're losing Golden Dread Knight, they lost the Crows of Cain. The Grace of Kiyin are fine. Ooh, that's a nasty Blade Wind through those guys. Remember, that spell's only 5 Winds of Magic when it hits 4 units like that. It's pretty solid. But anyway, I mean, we still have Jade Halberds up here. We have Peasant Longspears and Jade Lancers. So this top field is going to be really problematic for the Dark Elves to deal with. Leopard's doing alright. I mean, usually you would see Dark Elves go Mass Shades here, or some Dark Shards with shields, just for that armor-piercing missiles. But for a full melee build, which I would immediately think is at a severe disadvantage, he is scrapping pretty good. We're seeing a lot of Cathay start to rout, and he is doing well to chase them off with Harpies. And that's something you're especially going to see at this skill level of people is very, very rarely do they allow stuff to rally and come back unless the cost to chase it is too high. There are other replays where I just scream at the players. I'm like, please, for the love of God, chase X or Y unit off the map. And that is one of the skill sets that really separates the top-tier players from everyone else's, like, battlefield awareness and just knowing what's going on where. So, this half-health Harpy, well, not even... yes, that's close to half. Anyway, quarter-health Harpy is chasing off 2 Jade Warriors, which is pretty solid and nice. Crows of Cain were once again back, but they rout again, this time shattering away from the Grace of Kiyin. And maybe the Dark Elves can get those guys to rout with another well-placed little chill wind. 1 leadership for those guys as they hang on and keep providing that harmony bonus for the Peasant Longspears and the Jade Warrior Halberds. Aside from that, the Dark Elf full health caster is holding up the balance of power, but she will lose in a duel to Zhao Ming because she doesn't have Soul Steal or anything like that. She doesn't have any single target spells, so she is pretty helpless to fight him. It looks like Bjorn has realized that, just diving Zhao Ming onto her to get a little bit of free damage and push that balance of power further away from the Dark Elves. And as soon as she starts running, goes back to charging into the back of these Black Orc Corsairs, terror routes them away from the Grace of Kiyin, as another chill wind continues to drain down his resources. And again, I like the tech beast. I do think it is good. I just don't know if there's enough left. If you take the armies besides the Lord, though, this is a really, really close game. Like, both sides did a good job wiping everything off the map. We have almost dead Golden Dread Knights versus almost dead Halberds and Spears. That's pretty much all that's left. But again, I mean, everything I've said is with the caveat of Zhao Ming is like full health, guys. He's right here. Golden Dread Knight still taking some damage on its way in to fight the Grace of Kiyin. The Halberds take a nasty chill into the face, and that also knocks them down, leaving the Celestial Dragon Crossman ROR completely open to attack, which they will finally rout. 0 leadership, and they hold for now. Zhao Ming dives in. They finally do rout away. The Golden Dread Knight's maybe going to try and get out of here and stay safe from Zhao Ming, but, like, I don't know what kills him. Everything for Cathay is routing. It is just Zhao. Zhao stands alone. We have some Peasant Longspears and Jade Warriors in the far, far distance, but they're going to take so long to get back to the main fight. The battle will be decided without them, so Jade Lancer is going to get rear charged by Harpies here as they go up and over before charging them in the flanks. That's quite nice. And that leadership spike should take these guys out. Looks like they managed to rally with the charge bonuses. They fly into these Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. We tear right away from Zhao Ming. And then with nearby allies routing, it'll probably take these Bleak Swords with it too. Golden Dread Knight's trying to charge down the last Jade Warrior crossbows. The Dark Elf caster dives in onto Zhao Ming. But if he gets 1 hit onto her, army losses is going to proc. It's so low against them right now. And the Golden Dread Knights actually get caught up in these Dread Spears that were routing. It's kind of messed with their charge. They took a little extra damage. Grace of Kiyin also rout yet again in the distance. And that is going to be army losses for the Dark Elves, whether they like it or not. GG. I thought that would be over much sooner, so well played by Leopard to keep fighting in it and honestly keep a standing chance. But, I mean, Bjorn played it fine. As with most box builds or defensive builds, there's not a lot for me to talk about, so I was not really singing his praises, but he didn't have any issues. Zhao Ming was really disruptive, always where he needed to be, kept him nice and safe, used his cavalry well, had a really good build, just played it real solid, so good win for him. You're not seeing any gray. What up, Samurai? Onyx Crowman did alright. The Harpies honestly pushed them off a lot better than I even would have expected. Jade Lancers did okay. The 2 crossbows did very well, considering their different price points, and then Jade Warriors of all variants did fine. Peasant Longspears also did pretty darn well. For Leopard, this Chillwind caster probably about paid for herself. Coldwood Dread Knights mixed value overall, not quite getting to that threshold they need to meet for their high price point. Blackheart Corsairs, Bleak Swords, Dreadspears did okay overall. And then the Harpies, pretty solid. Yeah, good damage value for them. GG. I need to get back in the habit of taking you to the Photoshop first, so you don't see the replay folder. Alright, where were we? That was game 1. Delete it. Get it out of my sight. Game 2. Okay, this looks like a Bjorn build, but it's Leopard playing it. But look at all those salamanders. 4 salamander hunting packs versus the Vampire Coast. What is this? What is this? Is Bjorn going to be defeated by his pet animal, the frickin' salamander? Alright. For game 2, we did switch sides. So if last game Cathay was on the green side, that was Bjorn. Now Bjorn is the red side with the Vampire Coast. Just a heads up. So this is Leopard's Lizardmen. For Leopard, he is down 0-1 right now. So if you're hoping that between these two it goes to game 3, you are rooting for the Lizardmen of Leopard. We have 2 Ripperdactyl Riders, some Skink Skirmishers in the front line, mixed with Chameleon Stalkers of all things. Skink Cohorts of Javelins, more Skinks, 4 Salamander Hunting Packs, and then a Salon Mage Priest of Fire with Burning Head and his Bound Banishment. On the other side for Bjorn, Vampire Coast, we do have a lot of handgun mobs. Looks like 4 of them overall. A couple pistol mobs in there, some bomber mobs, regular mobs, and then Morngulls on the flanks with animated Hulks, the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard Regiment of Renown paired up with the Lamprey's Revenge Regiment of Renown Crabs. And then a Vampire's Caster, with Gaze of Nagash, interestingly enough, Invocation of Heck, and the Drowned Dead. VP doesn't feel like a Bjorn build. Oh, but it is! Alright, as the front lines move up, Skink Skirmishers is going to take a bit of a pounding. Now, they're only 400 gold, and their spaced-out formation does make them a little more formidable to hit for these handguns, as they get a little bit of poke, but it's not going to be, like, shredding the unit down. Morngulls moving up, creeping through the sideways. They look a little weird on a desert map, but they're still sneaky somehow, kicking up sand in their face. Though if you saw a giant sandstorm moving in from your left flank, you would assume that something's in it, right? The Crab Caster playing with fire a little bit, walking up these salamanders. Now, it's only the ROR salamander pack that has stock, so all of these salamanders are very much visible. No one is surprised that they're here. Vampire Fleet Admiral takes a good amount of poke as she tries to run away for now. She did summon a pistol mob in the backfield. Looks like they're going to try and shoot at maybe the salamander mobs. But the Lamprey's Revenge are getting gunned down. They are weak to fire due to that regeneration they have. So they don't appreciate this focus fire not one bit. Lizardmen are off to an early lead. Balance power favors the Vampire Coast, but I really don't understand why. Lamprey's Revenge lost half their HP. There's some summons out, but also a bunch of zombies are dying. I don't know. Feels fine. Really enjoying VP lately? I think VP are in a super fun spot. I love VP. They're one of the better clans to play. Anyway, Vampire Coast trying to get set up. Trying to get some shots off, but so far the Salamanders have stayed relatively safe. Like, these ones are all kiting back and staying away from trouble, while this one is moving in with a bunch of skink support. So they're trying to just stay out of range of the handgunners. 145 range to 140. The handgunners actually technically do outrange the Salamander hunting packs, so that is going to be difficult to keep them safe. But so far they're pulling it off, which is just fine. Salamanders still unloading, firing in, and then a big burning head down 2 different zombie units. Is quite nice. Ripperdactyl's got murked on the advance against these handguns, though. Oof. And then on the charge, a banishment plus a little bit of a salamander volley takes that unit from full HP to dead, so revenge of the Ripperdactyls, I suppose. Bloody Reaver Deck Guard chasing down our salamander friends. The salamanders are faster. Lamprey's Revenge going to go help out with these rampaging Feral Coldlings, who have almost killed off a Morngul, so overall I think the Feral Coldlings are quite happy with the performance they put on there, though I wonder if they did it alone. 360 value, still not bad, but they didn't do it alone. Something helped out. Battle is getting spread across the field as Salamanders continue to try and kite around the Vampire Coast. The Vampire Coast push off whatever skinks dare challenge them in melee. Ripperdactyl Riders trying to get a little more involved, but look at all these handguns and pistol mobs that are ready to punish them for that excursion. And the Ripperdactyls are actually diving down into the front line right in front of all those pistols. But I guess the Lizards are just going to take this opportunity. If you're going to shoot at the Ripperdactyl Riders, they will move the Salamanders up and counterfire you, I guess is their thing. So they're maybe trying to bait a little bit with the Ripperdactyls, but I don't know. Maybe it's just not thinking about all these handguns, because those Ripperdactyls are dead for this. Like, they have sacrificed their lives. Lizardmen continuing to kite back. Slaanesh Mage Priest of Fire has taken significant damage off screen. I wasn't really paying attention to that. I wonder if it was pistol summons or handguns got in range, or if it's just spammed Gaze of Nagashes. I have no idea what's taking him down that low, but he isn't feeling too good. Salamanders continue their deadly kite. And a Burning Head takes out another pistol mob, though. I guess he was maybe the only one in range, and it is going to hit another handgun mob, so that's better, but taking out the only pistol mob is pretty meh when there's a whole bunch of handguns you need to deal with. Some skinks have rallied and are sneaking up on our handgun friends. A couple javelins going to hit these guys in the back, do pretty good damage for just a blasting charge, essentially. The Sally kite continues. How are we doing on models? Most of your models, over half, most. Okay, so still tons of DPS to come out from these guys. Their HP doesn't matter as long as they don't lose models, because they're going to get all their value at range. They don't really care about going into melee. Where's the Lampreys? Where is Lampreys? Oh, there you are, way in the back. Their healing cap's got to be getting close, because I've seen them take a lot of damage throughout this fight and then heal it up slowly over time, but that healing cap's probably going to appear any second now. Right next to him. Bomber is crumbling away, as are these basic zombie mobs. Skink skirmishers and skink cohorts trying to kite out another zombie mob. And the lizard kite continues. Bloody Reaver, Depth Guard. They are not weak to fire. Their regeneration is the hunger, which is not the same. It's not like these salamanders are going to delete them for free. Non-armor piercing missile strength could also be a problem. As the animated hulks turn and run, the salamanders are going to get a couple volleys on them on the backside. And Lizardmen have no healing. They didn't bring any. So no guaranteed late game value for those lads. Feral Cold Ones charge back into the fight. Unfortunately, their rampage takes them towards the Morngulls instead of the handguns. I'm sure they would have preferred to chomp on some zombies than fight Morngulls, but whatever. Rampage is rampage. And Salamanders are back, continuing the kite. Good damage on the animated hulks. And now the Vampire Coast, we've gone 6 minutes into this game. I have to wonder where all of his Winds of Magic have gone, because they haven't gone towards summons. Either he's been holding on to it, but I doubt it. I feel like he's used a lot of Gazes of Nagash. Another Burning Head goes through the line. Oh, will it hit this clumped up handgun mob? That could be devastating. That has so much damage. Anyway, my point being, if he's used a lot of Winds Magic on Gaze of Nagash, maybe the late game actually favors Lizardmen, but if he has a bunch of summons and a bunch of healing to still throw at his roster, then the Coast have got this. But if the Gaze of Nagashes are what brought the Slawn this low, and he's actually like, I don't know, the kite could be pretty deadly. Cold-blooded, trying to keep these salamanders in the fight, make sure they don't run away. And crumbling is now becoming the Lizardmen's best friend. They really just need to get units to the crumbling point and then leave them alone and focus fire something else as they really try and draw this game out with as much kite as they can. Still have some full health Feral Cold Ones. Still have a lot of skinks, some of which are those little skirmishers with a bit of ammunition left. And Lamprey's Revenge, plus the Blood Reaver Depth Guard moving up. Yeah, this Vampire Fleet Admiral of Pistols is getting low, so I'm assuming he has to use an Invocation of Attack on himself soon if he has the Winds of Magic. Blood Reaver Depth Guard getting eaten alive. Still don't see the Lamprey's Revenge heal cap. Don't know where that is. And this is going to be bad. As they turn their backs and try and flee, that does open them up to a couple of volleys from the Salamanders. The Salamanders are really all focus firing down the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard, and the Bomber mobs are out of ammo, so they're just basic zombies with even worse melee stats. Ripperdactyls commit to the fight once again against Lamprey's Revenge. There's that healing cap, and their health is getting darned low, but handgun Overwatch Fire is going to take out some of the Ripperdactyls. This Ripperdactyl Rider is down to 1 model. The other one's down to 3, so they're really a non-threat at this point. But a Bound Banishment hits the Bloody Reaver Death Guard and Lamprey's Revenge while they get smoked by the Salamander hunting packs, and the balance of power is looking Lizardmen favored maybe for the first time literally all game. It gets back to the halfway point. The Bloody Reaver Death Guard are so far avoiding their crumbling. They do take Invocation of Heck to heal up a little bit. But if that crumbling starts in these elite units, it's going to be real, real bad. Salamanders have a ton of HP left, a ton of ammo left, but not really as much HP, so they do have to be careful about that, avoiding these handguns if at all possible. It looks like they are going to get the win on killing these two very, very elite units. There's still some Nurgles, there's still a caster who has plenty of HP to do some damage, and there's 3 handgun mobs with a ton of ammunition and a good amount of health. Now, if the Slaanesh has a couple burning heads in the back pocket, these guys won't be such a big deal, though he does have trouble getting up into range of them without taking a ton of fire. It looks like now he's creeping up, so maybe he's going to try and throw a cheeky burning head while these guys are distracted fighting against this force. Full health Feral Cold Ones are committed to the fight versus Nurgles, and he throws the burning head out of range to let it get up there so he can retreat without taking any damage. It's risky, but he can't afford to let the Slaanesh take even one volley of damage. He's too worried he'll get sniped out by a Gaze and Gash afterwards. He triggers the crumbling on those handgun mobs, which is really all he needs, and walks away. So that unit will now seal its own fate. Bloody River Depth Guard in the same vein, and the Lizardmen are ahead on the balance of power quite convincingly at this point. We're about to lose a handgun mob. The Nurgles are crumbling too as they fight these healthy Feral Cold Ones. And there's only 2 handgun mobs left, and one of them is now mobbed by almost dead Skinks, though there's this almost full health Skink Skirmisher that should be up to the task. I mean, they have 16-14 for melee stats, but they're against 8 and 6. They'll be fine. The last handgun mob now is getting surrounded and focus fired by all of these salamanders. They're just thinking you can't shoot us all at this point. Summon is out. Pistol mob will chase away the salamanders that it can for now. But it looks like everything for the coast is crumbling away except for the Lord. And the Lord has no ammunition left, meaning he will have a hard time catching up with the salamanders that could continue to kite him out. At this point, I don't know what the Vampire Coast could even do, so I will play it at ×2 speed. As that is a summon, it even gets burning headed. That's just going to be GG. Do you have a favorite new Shadows of Change unit, Ratboy? I don't know. They're buffing all 3 of the best factions, so I'm not that excited about it at the moment. If Kislev gets other nerfs, I think their little halberd chaff units could be good for them, so they can just have some melee cheap units and field different armies than full kite, but like, I don't know. Kislev's already crazy strong, so giving them unbreakable halberds as a front line is kind of nutty. So, I don't know. If they get other nerfs that are substantial, then I'll be more excited. The Salamanders all did pretty darn well. The Skinks, all of the Skinks did great. That's GG there. On the other side for Bjorn, caster 1200 value. Lampus Revenge and the Bloody River Deck Guard got mostly kited around. Nurgles did okay. Handgun mobs did pretty darn well. Animated Hulks also got kited quite a bit. Bomber mobs, mixed value overall, pretty fine. And the zombies got rolled. They got rolled. So we will be going to game 3 between these two. Each side taking a win so far. Where is that last one? Give me the last one. Where is it? There we go. Wow. Oh, this is actually funny. I kind of love this. Alright, so Bjorn won on Cathay, and then Leopard won on the Lizardmen. So in game 3, Bjorn's like, fuck you, dude, I'm taking the Lizardmen. Leopard's like, no, fuck you, dude, I'm taking Cathay. So game 3 is the winning factions facing off, but switching what player is what. I love it. That was great. Alright, alright. What do we have here? For the Lizardmen of Bjorn this time, Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pack for him. Pretty classic stuff. Then we have a bunch of Feral Cold Ones and Cold One Riders. We have a Life Slan with Regrowth and Earthblood, a Skink Priest of Heavens with only Thunderbolt, an Ancient Salamander, a Stegodon, and then 4 Skink Skirmishers and more Skinks in the front line, most of them having Javelins. So it is Lizardmen Kite. On the other side, for Grand Cathay, we have Jade Warriors, Jade Warrior Halberds for a front line, Peasant Long Spears, Celestial Dragon Crossbows, Jade Warrior Crossbows as well, 1 Grand Cannon, 1 Iron Hail Gunner, Dragon Shooting Lord of Yin with Ancestral Warriors and Talons of Night, 2 Onyx Crowmen, and a Peasant Horseman. Ooh, actually, wait, 1 Onyx Crowman and then the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. When I saw the purple surrounded thing on a flying guy, I assumed it was the Emperor's Crowman. Cool. This looks like the build or close to the build that Bjorn took when we played. I forget why we were playing, but it was some form of important tournament, and he hard-dicked me on Cathay Kite. It hurt. It hurt my little bones. I took Rush Cathay and still lost versus his Kite. It was brutal. Anyway, the Umbral Tide are firing uncontested on some Jade Warrior Halberds. It looks like Jade Warrior Crossbows are moving up now, so these guys will have to fall back, and they immediately do get those orders. Stegadon still trying to snipe out the Grand Cannon. Ooh, and a Lightning Bolt was thrown at them, but Leopard manages to dodge forward with an impressive 30 speed. Holy shit, those cannons are booking. Oh, wow. All right. Ancient Salamander shooting away at Peasant Long Spears. And for now, Cathay seems to just be weathering the storm. They're starting to move up their crossbows now to get a little bit of counterfire going, but yeah, they can't take all this damage for free. Hi, Warzag. Cannon's still trying to figure out what to shoot at. And in the interest of time, because they do have like 30 plus replays to get through, I'm thinking about fast forwarding, but we might have a thing here. Peasant Horsemen are somehow still stalked, sitting this close to the Ancient Salamander. It has no idea they could just pop out at any moment. Now, they are Peasant Horsemen. I don't even know how much damage they would do, but they just sit in reserve. They don't move. Okay. Now I'll go at ×2 speed until the Kite phase is over, as the Salamanders and the Slaanesh are going to attempt to dodge while the cannon fires out. The Stegadon's still trying to snipe the cannons. Cannons have 3 models. And the Salamander is taking a little bit of poke from these archers. Cannon's still at 3 models. Skink's moving up to Kite a little bit more. No melee just yet. Cayman's crossbows trading fire with the Umbral Tide and the Ancient Salamander regular. Slaane's down to half HP. I don't know if he's given himself any healing yet, but doesn't seem to be loving it. Cannon's still at 3 out of 4 models, and the Stegadon has used most of his ammunition shooting at them, and they're still just fine. I worry about this a little bit. Onyx Crowman actually going to dive out onto the Skink cohorts with javelins, snipe these guys out a little bit. They're not 360 shooting, so they can't retreat and keep throwing, but some Feral Cold Ones will be pulled up to kill off the Onyx Crowman. Now, this could be an opportunity for Cathay to throw some crossbow bolts into these guys and get them to rampage so you can get a guaranteed melee fight, which you've wanted this whole game. The cannon's very low on HP, but still 2 models out of 4. Able to punish back a little bit more. Slaane's still chilling in the background, safe and sound. Cathay's taking a little bit of an early lead, but it feels false. I feel like Cathay is taking a lot of damage here. Feral Cold Ones with Cold-Blooded to make sure they don't rampage, charge straight in. They're going to try and get the Celestial Dragon crossbows before the Jade Warriors interrupt them. But as soon as that Cold-Blooded will wear off, they'll probably just rout, so we'll see how much they can get done there. Meanwhile, the Righteous Lance Evasion get a big fight with some Feral Cold Ones and some Skinks, but the Umbral Tide are firing in, getting a lot of damage on the Righteous Lances, but I'm worried about the Lizardmen's ammo. Even the Umbral Tide have used more than half their ammunition, and they've only gotten 480 value. Stegadon's about out of ammunition, too. So not getting as much DPS as they would want out. Ancestral Warrior Summon is here. If they can get those Feral Cold Ones to rampage, that is a free dead unit, as those undead, ethereal halberds will eat them alive. Court of Sotek are in the fight, taking care of some Peasant Long Spears, while Jade Warrior Halberds continue to get smoked by the Ancient Salamander. Some Celestial Dragon Crossbows think about helping out against those Red Crest Skinks, but not too much interest there. Grand Cannon still has 2 models left, and it's still poking down that Slaane Mage Priest slowly over time. Now, he can heal himself up, but, you know, damage is damage. You gotta get it out. Stegadon used the last of his stuff, so now he's just a single entity monster. The Umbral Tide still firing away. 6 volleys left for them, but they take a lot of damage from the crossbows on their way out. A bound banishment of the Slaanesh goes wide, completely missing any of the Grand Cathay units. That is a little bit unfortunate. Celestial Dragon Warriors did take out those Feral Cold Ones. Other Feral Cold Ones starting to rampage now into Peasant Horsemen as more halberds creep up to deal with those guys while they're still rampaging. Regrowth comes out for the Slaanesh to get him nice, back, and healthy. And the Lizardman Kite continues a little bit. Ancient Salamander still firing away while 2 Skink Skirmishers delete the Jade Warrior Halberd. But man, this cannon, all that resource investment put into shutting it down, it's still got 2 out of 4 models, so half of its firing capacity is still poking away at that Slaanesh. That is really brutal. I'm sure Bjorn's pissed about that, where he's like, fucking just die. 1 model left for it as the little lightning skink chucks out an Randon's Thunderbolt onto it. We can see the Slaane's heal cap. Let's see if it ends up mattering. Talons of Night going to eat up 2 different skink units, maybe a little bit of poke damage on the feral golems, but it's mostly here to kill off these skinks. Now, I wonder if it's doing a bunch of friendly fire, if that matters at all. Looks like not. Looks like it mostly is just hitting the skinks, so nice gas there. Should rout off both those units, and we'll see if Cathay has the resources to chase them off the map, because one of those skinks is rather healthy and has a lot of ammunition, so I'd like to see it chased off if possible. It's not like he has infinite resources. The Lizardmen, with their kite build, tend to have a little bit more going on in the mobility department. 4 red-crested skinks trying to take the fight to these Celestial Dragon Crossmen. They can honestly probably just beat those guys in melee as they fire. Some of the Lizardmen are running away. Balance of powers against the Lizardmen. I wonder how true that is. It's kind of hard to tell right now, because Cathay is taking a beating, but the Lizardmen are out of ammo. So then most of their ranged units are going to become subpar melee units for a bit. Still have an Ancient Salamander firing away, though he is in range of these Celestial Dragon Crossbows, and then these other Celestial Dragon Crossbows. This could be a key moment as he dives further into the Jade Warriors because of a bound attack animation. Bjorn had nothing to do with that. But if these Celestial Dragon Crossbows get well within range and start shooting at him, I really think that Ancient Salamander is going to die. Because I doubt... I mean, Bjorn has a bunch of shit going on, so it's not like he's going to have the time to just dodge with that guy. And the Celestial Dragon Crossbows are so close that if they start firing at him, he's just going to get melted. There's a big fight going on over here, but honestly, I think that this is really important for him to scroll in on. Yeah, look how much damage he took in one volley. He's starting to path away now, but the skinks that were stopping Celestial Dragon Crossbows are pushed away. The Salamander, one of the key infantry clearing tools Bjorn still had, with 5 volleys left, is going to run away. And when that happens, he surrenders. As in the backfield, we still had some ancient ancestral warriors fighting against the Stegodon and stuff, but it was just going to be a Stegodon versus the world. Right now, the Lizardmen are getting their asses handed to them faction. What? What? They won the last game. They lost this one, but they won the last game. I do remember that, Lamb Sauce. I remember when your cannons outran my Hyro Titan. No, the Lizardmen win all the time. Scrolling over the values, I don't really see anything that worth pointing out. It's a kite build, so it's just going to be pretty slow. A lot of the value accrued by Cathay is going to be the enemy's shots being fired at them, and a lot of the value for the Lizardmen is going to be killing chaff and stuff. So it's fine. It was a good counter build to it. The Celestial Dragon Crossbows and the Jade Warrior Crossbows did fine. The cannon did fine. Yeah, cannon got 1700 value, even being focused all that time. I refuse to be baited by you, Samrak. I refuse. Alright, so back to the bracket. We can remove this and then this, now that you know the leopard's up there. So, boom! Leopard advances to fight strat game. And I suppose we might as well just get into that. It's the top of the next one. Strat game versus Leopard. More Lizardmen. Apparently a bad faction. I'm going to switch to seated form. Versus Strat game's Vampire Counts. This is usually a quite favored Lizardman matchup, in my opinion. They can dread Saurian Blob really easily versus the Vampire Counts. Or you could Saurus Blob with a bunch of healing. Or you could kite them. I don't know. I feel like the Lizardmen have a ton of options and the Vampire Counts do not. So I would avoid this matchup at all costs. I don't know how it happened. I also know Strat game is crafty, so he might have had some schemes. Lizards are not a shooting faction, changing my mind. All their range has low range and blowpipes compared to blows and guns. Dude, all we're seeing them do today is kite, though. All we're seeing them do today is kite. They're definitely a shooting faction. No, I agree their shooting isn't the best. I think they have some decent shooting, as we've seen today, but I think overall, their S tier comes from their access to healing, which is the meta right now. So their overabundance of access to what makes a faction meta is pretty great, and then their diversity also makes them really strong. They have a lot of lores of magic. They have some of the best casters in the game. They have monsters. They have heavy infantry that are fine, the Saurus Warriors. They have cheap infantry that are amazing, and all the skinks. They have skirmishers that are cheap and amazing, and the skink skirmishers and chameleon skinks. Like, they just have a lot going for them. Much like... They're similar to Brett in strength, but Brettonia is strong in that, like, these 2 or 3 things are strong and you know it's coming, you just can't stop it. The Lizardmen have a whole bunch of strong things that can be countered if you know they're coming, but there's a lot to prepare for. Anyway, getting into this game, we do have Skink Skirmishers on that front line, once again very strong at 400 gold with a ton of ammunition, applying poison. They're just great. We have Salamander Hunting Packs, 4 of them. Krokgar on his T-Rex, not something you see often, but we do have Hand of the Gods for him. Skink Priest of Heavens with only Curse of the Midnight Wind, and then a Skink front line, and then Cold One Riders and Feral Cold Ones in the back. No healing once again. Why don't they use Chameleon Skinks anymore? Because the 400 gold Skinks get the job done, and they're much cheaper. On the other side, for strat game of the Vampire Counts, we have zombies and skeletons spammed across the front lines. So many infantry. And then we have 2 Flying Vargeist, 3 Crypt Horrors on the ground, the Claw of Nagash Mortis Engine ROR, and a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord with all of his melee dueling buffs. They are known for baiting a fish hook. Samric, that's pretty clever. But no, Scaven are definitely struggling right now. Like, they're not even close to S tier. Some people argue for A, but those people never play Skaven, so I don't know if I believe them. Anyone who plays Skaven does not rate them highly, and a lot of high-level players don't rate them highly even if they don't play them. The Counts are walking up slowly while getting kited out, Salamander's firing away. And you can't know. You can't know if you're going to walk into Saurus, which is why I preface this by saying this is not a great matchup for the Vampire Counts, in my opinion. Because a couple Blood Knights would roll this Lizardmen build, but Blood Knights do literally nothing versus the Saurus Blob versus the Dread Saurian Blob. So you don't want to take him just in case, but like, oh, what I wouldn't give some Blood Knights to be rolling through this backline right now. Anyway, Skink Skirmishers still using their ammunition on the skeletons and stuff, and the Vampire Counts are slowly just pushing the Lizardmen back against the white line, where they can be into some serious trouble. With the Skirmish build, obviously you don't want to be pushed back against anything. And then versus the Undead are never going to route, so the white line literally doesn't matter to them, but it does matter to you, so if anything you have routes, it's going to go straight off the map. What up, World Beater? So we'll see. But the Counts for now just trying to keep all their important units safe. We do have a Vargeist in the distance chasing down those Skink Skirmishers now that they're a bit out of ammo. Still getting out crazy damage considering it's a 400 gold unit getting chased down by a 1,000 gold unit. So the Vargeist really just want nothing to do with those 400 gold Skinks. They're going to regret picking that fight. Krokgar is helping the front line deal with some of these skeletons and zombies and whatnot. They've taken a lot of damage from the kite ongoing, and there we go. The Salamanders get another good volley on the Vargeist, get a little bit of damage out, but big pick here for Strat. Oh, takes a full health Salamander to pretty much dead in the blink of an eye. Other Salamanders are trying to rein in their fire and punish the Vargeist, and Krokgar is even diving in here too. But like we said earlier, man, these Salamanders route. If they route, they'll probably get all the way to the white line before rallying. Vargeist in the distance did very little to the Skink Skirmishers and got wrecked in return. They're already below half HP, and that's with some healing thrown their way. Cold One Riders peeling them off from those Skink Skirmishers. That's a bit of a disaster for the Undead. Crypt Horrors also getting sniped out by the Salamander Hunting Packs, and the southern flank is going quite well. Lizardmen have fought themselves a way to get out, so if they really need it, they can kite over this way and get away from that white line. In the center, one of the Vargeist is just about dead. The Claw of Nagash is full HP. We have a Crypt Horror slowly crumbling in the background, and 2 other Crypt Horrors chilling here. And the Curse of the Midnight Wind is lowering one of their stats significantly as Krokgar is in here fighting with the best of them. Claw of Nagash has now joined the fight, trying to drain down all these Feral Cold Ones, as another Hand of the Gods smokes the Blood Dragon Lord, actually taking him down to about half HP with that extra shot. Vargeists and the big scary Dragon Lord should be able to secure these Salamanders running away. By the time they get out of range that they could rally, they should already be off the map. Another Salamander is very low. One is still healthy and firing away at the Crypt Horrors, whose heal cap is approaching. Bounce power is about dead even. And the Salamanders are allowed to rally. They just barely come back. Anyway, bounce power is about even. It feels like the Lizardmen are chilling, but I guess maybe not somehow. One Salamander pack is going to keep firing at these Vargeists in the distance. We see their HP getting taxed. And Krokgar has found his way onto the Claw of Nagash. There are some zombies around to kind of support it, but he can largely ignore them. The zombies are just there. If he's not constantly getting attack orders onto the Claw of Nagash, he could get distracted. One of the Vargeists fades away. Blood Dragon Lord reroutes these Salamanders, and this time it should be for good. But as we mentioned, man, the Lizardmen won the southern fight, so now they're starting to pull away this way and get away from that white line and get back to safety. Cryptors are trying to chase off some of these Salamanders, but Rampaging Feral Goblins should intercept them. Krokgar is chilling next to Claw of Nagash, having real issues staying on top of it because of the zombie support. You can get easily distracted if you're not there constantly giving mortars. The Lizardmen also have slipped away on this other flank, so the Lizardmen did manage to squeak out of both flanks and get away from the surrounding vampire counts. Krokgar gets dove on by Blood Dragon Lord. His buffs are popped, but he gets debuffed by the Curse of Midnight Wind, taking him down to just 30 melee attack, which is actually not that much, but his Helm of Discord lowers Krokgar to only 16 melee defense, so I guess it kind of evens out. Skink Priest of Heavens is terror routing at full HP because he's a scaredy cat little skink. But Incantation of Nehek Overcast tries to keep the last Cryptors in the fight, and Krokgar is taking a pounding from the Blood Dragon Lord, who is slowly healing up. Krokgar's down to half HP from full. The Blood Dragon is going to force him away from the Claw of Nagash to be just fine. Vampire counts retake the balance of power lead as Krokgar pops some buffs to get out of there. Zombies are fighting against skinks. That is a non-factor, so really Lizardmen are uncontested on the southern flank. Looks like the Salamanders are going to try and light up those Crypt Horrors. And the Claw of Nagash, nope, just focusing on the Crypt Horrors for now. Want to get rid of any of the enemy's mass without any Vargeists around, with this last Crypt Horror getting destroyed by the fire damage of the Salamanders. They're feeling pretty good. Good little 2-for-1 breath attack here from Strat Game onto the Skinks. You should be able to rout those guys off efficiently. But now it will just become kiting out infantry and the Claw of Nagash. And we'll see if what Krokgar can do against the Blood Dragon Lord. The Blood Dragon Lord is the last thing vampire counts have the Lizardmen fear. Blood Dragon Lord tries to land on Krokgar, kind of fails his charge, but he does eventually get here. Healing Cap is in sight, and Krokgar is fighting back in front of the Salamanders, but a nice Skeleton Warrior summon. Ooh, that's nice, because you can't ignore them. Skeleton Warriors will do a lot of damage to Salamanders if they just sit there. So this forces the Salamanders to run away and gets the Blood Dragon the 1v1 duel with Krokgar he wanted. He is getting some healing. He doesn't seem to have his buffs yet. The Helm of Discord is usually on a low cooldown, so it should be up soon. Krokgar is going to opt out of this fight. Salamanders still firing away at non-summoned zombies, real zombies. Because the Salamanders don't have infinite ammunition. Some of them have a lot like this guy, but these ones down here aren't doing so well. So they'll want to focus their ammunition only on stuff that is real. And it looks like the Claw of Nagash is that target. It is weak to fire damage due to that regeneration it has. Stop showing me other shit I don't care about. Stop it, stop it, stop it. There we go. 20% weakness to fire damage. And Krokgar is chasing it, so it goes from healthy to half HP in the blink of an eye. Still more Salamander fire raining in. The Blood Dragon Lord is doing his best to fight his way out of this situation. He still has some support nearby, but Krokgar is actually just not going to take this fight at all. Gets away from the Helm of Discord and stays safe while the Salamanders do the work for him, killing the Claw of Nagash entirely, leaving the vampire counts awfully thin. Skeleton Spearman is slowly fading away. That is a zombie summon. Nope, real zombie, real skeleton, fake skeleton over there. So the real units are just these three. Almost dead Spearman, almost dead zombie, and a Blood Dragon Lord at half HP, and Seal Cap is within sight. Skeleton Warrior fades away, leaving the Salamanders free to fire, though only 2 of the Salamanders even have ammunition to fire with. The Blood Dragon Lord is surrounded by a metric shit ton of skinks, and he suffers overcast damage for summoning another skeleton, which is unfortunate. He did not need that at this moment. I mean, he needed the skeleton summon. He didn't need the extra damage from the overcast to hurt him, but he was in a bad situation, so he just kind of threw out what he had and hoped the overcast didn't hurt him, but it did. Another Salamander Kite game. So far, Salamander Kite is 2-1 in today's tournament. Salamander's got good value. So did these 400 gold skinks. That's why you're not seeing. That's why you're not seeing chameleon skinks though. These guys can get their value back super easily and then some. Whereas chameleon skinks, like, it's a little harder to get up to that 650 value. They're still good. I think it's just the 400 gold skinks get it across. For Strat, his Blood Dragon Lord didn't get as much value. But I think he did fine. He was working down Krokgar, and he was really annoying for the Salamanders to deal with. It's just like, he didn't get a lot of value, but he was important. The Vargeist, the one that dove the Salamanders was good. The one that ran off and tried to fight 400 gold skinks and just got rolled was not nearly as supreme, and that's one of the reasons that I hate this matchup, is those little skinks can fuck with so much that you want to do. Claw of Nagash was fine. He kept it alive and well. The Cryptors were fine in this matchup. They got kited by the Salamanders, but it's not like you shouldn't bring them. It was just, oh, the Salamanders are here. They're pretty good at dealing with that. And I tend to not like giant chaff builds, but I kind of get what he was doing here. It was fine. It was solid. Because, like, the kite build, he pushed him back, kept most of his valuable assets safe until the late game, so he played well with that. And if it was a Saurus blob or a Dread Saurian blob, you could feed them in one at a time. to protect the Claw of Nagash, so it could drain down the blob, and Crypt Horrors could charge in, have a little bit of protection. The Blood Dragon Lord could cycle charge as you just feed in like 2 or 3 zombies and skeletons at a time, rather than Graveguard, where it's like, I mean, the Slaan's just gonna bound Banishment and Blood Statue to spite him. So I get it. I tend not to like those builds overall, but like in this specific matchup, it's probably fine. Imagine getting an actual Mortis Engine instead of an anti-large monster that has it for free. It's true. It's so true. Alright, so that was game 1 between Strat and Leopard. Game 2. Lizardmen not an S tier faction. Also, out of the first 5 games, 4 of them had Lizardmen. It's just a Lizardmen tournament. Alright. Leopard versus Strat game. Lizards versus High Elves. Let's go. First High Elves of the day, and it is Techless, who I'm constantly shitting on. I hate Techless. I don't know why he's kind of coming back. I won't even say in the meta. It's just some people are bringing him and some people are losing with him. Techless is way overcosted for most things. I like him better on his horse. Yes, okay. I like this. Just net, just Flock of Doom, nothing else. That's good. That is a good Techless. I appreciate that. When he brings all of his shit, he's just way too expensive. But this is nice. I like this. This is a good use of Techless. I'll get on board for that one. Alright, we have 2 War Lions of Krace, 3 War Lions of Krace, 4 Illyrian Reavers, a front line of Spearmen and Silverin Guard, and then a back line of 2 Sisters of Avalorn and the Towns of Torquelada fire damage archers. I am curious why, if you're bringing Techless and the fire damage archers with the Sisters of Avalorn also dealing fire damage, why didn't you bring Kindle Flame? Techless is passive. For whenever he casts Flock of Doom or Net, they get weakness to fire, but maybe just ran out of money. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. On the other side, Skink Cohorts with Javelins, Feral Cold Ones, the Croxagore, Sacred Croxagore ROR, the Court of Waddle. Double Ancient Salamander, kiting backwards, shooting at Silverin Guard, who are a nice, expensive target, tightly packed for them to shoot at. More Croxagores, and then a Firecaster with Flamestorm, Burning Head, and Banishment. A lot of infantry clearing here for the Slaane. We'll see how this goes. There's the first net, and the Fire Archers are raining in. The Flammable weakness is applied, and here comes the volley from the Sisters of Avalorn. Good damage out, and the Lizards do not bring any healing once again, which I am fine with as a caster, though a little confused as a play-by-play commenter. Croxagore is getting worked down, and that's half HP they cannot get back. Feral Cold Ones are rampaging the Illyrian Reavers and War Lions of Krace, already half HP and falling. The Croxagore's net has worn off, but they haven't gotten new orders just yet, as the Lizardmen are sending in a lot of other units other places. Now the Croxagore's peace out. The Double Ancient Salamander are reaping a deadly toll on the backline. The Sisters of Avalorn have taken supreme damage. A Balthazar Gelt level of damage. It's a Burning Head. Tickles some Silverin Guard and War Lions, but overall isn't too bad, though the debuff on the War Lions' leadership might be enough to get rid of them. No, they're going to hold for now. And Techless is saving up for another net. The Ancient Salamander still shooting away at these Sisters of Avalorn, and one is just about off the map. Lizardmen frontline. Having trouble getting through the High Elves. That's kind of High Elf shtick, right? If Skinks busted through Silverin Guard and Spearmen, I would be shocked, flabbergasted, and horrid. Something just happened. Overcast Flock of Doom on these 3 units. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. We can take it or leave it. Illyrian Reaver's going to rear charge these Feral Cold Ones most likely and get them off the map. Meanwhile, the High Elves throw their Cavalry and War Lions to hold up the front line to keep the Archers online for just a little bit longer. And we do have a bunch of Spearmen and Silverin Guard on the top side. They're a little too concentrated far from their Archers that they're trying to protect. So this is unfortunate that they're not in position. And a Flamestorm is going to rip through both of them at the same time, doing really good damage here. Oof, that is a nasty turn of events for the High Elves. Now that top side is close to routing, taking tons of damage, and the second Sister of Avalorn is about pushed off from those Salamanders as well. Southern flank is going better for the High Elves. They're starting to collapse this flank and run up the line. They're going to get rid of these Skinks. They can maybe get rid of the Croxagores, and they can maybe pressure the Ancient Salamanders and stop them from shooting for a bit too. Feral Cold Ones get on the back line briefly before Illyrian Reavers will run them down. Towns Torquelada full health. Both Sister of Avalorn are rallied and firing, though they're both suffering a lot in the model department, which means their DPS is quite low at this moment. Silver Guard and War Lions still fighting on the top side, though it is a losing fight for them at this point. Another Burning Head goes through the center, going to cause a terror out of Silver Guard, and these other ones thinking about leaving too. Balance Power is creeping back for the High Elves a little bit, but they're still down. They're below half. As a Burning Head from the Slaanesh is going to chase down the Talons of Torquelada. They do have some fire resist, but that low armor is not enough to keep them safe. And Salamander still firing in means also these Sister Battle they're probably going to get going too. As an unmitigated disaster in the High Elves backline is occurring. Still have some Illyrian Reavers peeling off the Feral Cold Ones, but the Archers have taken a lot of damage and they're routing several times. It means their shatter is closer and closer. Croc scores charge in. They get countercharged by War Lions and the Illyrian Reavers, while Sisters of Avalon continue to fire in, just a little bits at a time. Poking. Flock of Doom from Teclis catches a whole bunch of people. And now a lot of the balance of power for Lizardmen is in these 3 single entities who are all pretty bad at melee. If the War Lions and maybe some Spears can get onto them in the late game, they could for sure win this thing, right? So it's not over yet, but looks a little bleak. Several attempts to cast the Flamestorm have been canceled, that one by the Aura of Quetzal. And the Archers have rallied again. One Sister of Avalon is so low, they just don't matter. It looks like they're even going to shatter from the game. There they go. Towns of Torquelada and this other Sister of Avalon are continuing to provide that fire. A Flamestorm down the backline hits Illyrian Reavers and the War Lions a little bit. Silver Guard too, just a smidge. The Salamanders are trying to find a little home, trying to find somewhere safe from all these Silver Guard and War Lions that are in the vicinity. Another spell is coming out. Is that a Bound Banishment? Because a Flamestorm just happened? Yeah, there's the Bound Banishment. Hits some Illyrian Reavers. Hits some other stuff that's in this blob around the Croxagores. Does a little bit of friendly fire on the Croxagores, but overall it doesn't matter. The Archers are still firing in, and the Lizardmen are starting to rout away. Again, those 3 healthy single entities are all holding that balance of power so far in their favor. But if these guys lose all of their support, they're going to have a bad time. Another Burning Head rolls down the Talons of Torquelada, though. The fire resist doing its best to keep them online. Their leadership does hold, and they'll keep firing in. For now, Lizardmen are in mass retreat. Spearmen flooding in around the Slaanesh and the Salamanders, and Archers still firing in. I actually don't think the High Elves are down at all with the bounce power at this point. I think they're either up or even. As one Crocscore tries to hold its ground, its leadership is faltering, and the Sallies are surrounded. I don't know what the Lizardmen can do. The High Elves have enough Illyrian Reavers to keep running them down and make sure they don't come back. Slaanesh, the Ancient Salamander, still trying to stop the Archers, though the Slaanesh has taken about half HP in front of our eyes. Balance power is back to about 50-50 as more High Elves collapse in on the area. Blood Statue of Spite trying to get rid of some of these Silver Guard who are just inundating the poor Salamanders. The Slaanesh continues to take damage. Balance power tips, but a huge Burning Head could be the saving grace. I don't know if it's overcast. It would need to be to do significant damage to Silver Guard, but it still does enough. Lowers their leadership enough that the Terror Outs start coming in and frees up the Slaanesh and the Salamanders to once again run towards the Talons of Torquelada and get a bit done there. Here comes a net of Anotok to lock the Slaanesh in place. Though the other Sisters of Avalon are busy with their own things. They're fighting Crocswords. They don't have time to shoot at him. The Talons of Torquelada are alone. They get disrupted by the Salamanders for a brief second. But the net does allow Silver Guard to catch up to the Slaanesh and poke him down. The net still holding him down as the Sisters and the Talons firing in. The Salamanders dive back in, try and save him, push him out of here a little bit, get all these Spearmen away from him. But it's not enough. The Slaanesh is going to rout 800 HP and falling down to 700. If Teclis can get away from the Salamanders, you can easily chase that Slaanesh off. Balance of power is tipping in the favor of the High Elves. More and more Lizardmen units are routing and shattering in the distance. Can the 2 Salamanders kill Teclis and the rest of what's left here? There really isn't that much left here for the High Elves, and that's kind of my point. This Salamander about to finish the Towns of Torquelada. Other Salamander runs over to kill off the Sisters of Avalon and get rid of that ranged pressure. Teclis is full HP, 3840 for stats with only 280 weapon strength, though the Salamanders aren't exactly world beaters in melee themselves, and a rear charge does lower its leadership down to 6. If the Slaanesh gets killed off from the Salamanders, feral nature will just take them out due to leadership. This one's actually going to rout despite that. He's completely surrounded in High Elves and just getting murked. There he goes. We are down to 1 Salamander holding up the Lizardman army. Slaane's down to 250 HP. If he dies, the bounce power will swing so far into army losses that it is doomed. 100 HP separates the Lizardman from a defeat. 15 HP. He's dead. Army losses procs. And that is GG as the High Elves hold on. Would Fate of Una delete a Salamander? Yes. Well done by Leopard. Things weren't looking great for the High Elves in the mid-game there. Early was fine. Late was obviously good, but in the mid-game it was looking a little doomed. Stitches of Avalorn actually didn't get as much value as I would have expected. One paid for itself, the other one did not even come close. Towns Torquelator did amazing. Silvern Guard, mixed but fine. Warlions of Krace did pretty well. Leon Reavers did pretty well. Teclis did alright. For Strat, Slaanesh did fantastically. Both Ancient Salamanders did just fine. Basic Kroxigors struggled a lot to get their value back against all those spears. Feral Kobolds also struggled a ton. And Skink Court's Javelins did fine. Hey, it's a high elf win without Imric and heal spam, so we take those. We take those. Next up is Butcherbird versus Blood Penguin. Butcherbird starting off with some Greenskins, taking post-nerf Wurzeg versus Blood Penguin's Empire, his favorite faction. I haven't seen Blood Penguin play Empire without Karl Franz in a hot minute, so I'm curious that he's taking Boris, but this is a good faction to take Boris against and not against it. It's just normally I'm the Boris stan and he's the Karl Franz guy, so it's interesting to see him on my side of the pond. For Butcherbird and the Greenskins, we have 2 Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers, and then Morgul's Ranging Marauders, the Goblin Wolf Rider ROR with its armor piercing. Triple Savage Orc Biggin, the Moon Howlers, basic Goblin Wolf Riders, then 4 Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins, Wurzeg with Brainburster and Edbutt, and then the Hammer of Gork. I don't know about the Savage Orcs here, honestly. I think you could go with Boarboy Biggins because the armor is good versus the Empire. The Empire doesn't have a ton of armor-piercing cav. While the physical resistance is still nice, it's like, I mean, Empire Knights and Knights of Blazing Sun have a good enough weapon strength that they'll do okay. I don't know. Savage Orcs do have better melee attack, though. Anyway. For the Empire, staunch line of spears in the front line, spearmen, and then halberdiers in the back. The Silver Bullets, some Knights of the Blazing Sun mixed in with Empire Knights, Boris Toddbringer on the front line, and then a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness. Huntsman for the Range Corps. Pretty straightforward, standard stuff. Brainburster is out from Wurzeg. And he did overcast it, taking significant damage there on the overcast. He has Squiggly Beast and Bonewood Staff, so his Bonewood Staff only buffs up people near him now. Like these goblins. And these Savage Orcs are getting some buffs. So he's going to buff up those guys in the central front line. As Boris routes off some goblins. Effigy to the Git is down. But there's nothing to punish him here. The Savage Orcs aren't in position to get around him. We have 2 half-ass skirmish cav shooting at him. He's really not going to care. So that's unfortunately not the best net. Meanwhile, in the distance, Doom and Darkness Overcast is getting the Morgul's Ranging Marauders, the Moon Howlers, and Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins to route away. That was a really nicely cast spell. Also, Halberds and Empire Knights holding the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins in place. The Huntsmen seem to be just fine, so the Empire did withstand that Greenskin charge quite nicely. The center has completely fallen apart for the Empire, though. Savage Orc Biggins and Goblins streaming into the backline, forcing these Huntsmen to run away. Knights of the Blazing Sun do charge in to mitigate this problem. The Savage Orc Biggins will take that fight as long as you stay in it, so they do need to back off as soon as the charge wears away. Boris is at half HP. Continues to run away, needs to heal up. Probably going to rear charge down here. Yeah, that'll take out the Goblins for sure right away, and the Savage Orc Biggins. Maybe if the Knights of Blazing Sun come around again, maybe it'll rout the Savage Orc Biggins, but it looks like Boris might not even stay around to deal with it. Butcherbird is running down a bunch of the archers right now with his Forest Goblin Spider Riders and Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins. The other Savage Orcs that routed on this side are back for a second chance at it. Though it looks like the second chance is going about the same as the first as they get destroyed by the Halberdiers and Knights of Blazing Sun so far. Hammer Gork is trying to debuff these guys to get them blinded. And the second and final Law is out. Meanwhile, Edbutt hits some of these Halberdiers, taking them down. Greenskins seem to be alright. Bounce power is about 50-50, but I mean, they got through the middle, and they did what they needed to do. Another Doom and Darkness is out onto these wawing Savage Orc Boarboys. As the Silver Bullets, oh, that's why. The Silver Bullets are trying to shoot at them. Maybe they can burst damage these guys out of here. Boris is coming to lend his leadership debuffs to those and maybe get rid of these guys. He has 20 seconds left to make these guys rout, otherwise that is a wasted spell. Dives straight in. And there is the Terror route. Yep, there it is. Now that the Law ITP has worn off, a Brainburst to hit several units in the backline, but the Empire Knights of the Blazing Sun still doing everything they can to keep the Silver Bullets and everyone else alive and well. Big Terror out from Boris on the backline as he gets rid of 3 units through Terror to keep the Silver Bullets standing. But more Savage Orc Boarboys pile in. There's just too many orcs. You can't get rid of them all. Not yet, anyway. For the Empire, things are looking a little bit dire. Most of their roster is either dead or routing. Boris is still 2/4 HP. 2/4? That would be half. 2/3 HP. Amethyst Wizard is fine. You have some Spearmen in the distance, but that is really it. Huntsmen are rallying near the white line and trying to fire back in, but Morgus Mage Marauders are quickly going to dive back onto them in melee and take those guys out. A Brain Burster kills off a Halberdier that's already getting hit with the Rock Lava. And Boris gets Effigy to get it, but he gets up into the sky just as it goes off, so these Savage Orc Biggins and Savage Orc Boar Boys can't get a free charge on him. Amethyst Wizard surrounded by Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins, but they're thinking about route and getting very, very low with Boris lurking nearby. I think they still take some debuffs. Now he does have to be closer to them. Okay. That's fine. Savage Orc screaming and streaming in. Amethyst Wizard still trying to stay alive as Boris is down here fighting. His heal cap is in sight for the Empire. Once again, everything is routing, getting chased down, pushed off the back of the map. There's another Brain Burster comes through and hits the last of the Huntsmen and the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Those guys are going to rout any second now. Boris and Amethyst was diving back into the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins, who are not close enough to the white line to run right off of it from a terror route or anything like that. Morgus Mage Marauders with their armor-piercing missiles. 5 volleys left, going to fire at Boris. Things are getting desperate. Now, the Empire can still try and Lord Snipe Warzag. They can also try and Doom and Darkness debuff next to Boris and just route things off. Silver Bullets and Huntsmen somehow rallying on the far side over here. And there's the Doom and Darkness Overcast. Routes off the Goblins, routes off the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins. And these Savage Orc Biggins at almost half HP. Thought about routing for a second there, and it looks like they're maybe considering it once again. Their leadership is still falling. It's at 19 for now. Force Gone Spider Rider Archer is going to run over here. Boris is going to dive into those guys, though. They're not affected by the Doom and Darkness, so they're just fine. They're running straight for the Huntsman, but there's the terror out from Boris. All these Greenskins rallying near the white line, but Boris is just stopping them in their tracks. Doom and Darkness has 2 seconds left. Does not look like the Savage Orc Biggins will be routed off from that. Huntsman firing away as Brain Bursters continue to poke him down, but Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins running in. A Spirit Leech for them while the Huntsmen shoot, and the Amethyst Wizard gets a side charge. He's really trying to stop these guys from shutting down the Huntsmen as Goblins route off, letting the Silver Bullets get back. Boris is going to dive in, and that should be the end of the Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins. They route off. Both of them go, and the Spider Riders also, they're immune to terror right now because they just got terror routed, but they try and path past them again and again, having that big scary person right behind them. They do route yet again. Boris dives back into Savage Orc Biggins, taking a lot of damage on the charge, but he has to. He has to do something to keep these Huntsmen and Silver Bullets alive. Spider Riders and Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins should be able to rally behind the Huntsmen at this point. Morgus Mage Marauders diving into these guys. A Brain Burst is going to hit 2 of the Huntsmen remaining while the Rock Lava in the distance hits them. They will be pushed off as well. How do you take care of all of these Savage Orc Biggins, man? Just how? Rear charge from Boris should terror out the Morgus Mage Marauders. We know they're not terror resistant because they haven't been routed in quite a long time. And this Wizard kiting back. Boris is in. There comes the terror out. Hey, well, I guess it's a natural route. Whatever, we take it. More Greenskins near the edge of the map. Boris, does he have the time or the strength to really just dive those guys and take them off the map? It looks like he's going to. Gets back up into the sky, so he guarantees they can't charge him, but he can charge them. Amethyst Wizard takes a little bit of damage, but that will take out the rest of the Greenskin cavalry component. I guess that Spider Rider's still technically alive. Meanwhile, Wurzag for Butcherbird dives straight into the last healthy Spearman and takes them out with a headbutt. Spider Rider won leadership as it runs away, trying to get back to Wurzag or do something. Spirit Leech has started. I know he's been using Doom and Darkness very effectively, so I don't criticize his spell use, but it is curious to see Spirit Leeches just starting to come in for Wurzag, where normally, normally Spirit Leeches would have started on him from the very start to put him on a timer, but like I said, Blood Penguin's been using his spells really well. It's just interesting to see Wurzag not being Spirit Leech right away as soon as the game starts. I have a ping. Let's see if it's important. It is not. Well, not for me. Might be for other people. They are ITP. They're only ITP while Frenzy is active, I believe. Boris gets dove on, and here is a big Overcast of Doom and Darkness. The Overcast does hurt our friend, the Amethyst Wizard, but it also hurts Wurzag, who routes. Everything is starting to route. The terror routes come in from the Goblins. Some of them even shatter. The Savage Orc Biggins are chilling. This one, yeah. See, this one doesn't have ITP because it's Frenzy War off. But Boris is probably going to try and walk Wurzag off the map. Now, Wurzag did not naturally route, but this rear charge should take him down. There's a big hit. And now he's going to naturally route. The Amethyst Wizard is after him, and without Wurzag on the map, the Greenskin leadership is going to tank, and maybe Boris can carry this. We'll see how many more Doom and Darknesses the Amethyst Wizard even has left in him. Oh! The Arwar Cav. Morgan's Mage Marauders? Moonhowlers? I don't think the Moonhowlers are ITP. I think they cause fear. I don't know. Anyway, Amethyst Wizard walks Wurzag off. Wurzag is gone. That should take both these goblins with him. And Boris is even going to dive in on these other goblins, thinks better of it, and decides to come back here. Since this goblin is proving strangely tenacious, and the Grey Wizard doesn't, the Amethyst Wizard didn't want to fight him all alone. Greenskins have formed a mighty chunk. If there's an Overcast of Doom and Darkness, this game is over. I wonder if he has the Winds of Magic, or if it's off cooldown. Boris is down in the Savage Orc Biggins, and there's another Overcast of Doom and Darkness. That'll be GG for sure, as the Balance of Power swings wildly against the Greenskins from, like, pretty in their favor to now Empire favored. It just chunks are flying out of it as more and more stuff routes. But the end of this winner also routes. He takes a lot of damage from the Savage Orc Biggins, even as they're fleeing, but there go the Goblins as well. It's the Hammer of Gork crew versus Boris. And then there's all these guys routing, but, like, the game assumes that they'll maybe come back, even though I know they're not going to. Let's see if Boris successfully chases them all off. He should chase them off just fine. Some Goblins have rallied, but he's got all three of the Savage Orc Biggins next to each other. The Goblin even shatters off for no reason. One Savage Orc is splitting away, but the other two go off the map, which means Boris can just charge this one, and that is army losses. He's never out. Faction War winner, Blood Penguin, on his Empire that he won the whole thing with. Clutch when it counts. That's similar to how you beat Scaven in this matchup. Not the army comp, but the idea is, like, just rout them. Don't kill them. Most of his units didn't even get their value back. I imagine in-game he was down on damage value even when he won the game, but just, like, abusing low leadership factions, his leadership is really, really strong right now, which is why I don't rate many low leadership factions at the top of the meta, is they're just too abusable in that front. Morgan's Mage Marauders and the Force Goblin Spiders did fine. Hammer Gork fired all game and almost paid for itself, but I guess that's fine. It's part of a support piece. Savage Orc, Boar Boy Biggins got close to paying for themselves, which is fine. Savage Orc Biggins did fine, whereas I did fine, so yeah. GG. GG. But you can do the same thing to Scaven, just like take Boris and hyper abuse their leadership. Don't really take a free fight with them. Alright, game 2, Norska versus Wood Elves. Again, diversifying the pools a little bit here. Blood Penguin plays a lot of Norska, Butcherbird plays a lot of Wood Elves. Bird plays a lot of Wood Elves and Beastmen. Kind of surprised to see him play Greenskins game 1. He plays some of them, but I'd say Wood Elves and Beastmen are his two most played. With his Wild Rider and Deepwood Kite. We do disagree. I know he thinks Wild Riders are good, and I think they suck ass. But that's okay. I understand his arguments. Like, I don't think he's completely off base. I just don't tend to think Wild Riders trade up. I think they require far too much micro to get their value back, in that, like, I don't know. I think a unit should reward good micro. I don't think it should require good micro for, like, how crazy expensive they are. Just be like a mid-tier cav. Like, 1,100 gold on Wild Riders is insane. I guess it's just my point. You can disagree, but I think that they should... I think they need stat buffs. I'd rather that than them get cheaper. But, yeah, need a little more weapon strength, a little more oomph. Anyway, that aside. 4 Deepwood Scouts, all with Swishiver Shards. You have a Glade Lord up in the sky with Pravenoth Rayma, and then her Breath attack. You have a Life Caster with Regrowth and Earthblood. Wild Riders in the back line with one Sister of the Thorn, and one of the Wild Riders is the Wild Hunters of Kronos. On the side of Norska, we have Marauders, Marauders, Marauders. Some Skin Wolves and Norskan Ice Wolves, the pretty classic duo for Norska. A whole bunch of Jab Throwers, 4 of them with some Marauder Spears. Shaman Sorcerer of Fire with a Burning Head, and a Wulfric the Wanderer with all of his buffs. Pravenoth Rema is out onto the Skin Wolves, the armored Skin Wolves, actually. And they'll get free charged by the Wild Riders, while the Deepwood Scouts try and punish them a little bit. Looks like the Deepwood Scouts are actually firing over at the other Skin Wolves. Not as much at these ones, so that net unfortunately amounted to nothing, and even the Wild Riders took more damage on the engagement than Norska did. More Wild Riders opting in, but Norska's dogs are getting the countercharge on them. We're fighting in the trees. That actually benefits the Wood Elves. What does not benefit the Wood Elves is a nasty Sea Fang, messing up two of these cav pieces, taking about a quarter of their HP each, which is quite nice. Dogs and Skin Wolves are thinking about routing, but the Wood Elves have taken the significant damage for this, and the Skin Wolves, as we all know, will get away and slowly heal up. Hunter of Champions is down on the Glade Lord, and Skin Wolves stop it from getting into the sky before Wolfric can get here. Wolfric's trying to take this fight, as Curse of Honor here lowers all of their stats in the area. More Wild Riders dive down into this scene, but they've already taken significant damage. Earthwood's trying to heal them up. Meanwhile, Jab Hunters and Dogs are coming out of the trees to just throw down into this blob of lowly armored cavalry. Those Hunters are very, very happy to get this. Meanwhile, Marauders try and pressure the Deepwood Scouts away. Dogs also running out here, just trying to stop some of that counterfire coming in. The Glade Lord does get up into the sky for the cavalry's sacrifice. Wild Hunters of Kurnos getting very low. The other cav pulling away too. So, Wood Elves salvaging that situation. And the Glade Lord is diving back into all of this and then immediately takes off. All right. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen. Cool. Dogs do finish off one of the Deepwood Scouts, going to chase off these other ones while the other Deepwood Scouts try and peel to save themselves with damage. More and more dogs piling in. Going to chase down the poor little elves. Marauders also nearby. So the cavalry, I don't know what they're going to do, but this is a bit of a disaster for the Wood Elves, as their skirmish stuff is all getting caught, and their cav is trying to get over here and help. But I wonder if the Norskins just turn and take the fight. They're like, listen, either we're going to kill your archers for free, or you're going to come fight us. Burning Head goes down the line to hurt the Deepwood Scouts a little bit more, lower their leadership, maybe get them to rout off the map, but the cavalry does get here, and the dogs, there we go. Now the Skin Wolves and Dogs are turning around to take the fight at last. Wolfric's piling back in. Does he have fight or die up to give the leadership the Norskins desperately need? Another Sea Fang goes through 4 cavalry, but then bounces off the rocks and hits his own Skin Wolves. And as they get shot in the back from the bouncing Sea Fang, they all start to rout. Both sides taking terrible damage. Neither happy with how that worked out, as the Wood Elves do prevail in the melee, but with just terrible, terrible damage losses. Meanwhile, more Skin Wolves are streaking back in. The Marauder Hunters javelins. As the Glade Lord dives onto the Skin Wolves, 3 javelins could all turn and pincushion this poor person, but it looks like they kind of just needed to do it. The bounce power is getting away from them a bit here, and Marauders in the backfield still trying to chase down the Deepwood Scouts. Cavalry does ride them down, trying to get rid of those guys, but it leaves the Glade Lord all alone. Hunter of Champions lowers her armor to 30, and the javelins are going to feast tonight. Down to half HP for her and falling. She Pravenoth Rema's some Skin Wolves trying to get away. Her leadership is tanking, as is her HP, taking just so much damage. The cavalry comes back up here to try and bail the situation out. Once again, they pile into these guys, but Norska's too healthy. There's way too much chaff here. There's a bunch of jab throwers, and even a Burning Head down the line of the incoming cav will seal the game, I believe, for Blood Penguin. A 2-0 most likely, unless something redonkulous happens, but I think it's beyond the point of no return. There it goes. What kind of ping pong logic is that? When you hit a wall, it reflects off. Yeah. Deepwood Scouts, mixed value. Very mixed. Wild Riders, struggling a bit. They did okay, but not amazing. Sisters of Thorn did not get a lot of value, unfortunately. The bounce didn't do anything to the wolves, though. It was the Deepwoods. It fucked up the dogs a little bit, yeah. On the other side, Norska, Wolfric did fine. Armored Skin Wolves did not get a lot of value, unfortunately, for them. They tried. The Javelins did a lot of work. Dogs did fine. But yeah, the Skin Wolves specifically struggled. Oh well, they're still there, still regenerating, still mass. Blood Penguin will move on. And then I believe Cool Umbrella and Sego's... Let me just scroll really fast through my replays, but... Alright, yeah. Cool Umbrella was having... I forget, scheduling or computer issues or something, but he did just seed seeded to round 1. I suppose I could also move this. There we go. Leopard versus Blood Penguin is that top quarterfinal. Psycho School Umbrella. Pass. Didn't happen. So we'll move on to Sipa versus Hard Russ. Alright, here are 2 meta factions we haven't gotten to see so far. Hardest Warrior on Kislev versus Sipa on his Brettonia. McRaeface with the $20. I'm going to be on the other side of the world for a few months. Won't catch many live streams for a while. Keep up the awesomeness. See y'all in the summer. Hey, man. Safe travels to you, and thank you so much for the donation, your constant support. Hope you're doing well. As we roll into Kislev versus Brett. For Kislev. Okay, Mother of Stanky, we get it. You have to do a speech every time we load a game with you. We get it.
Take heart, because the enemy does not. But I will teach them.
God. Of course her speech is at the same rate of my replay, so I can't even pause her and just make her shut up. Anyway. We have Mother Ostankia on one side with Flock of Doom and her Spirit Bear. We have a light war sled. Haven't seen those guys in a while. Spirit Bear smokes some fire archers. Armored Kossar front line. Elemental, Incarnate Elemental Beast, the Mordheim Beowulfs, the Oath Brothers of Tor, a Patriarch for his double healing aura, and that is it. On the side of Brettonia, we have Grail Knights, Hippogriff Knights, Alberic de Bordelot, another Knight of the Realm, and then a whole bunch of peasants. 2 Knights of the Realm, actually. Whole bunch of peasants. Grail Leak to keep them in line. Some peasant bowmen in the back, and we of course have a regrowth caster. There she goes again with the fucking story. Yeah, dude. I don't know why CA thought it would be a good idea to have her do a speech every single game she loads into. That seems like a horrendous decision. Like, maybe 1 out of every, 10 or something. I don't know. It just seems dumb. Alright, Armored Kossars plus Mother Ostankia and the Light War Sleds pushing off the Hippogriff Knights who are trying to climb over this giant old pinnacle. Is this a degen Kislev build or a good one? It's both. I mean, it's pretty degen, but it is a strong way to play them. Yeah. Mother Ostankia and Heal Blob with the bears and the Incarnate. That's pretty standard stuff. One of the reasons they're top of the meta, though Brettonia is too. I'm not trying to say poor Brettonia here. Like, this is both sides taking a lot of what makes them very, very strong. Alberic is going to land on the Light War Sleds, trying to take that little fight with these guys. The Hippogriff Knight's going to immediately peace out as the Bear Blob comes over here to say hello. Alberic's going to try and get back into the sky. Can he do it? As Knights of the Realm plow into the Armored Kossars, getting, no damage down. And Alberic is having troubles getting back away from this. The Mordheim Beowulfs are after him as I fall inside of the pillar, but he does get into the sky. Nice and safe. Grail Knights and Hippogriff still wondering what to do. Meanwhile, Kislev has gotten in range of some of the fire archers. These Kislevites just going to take a little bit of damage on the run here. Shield's not facing the right way as they do retreat a little bit. Another Spirit Bear is out, flopping his way into some archers, nuking them down. That spell is also dumb. Why does it have infinite uses? It's just dumb. Armored Kossar is getting pin cushioned here by the archers still. Their shield's still not facing the right way because they were fighting some Knights of the Realm, and now these other Knights of the Realm charging straight into these guys. So Brettonia is picking off anyone that's not near the blob at all, which is really, really good. That's strong stuff. And then Alberic and the Hippogriff Knights dive down on these guys once the blob leaves. So wherever the blob isn't, Brettonia is reaping a terrible cost on the Kislevites. Flock of Doom Overcast damaging the Grail Knights a little bit. They're going to fall back. Still have only lost 4 models. They can maybe get back and get a regrowth somewhere. Looks like a regrowth instead is hitting the Hippogriff Knights. I don't think you need an Overcast, though. Overcast seems way, way too much healing here. Because they had 10 seconds of completely full health wasted Overcast, and all these Grail Knights are getting fucked up. So I think that is a mistake from the Brettonia player. They should have just undercasted on the Hippo Knights and saved some Winds of Magic for the Grail Knights, but whatever. So the Grail Knights taking a lot of damage. They're not enjoying that. But elsewhere, out of the 5 Armored Kossars, 2 of them have Fire Blood passive popped, 2 of them are routing, 1 is just fine. But still, these Grail Knights are struggling to get to safety, and they're now leading the Bear Blob into their own archers. Not that there's many other options that they could do. Men-at-Arms, Polearms moving up as the Bear Blob just decides to take the fight with the Bowmen while they're here anyway. The Grail Knights do get away. They need to heal pronto. And unfortunately, there was an overcast on the Hippogriff Knight, so it's going to be a hot minute. So can Kislev win this? Yes, for sure. Yes, yes, yes. Like this matchup. I don't know about this specific game, but this matchup, yeah, they win it easy. Knights of the Realm chasing the light war sleds around. Having issues really connecting with those guys. They finally slow one down enough to bog it a bit. Maybe they can get some attacks off, but for now they're just T-posing on it. And Alberic and the boys still killing off more armored Kossars. Quickly isolating us to just the Bear Blob. Grail Knights there, they're getting their regrowth. It is also overcast, so nice. Can Kislev lose this? Yes. Yes, they can. Another Spirit Bear is cast onto these peasant bowmen, who are also... Wow, that bear took a weird trajectory. That is going to be a big old blob hit. Good amount of damage. And Alberic is back into the sky. Light War Sled's taking a lot of damage, getting chased by those Knights of the Realm. Their Fire Blood passive pops, and they lose one of their models. Meanwhile, Alberic and the Hippogriff Knights dive down. Now, with the Mordheim Beowulfs here, anytime you're in melee combat with them, you do get that Dark Blood Poison or whatever, so you can't heal at all. If the Brettonians need healing, they're going to need to back off to get it, right? They can't get a regrowth while they're in here. It won't do them good. Lightning hits everybody in this area, lowering their stats, and Alberic and the boys back off. Grail Knight's going to go for their own rear charge into the area, and not a lot of archers are alive left to punish this blob, so the blob is actually rather dangerous at the moment without that range support taking them down. Tor's Battle Hymn is out, giving all these guys melee attack. Meanwhile, the Grail Knights take a ton of damage. The Knights of the Realm are in, Hippogriff Knights are in, Alberic's back in, everybody's back in. Try and nuke these guys. The Oath Brothers of Tor take insane amounts of damage from this charge. So do the Mordheim Beowulfs, so really taking out the support Kislev has. I'm going to route them off. The Mordheims are even terror routing right now. The Oath Brothers of Tor getting close to that routing point, but they hold for now. And Alberic once again tries to get away, as Grail Knights have before him. Knights of the Realm in the distance killed off all the light war sleds that they return into the fight. And we have peasant mobs chasing off the armored Kossars. Grail Knight's taking a fight with the Mordheim Beowulfs off in the distance. Patriarch's trying to get here and provide healing now, but he is too late. The Mordheim Beowulfs are gone. And without them, that healing debuff is also gone. So now Brettonia can get regrowths when they're in melee combat yet again. Hippogriff Knight's still very healthy. Alberic is quite low, and we are relying entirely on the Damsel of Life's healing. It's not like Lewin where he has his self-healing or anything like that. So I wonder how many regrowths are left in her pocket. Oath Brothers of Tor start terror routing before their Buyer Blood, and if their Buyer Blood pops now, it'll just force them to infinitely terror out until that Unbreakable wears off. Thankfully, it looks like the leadership is going to rally enough that they'll be fine. Mother of Stankia tries to fire a Spirit Bear at point-blank range. It does not work, it seems. The Mordheim Beowulfs do rally in the distance. Alberic lands onto the Patriarch, trying to take him out. Kislev is slightly down the balance of power. The Oath Brothers of Tor now rout. And these Knights of the Realm are going to take a free charge on the Mordheim Beowulf, so they should be able to get rid of those guys, and we'll get down to just the Incarnate, just Mother of Stankia and stuff like that. These Grail Knights still have 16 models despite 900 HP. They should get the healing next to keep those models alive, because they are danger close to losing all of those models. They charge back into the Warbear Riders. Mother of Stankia was trying to fire off the Spirit Bear, but didn't quite get it to go just yet. The Mordheim Beowulfs are again pushed away. The Knights of the Realm and Hippogriff Knights commit to the fight against the single entities of Kislev. The Patriarch is a pretty piss-poor combatant, so I can see Alberic getting big damage on him. Alberic's all of a sudden healthy, so he must have gotten a regrowth, which means the Grail Knights haven't gotten it. The Grail Knights need to stay the hell away from here. Oh, as they get nuked, and a Flock of Doom. Yeah, they're losing models. That's exactly what I was worried about. So the Grail Knights are now going to be useless in the rest of this game. It is down to the Hippogriff Knights and Alberic, so I guess the Hippogriff Knights should just get the regrowths from now on. The Grail Knights are too wounded to bother. Like, 8 models is not going to do a lot for you. More healing from the Patriarch. God, I hope they nerf that in the next patch, but I severely doubt they will, because Kislev's getting a DLC, and God forbid you nerf anything getting a DLC. I knew Lore of Hags would be annoying. Heal and a silence in the same lore, but now Mother will have 2 heals, right, with Goulias? Yes. Unless they nerf that, but... We are looking at if she is OP on release of the patch, we will probably ban her like we banned Kairos for most of our things. So we'll, at least in my tournaments and stuff, we'll deal with it. But yeah, TBD. Because she's already ridiculous. If she gets buffs, then that's just going to be stupid insane. I know Turin's also banning her from most of his tournaments. So if she's banned across all tournaments everywhere, then for sure they nerf her on like the next patch. I don't know if they'll nerf her on this patch because she's already getting banned in tournaments and like she would be getting banned in ours, but the patch was so close that we figured, wait, why implement a ban now? And then she's maybe gets nerfed or changed in a couple patches. Well, not patches, a couple days. Flock of Doom onto the stuff. Casting at ×2 speed is both sides. One side's just trying to shoot with their archers, the other side's trying to spam out as many free spirit bears and ammunition as they can. So, not a lot going on here. More Flocks of Dooms. Hippogriff Knights charge in. The Incarnate Elemental Beast's healing cap is getting lower and lower. It's down to half HP. He's actually getting shreked on by these Royal Hippogriff Knights. The Halberds surround him. It looks like his Incarnate Mortis Engine passive has worn off. Patriarch's heal cap also appears. Mother of Stankus' heal cap also appears. The Incarnate is going to die, and the Hippogriff Knights should be able to finish the rest. So, Brettonia will win it out. But it took him a darn long time to do so. When is patch? Thursday. Thursday. 608 kills from Mother of Stank at 5,500 value. Feels balanced. Thanks for buffing her, guys. Thanks for buffing her, CA. Again, we'll see if the patch actually nerfs something about her and then gives her the Lore of Hags, but seems pretty dumb. Seems pretty dumb. Also, the Incarnate got 2,800 value. For Sipa, Alberic, an even 900, which is not a lot. 4,100 on the Hippogriff Knights, also feels fair. Grail Knights, 1,600. Knight of the Realm, 1,600 over there. It was 1,700, actually. From running stuff down. And Peasants didn't do much. Can't believe I rooted for Brett in the end to feel dirty. I mean, neither side deserves your love. Current Kislev and current Brettonia are just, like, supreme toxic shit. All three of the S tiers are fucking gross. Cathay, Brettonia, Kislev are just disgusting factions. I fucking hate them. They're so dumb. And, like, they can be played in a fun way, but they can also... debatably should be played in a really disgusting way. Because, like, CA just gave them these redonkulous tools. I don't blame the players. I definitely think, like, if you don't play the factions correctly, then you're just going to lose. So why would you do that? It's not the player's fault. CA made Mother Stankia fucking disgusting. How would someone join up for next season? On my Discord, there's a Find Matches tab with a ladder. If you just play on our best of 3 bot, it'll rank you. Hang on. That's a valid question. So, if you go to Find Matches, you can match on our best of 3 bot. It'll match you with somebody, and then you play some games and you report win or loss. That makes the current standings leaderboard. And then the leaderboard divides, you can see like Grey Seer, Storm Vermin, Chieftain, stuff like that. So then, Season 6 starts Thursday. We'll wipe this leaderboard and start over. So playing on it, if you win, you'll move up. If you lose, you move down. And at the end of the season, I make tournaments for each of the things. So it's, if you're in Grey Seer, you're invited to this one, the one we're currently casting. Chieftain, different one. Storm Vermin, different one. Things like that. So that's how you join us. Just play on our best of 3 ladder at some point during Season 6, and you'll get invited to the finals for wherever you end up. Right? Alright, for Game 2, if you want to go to Game 3, you're rooting for the Tomb Kings. If you want Seatbot to 2-0, you're rooting for Grand Cathay. On the other side for the Tomb Kings here of Harvest Warrior, we have a bunch of Carrion, 4 Carrion, 3 Ushopti Great Bows, one of which is the Chosen Gods. We have Nehekar and Skeleton Warriors across the front line, and Ark in the Black with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech plus his Summon. And that's about it. On the other side, Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, with his transformation and his breath attack as his only spell. And then we have a lot of fire, 2 cannons and a Sky Junk firing back at the Tomb Kings. 2 Onyx Crowmen, a bunch of Peasant Longspears, Jade Warriors, some Jade Warrior Halberds even, Peasant Horsemen, and Jade Lancers to protect the back line. And that's it. Who's favorite to win the tourney? The tourney? I don't know. Berserk. Probably. Yeah, probably Berserk. Since Strat got knocked out already in the stream, then I'd say Berserk. Green one's also really good. I mean, like, everyone in this tournament's going to be really fucking good, but, like, I don't know. Green one, Berserk, Strat, Blood Penguin, all really solid choices. Anyway, Ushabti Great Bows trying to deal with the Grand Cannons. They have gotten in range to counterfire now. These guys still have 4 out of 4 models for now, but that will change rather quickly. The Cannons trying to get what DPS out they can while they still can. Down to 2 models firing back over here. Zhao Ming running through the back line trying to cause disruption. Kind of curious he hasn't just dove into the Ushabti Great Bows, actually. Why are you harassing the Skeleton Warriors, dude? Just go after the Ushabti. There's nothing here to stop you. You don't care about random chaff coming to fight you. Yeah, there's actually nothing here that can fight Zhao Ming. Just go kill the Ushabti. There he goes. One cannon is down entirely. The other cannon still has 4 models, but for how long? This is Chosen of the Gods. Merc 2 in front of our eyes. Damn. Zhao Ming harassing these guys. Doing some all-right stuff. And Jade Lancers, with all this mobility advantage, because the Tomb Kings really didn't bring any, Jade Lancers are going to weave their way to the back line and then harass these Ushabti Great Bows quite a bit. So there's 4 total Ushabti Great Bows. We'll have to see what Cathay can do about them, because they can't outshoot them. You can't outshoot 4 Ushabti Great Bows like that. The Sky Junk's now trying to fire at them down the line, but I doubt his little rocket volleys will even do that much to these Ushabti, even at the perfect angle like this. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. So he probably just wants to focus on skeletons and shit. Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers are back here, starting to aid Zhao Ming in the harassment like we suspected. The Iron Hail Gunner is about to get shut down by Carrion. So good stuff from the Tomb Kings here. They've already forced Cathay out of the box. They've killed off most of the range of the enemy. But we'll see if having, like, no mobility support does come back to haunt them. Peasant Horsemen get rolled by Skeleton Warriors and Ushabtis in melee. Another Spirit Legion onto Zhao Ming, but he does have his heal in his back pocket for when he needs it. And Jade Lancers finish off one of the Ushabti Great Bows. Another Jade Lancer catches the Chosen of the Gods and forces them down to half HP. Zhao Ming's going to fall back as Arkin chases him off. I have multiple pings. Why? You can apply for the Venmo credit card. Dude, I love applying for fucking credit cards I didn't ask for. That's great. I love that. That's not annoying at all. Alright. Bing, bang, boom. Zhao Ming gets his heal back. And he now has like 40% ward save, right? Yeah, he has 45% ward save as he takes this duel with Arkin. Meanwhile, Jade Lancers continue to roll the back line. Pushing back the Chosen of the Gods. Pushing back these other Ushabti Great Bows. Jade Warrior Halberds have wandered here too. So Cathay sacrificed their backline. They're like, listen, we lost it. We acknowledge that. All of our cannons are gone. There's Ushabti summoned on our Iron Hail Gunners. Fuck it. We don't care. We're going for your backline. So both sides trading backlines. And the Tomb Kings losing out a little bit more on that, as their Nehekar Warriors are not at all up to the task about pushing off these Jade Warriors and Peasant Longspears. The Cathay stats are just too high, god damn it. The Nehekar Warriors are losing the front line. So it took the overwhelming numbers advantage of the Tomb Kings to get into the enemy backline, and then Carrion helping out as well, which left nothing really to defend the Ushabti Great Bows. Jade Warriors chilling, fighting with Skeleton Warriors. Zhao Ming getting back in the sky. Half HP, no more healing left for him though, so he's stuck with what he gets. And Carrion diving into these Ushabti at last. 2 of the Ushabti are outright dead, the other 2 are now starting to crumble, as do the hopes of the Tomb Kings, it appears. Because that's a full health Ushabti, but it's fake, right? So it'll go away soon. Who's playing now? Sipa and Hardress. Sakura, how's it going? How are the casts? Pretty good. We've had a lot of close games, a lot of kiting, and a lot of close games. We've had one stinker so far, and it was Brettonia versus Kislev blob fight. But it is what it is. Spirit Leech bug from Arkin, where it looks like he casts it on himself. He doesn't actually deal damage to himself, you can see, but it is a wasted cast. It doesn't actually target who he's supposed to. Sipa is up 1. Yeah, Sipa is on Grand Cathay and he's up 1. It looks like this is going to be a 2-0 because this Ushabti faded now, so it's gone. And without it, look how doomed the Tomb Kings look. There's a full health Skeleton Warrior, a half health Nehekar Warrior. That is it. And then Arkin. Arkin's getting chased around. At this point I can fast forward because there's literally no hope here. Skeleton Warrior goes bye-bye. Nakar Warrior goes bye-bye. And that is going to be GG. I love how Grand Cathay is just reforming lines like, alright, Arkin, fucking give up already. Another Spirit Leech onto Zhao Ming. Everybody charges Arkin. Skeleton Summon is out. Iron Hill Gunners can't shoot at him right now. There we go. Jesus. That was taking forever. Met that Power Lich guy. He literally draw kited with 2 Gunnery Whites and Noctilus. How did he draw kite you with Noctilus? Alright. The front line got destroyed. The Nehekar Warriors did not come close to paying for themselves, unfortunately. Skeletons also had a bit of a tough time. Carrion did okay. It was the Ushapti show, and they shut down the enemy range, but then there was no counter-cavalry in this build whatsoever, so Sipa's cavalry just ran over his backline. Jade Lancers did fine. Peasant Horsemen did okay. Onyx Crowman did amazing. Jumming did fine. Cannons did what they could before they died. GG. What legitimate question, what is Cathay's weakness? Nothing at the moment. Yeah, not really anything at the moment. That's kind of the point. Now, they're not, like, crazy OP at too many things. Like, some of their range stuff is too strong. But, like, their cavalry is decent or bad. Their Air Force is solid, so I guess not that. Yeah, mostly I guess their weakness would be they don't have any monstrous infantry that are any good. And the cavalry is weak or bad, but, like, that's weaknesses on their end that they can't leverage against you, but they aren't themselves weak to monstrous infantry because they have, like, the best peasant spears in the game, like, the best chaff spears in the whole game. They have a ton of shooting to take out your monstrous infantry. They're not particularly weak to your cav because they're heavily incentivized to just box up, like we saw Bjorn do in game 1 of the day, where it's like, I don't know, they don't have a lot of weaknesses, unless chariots get better, because chariots would kind of murder Cathay right now, but most chariots aren't very good. Kislev has good chariots, so they can do fine versus Cathay. I guess that'd be it. Cathay's weaknesses is chariots, and the only chariots really functioning as well as chariots should are like Kislev's, but they're too good. So while chariots in general need a buff, but Kislev chariots need a nerf. We got there. Alright, we have my series versus Berserk. Let's go. Let's go. Now, before we start this, I had a plan. Before we start this, I had a plan. Okay. I did have a plan, so shut up. Me versus Berserk, Slaanesh versus Nurgle, baby! Grey Seer Tournament playoffs, top tier factions. Top tier fucking factions. Now, shut up. So, shut up again. So, how did this happen? I had a pick 3. I don't remember it exactly this many days away because we played this a long time ago. But it was something along the lines of Greenskins, Slaanesh, and blank. He banned blank, picked Nurgle. I wasn't ready for that. Now, why was Slaanesh in my pick 3? To bait Brettonia. I had an idea on how to beat Brettonia with Slaanesh. I wanted to try it because Berserk's a better player than me, but he's also... I kind of know how he's going to play Brettonia, so I knew it was coming. He didn't fucking pick Brettonia. He picked Nurgle. And I had Slaanesh and Greenskins, and I was like, well, shit, son. I have an idea on how to play Slaanesh here. I've never tried it, but I have an idea. I'm rolling it. So shut up. I got surprised. Who the fuck picks Nurgle? Okay. So, all of my cavalry is behind this giant pillar because I wasn't sure where Kugath and the Soul Grinder would be, and I thought I would try and hide my guys so they don't get shot on the advance. For my Slaanesh build, we have Nakari. Nakari. Wit Stealer Sword, Willing Prey, and Pavane of Slaanesh. Pavane to rampage any of his mobility elements outside the box and get them faux free, faux me. Also, Pavane does some nice damage. I also have my Mortis Engine. I also have my heal when someone dies next to me. I have 4 Skirmish Cav of Slaanesh, 1 Hellstride of Hellscourges to chase off anything I manage to route. We do have a Chaos Knights of Slaanesh and another Hellstride over there. We have 8 Marauders. Yes, 8 Marauders, 3 of which have spears, 5 of which are sword and board. Why wouldn't you go Greenskins? Nurgle doesn't have to go Kugath, though. Nurgle can go, like, 2 Exalted Heroes, Chaos Lord of Nurgle, a shit ton of Chaos Knights and Dogs, and then some, like, Chaos Warriors or Marauders. I don't know. Like, you can play Nurgle more like Warriors of Chaos. Or you could play them Blob, and, like, I just wasn't ready for it. Like I said, I wasn't ready for either of those matchups because I didn't think he fucking picked Nurgle in game 1, so I was like, okay. Well, I had a fun idea for Slaanesh. Anyway, on the Nurgle side, this is exactly what I expected. 4 Nurglings, 3 Exalted Plaguebearers of Nurgle, including the Festering Stooges, Kugath Plaguefather, Chaos Warshrine of Nurgle to heal up his whole blob, a Soul Grinder of Nurgle, and then some dogs. I didn't expect the dogs, okay? I can't say exactly, but I expected everything else. Nakari dives in. Willing Prey on the Exalted Plaguebearers, and my Chaos Knights charge right in. We do get these guys into a good surround. Now, Kugath is thinking about taking a fight with Nakari. I have Wit Stealer Sword out. I'm just slapping some fools around here, and Kugath shits out a little Nurgling summon. Now, he does have Rancid Visitations, which is very, very good against Slaanesh. He also has Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption. Nakari's going to peace out away from Kugath. I don't really want to fight him just yet. I'm trying to get some of these Nurglings to die to get my first heal nice and early. I even duel with the Soul Grinder a little bit, but I happen to miss him because I only have 70 melee attack, and he has 40 melee defense, and I charged him. But sure, I'll miss. That's fine. Anyway, so I missed him, but these dogs are going to tear her out. The Nurglings are almost dead, which will give me my free heal. I'm not that damaged yet, but still, we got to take them heals. You got to stay nice and topped off. Hellstriders pushing these guys, just holding them there for a little bit. All 4 of my Skirmish Cav are going to keep throwing at Kugath. Now the Chaos Knights are going to opt out. I think my Hellstriders will get out of here soon. And there go the first Nurglings, so that Nakari can get healed up nice and safe. Killing off some other Nurglings, killing off some other stuff, so good for us. Way to go. Kugath's already lost about half HP. I'm trying to force him to use Fleshy Abundance on himself instead of Rancid Visitations on Nakari. Nakari's actually going to dive at Kugath. Fecundity is down, already healing him up. I really need to pressure him and make sure he uses that Fleshy Abundance on himself and not Rancid Visitation on me. Heal yourself, you big fat bastard! Pulled away some Hellstriders, so they're going to go chase off those dogs. I have Chaos Knights chilling, getting their vigor back. We are feeding in Marauders slowly. We have some staying out of here so they don't take free damage. My Marauder Horseman still throwing at Kugath. Fucking heal yourself! Don't you Rancid Visitations me, you stupid bitch! In comes the AoE heal. Fleshy Abundance for his whole army, which I didn't expect, and now he's lost even more Winds of Magic, so he can't Rancid Visitation me, as Nakari continues to chase him down. My Skirmisher's still poking him, and his healing cap's got to be around the corner, because he's already used a Fecundity on himself. So he's got to be getting low. Another Fascination onto the Festering Stooges just for damage. One of his units, a summon, kills itself, giving me my Harvesters of Soul heals. So his summons are actually going to help Nakari out. But Kugath's healing cap's not within sight. Nakari starts to path away, pushing through the Festering Stooges and all this shit. 2 of my Marauder Horsemen route off from the grenades of the Festering Stooges. Shit happens. They still have 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing at Kugath, and there's his fucking heal cap. Alright. I'm running around trying to get another attack angle. Meanwhile, Marauders are churning through fools. Nakari dives over onto some Nurglings for a little bit of a refresher, a little bit of a tune-up to get back into the fight. Crumble them off for free, get his heal back, and get that back on cooldown. Stream of Corruption goes through some of my Marauders. As Plaguefather's Oration is out, Nakari's thinking about a second go at this as the Skirmish Cav continue to poke down Kugath. Balance of Power's not looking so good for us here. Nakari's popped Wit Stealer Sword, dives in onto Kugath, trying to get through him. I do have better melee stats here as I charge in. Trying to get a couple shots off with my insane charge bonus. Fecundity is once again healing him up. Wit Stealer Sword at almost 1,000 damage every single swing. Need to keep hitting Kugath, need to keep pushing him down. As the rest of the Nurgle force is doing fine, but the Festering Stooges have already almost hit their heal cap, and Kugath's getting nice and low, but Nakari needs to opt out of this fight for now as Hellstriders have dove into the back line. Meanwhile, Skirmish Cav continue to throw at Kugath. Another Pavane of Slaanesh trying to whittle down those Festering Stooges, just deal constant damage to them and maybe rampage them out of position or something, I don't know. Kugath's getting danger low. Nakari dives back in after getting around the Soul Grinder to refresh that charge bonus. Willing Prey is down, giving him 24 melee defense, so Nakari can hit him every single time. My Skirmishers are still throwing. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. Kugat's down to 4,300 HP, still healing a little bit, but he's running out of width to do so. But Nakari starts to take a bunch of damage, so I need to back off soon. My Marauders with Spears are going to have to jump into the fight soon as our first wave of Marauders is finally starting to fail. We still have Marauder Horsemen throwing in at Kugath. Kugath throws around. And another Nurgling summon is out. Nakari at this point is just avoiding. Just dodging around. More Skirmish Cav coming back. Kugath's getting real low, only 3,000 HP. I have 4,600 HP, so that feels fair. Look at those health bars. 3,000 HP. Well, now he's at 2,300. Compared to 4,500. I'm at half health. He's barely visible. Feels good. Feels good. Slaanesh is an overpowered faction, you guys. Slaanesh is so overpowered. All right. Kugath's down to 2,000 HP. Charge back in. Gonna hit this bitch in the face. 1,300, 1,200, 1,100 HP. His leadership's still 42, so it's not going anywhere, but I'm gonna snipe this asshole if it's what it takes. 300 HP, his leadership's still 39! Just crumble! He dies. He dies. Nurgle's leadership is going to tank. Nakari gets a bit of a heal, but Nakari starts the path out of there. Balance of power is nearly army losses for me, as I still have Skirmish Cav, I still have Spears, their Mortis engine is dead, their Lord is dead, their magic's dead, all their shit is dead! Alright, Nakari's running around. Nakari has tons of healing left to get. My heal cap is way up there. Who's messaging me right now? Hold on, this is important. Alright, no, not important for me. Alright, Nakari has a ton of healing left. We can slow the game down. Nakari can charge in, get some free heals, back off. Charge in, get some free heals, back off. We're chilling. We are chilling. Willing Prey onto the Festering Stooges, and Nakari piles through them with Stealer Sword up for 1,000 damage value onto these Festering Stooges. Just trying to get some damage out. Just trying to get some damage out. I'm not even afraid of anything. Soul Grinder doesn't even do that much damage to me. So Nakari just needs to chill. Get a little low on leadership, that's fine. Our Skirmish Cav continue to fire away at the Festering Stooges, get them nice and low. The Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle is healing everybody up, but they're nearing their heal caps, so that's fine. We still have Marauder Spearmen, full health, sitting off on the sidelines, ready to pile in when I need them. Though the Mortis engine that really threatens them is gone. Trying to get these Nurglings for a free little juicer. Give me some of that HP there. As Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle chasing me around. There goes those guys. So now Nakari gets his big old juicy heal. That's fun. That's exciting. Good for you, Nakari. Harvester of Souls healing him up. He's going to run out. He's going to refresh that charge bonus. Nurgle still getting lower and lower. A Soul Grinder is pretty whatever in melee compared to Nakari. Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle is pretty whatever in melee compared to Nakari. So we're chilling. Still have a backup spear. I'm feeling fine. Balance Power's not feeling fine, but I'm feeling fine. Soul Grinder from Berserk does fire out into my Devoted Marauders. That's nice. It's nice of him to notice that they're just chilling there so we can get that little damage out. Nakari charges back in. Get a little bit more damage, and then it's going to opt out. We are completely in control. We are chilling. Up the vein of Slaanesh. There we go. Those exalted Plague Bearers are trying to get away and throw their grenades, but then I rampage them, getting some free damage, but also making sure they don't get to throw at me. Chaos War Shrine's chasing Nakari around. Nakari's fine. Nakari's chilling. Nakari's going to charge back in, refreshing that little charge bonus there. Does the Warp try and counter ton for bounce power and the full health Soul Grinder, but they really can't take Nakari at all. I just need to not stand in the Festering Stooges as I keep trying to whittle them down. Their leadership is fine because Chaos War Shrine does give like plus 10 or something. Yeah, it gives plus 10 leadership, so I am trying to get rid of these guys and get another juicy heal for Nakari. Marauder Horsemen almost out of ammo. We are getting some more charges in. I still have Spearmen sitting on the side. Nakari is fine. Nakari's chilling. Gets a little charge in, then opts out. Curse the Slug. Okay, that's cute. I'm still going to walk away from you. As I walk through my own spears, I should be just fine. Yeah, they don't get any attacks on me. The Festering Stooges are getting nice and low. But the balance power gets worse for me as I deal more damage to him. That feels cool. That feels fine. Willing Prey on the Festering Stooges, trying to get them nice and low to give Nakari another heal, but I'm feeling good. Marauder Horsemen charge in for a little bit of extra damage, then they're going to rout off. I still have a full spear back here. Nakari is even starting to Soul Siphon. Mortis Engine drain down the Festering Stooges because they're just so low on leadership that they just can't hold on anymore. 5 leadership left for them before the Demonic Sensibility crumble, but the Soul Grinder shows up, so Nakari thinks about pathing out, and now I finally commit that final spear I have. I still have 2 healthy-ish spears. Yeah, a very healthy spear, a pretty healthy spear, and a fine spear. The Festering Stooges manage to rally a little bit. Nakari takes a little bit of damage from the Chaos War Shrine, but we're still chilling. We have 2 free heals waiting for us off of those Plague Bearers. A couple grenades hit Nakari, still have 1,400 damage, 1,400 health, I'm chilling. A Vein of Slaanesh onto the Festering Stooges to finish those guys off and get that free healing for Nakari, baby. They start to Demonic Instability crumble. Nakari charges in to get a little bit of damage onto the Chaos War Shrine. And there is a heal coming in for Nakari. Another heal from the Harvester of Souls. Now that That Exalted Plague Bear there is ready to be harvested any day now. Balance Power shifts further away from me, even though I feel like we're doing better and better, but okay. I feel like that's fine. Balance of Power, you need to calm down. Nakari is chilling as I avoid these guys. Now I get a free charge onto the Soul Grinder Nurgle. I was trying to get around the Chaos War Shrine, but Berserk pushes him behind the Chaos War Shrine, so I can't get a clean charge onto him. So then I'll just opt into fighting these guys instead. Pick them up for my free heal. And we're chilling. We're doing fine. Soul Grinder's going to opt back in on Nakari, get a little bit of damage to me on the charge, and then I turn to fight him because he's the one I wanted to fight anyway. Willing Prey lowers him down to 20 and 0 for melee stats. And then army losses just hits! I was chilling! I was fine, you fucking degenerate! I was fine! Why did you decide that now I just lose? You fucking ass! I had it! I had it! What is a War Shrine gonna do? What is a War Shrine gonna do? Nothing! It was gonna do nothing but suck and die! I had chaff for days! I had healing for days! I was fine! And you just cocked me like that! No! $5,000 damage value on Nakari! No! He was fine, dude! Oh. I was totally in control of that situation. Hazel's here because I was upset. I was totally in control. We were chilling, man. We had all the chaff in the world that I could slowly feed into him and keep cycle charging with the Kari, and keep getting little heals, and I had so much Slaanesh army ability left, like I was casting Fascinations whenever I could to do extra damage to his guys. We were fine, dude! We were so fine, but it just decided to fuck us in the ass! And you're gonna make the mandatory joke that Slaanesh likes getting fucked in the ass, but I don't! I don't like getting fucked in the ass! I was so mad, cause I had it. Cause I fucking had it. Oh. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. So Nakari did great. Skirmish Cav did fantastically, as they do in this matchup. And then Marauders slowly fed in and just provided me with, buffers. For Nurgle, Kugath only got 2,500. You're not getting fucked in the ass while you're playing Slaanesh. Soul Grinder 2,000. Chaos War Shrine 500, but it was gonna... Don't worry, guys, it was gonna beat Nakari. It got 500 value in a 14 or 15 minute long game. It got 500 value, but don't worry, guys, Full Health Chaos Shrine's gonna beat Nakari. Anyway, Festering Sutures did fine. 2,100 value on these other Exalted Plague Bears. 2,000 on the other Exalted Plague Bears. And the Nurglings and dogs all got murdered. Don't knockbot play till you tried it. That's fine. Like, other people can enjoy it. I don't. I was so mad. I was so mad. I should have won that. And when my Soul Grinder charged... when my Nakari charged the Soul Grinder at the very, very start of the game and missed a couple times, that should have been some foreshadowing. I was so mad I lost that. Oh. Damn. Anyway, game 2. Berserk picked Norska into my Grand Cathay. I mean, I forget what his pick 3 was, but I picked Grand Cathay and he picked Norska. I figured he had double breath attacks, so I tried to full rush him.
We are better trained, we are better equipped, we
Anyway.
are more dutiful.
Yeah, I tried to rush him. I took 2 Jet Lions somewhere. I thought I had 2. Guess it was 1 Jet Lion. I have a Dragonblood Shugi Lord of Yang with Might of Heaven and Earth and Jade Shield. And then I have an Alchemist. Press F for Nakari. Hey, thanks for the 20, Strat. Thanks for the 20. I have Enchanted Metallurgy, Alchemist's Iron Skin, and Elixir of Puissance. Then we have Jade Lancers, Peasant Longspear, Jade Warriors, more Jade Lancers, and the Empress Chroman, Onyx Chroman, ROR. 2 full HP SEMs count for an insane amount of bounce power. It's true, it's just annoying. Alright, the Frostworm lands to stay away from my Empress Croman. For Berserk, he does have 2 Frostworms, one of which is called Voider. He has some Norskan Ice Wolves, some Armored Skin Wolves, and then Marauders and Marauder Champions. Wulfric the Wanderer on horseback with most of his stuff. Frostworms shooting at my Jade Warriors. Nothing much comes of that. I have Jade Lancers charging in. Looks like I was chasing dogs. And then my Empress Croman lurking above, trying to find something to do. As we have Spears fighting dogs and Skin Wolves, and Jade Lancers are also in here as well. My other flanking forces are coming slowly but surely. And the Empress Croman get a full surround on the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. Trying to take him out. I give them Jade Shield for a bunch of damage resistance, but they're not getting as much damage on the Shaman Sorcerer as I would have hoped. A big Burning Head goes down my line and takes out 2 Peasant Long Spears. And here we go, baby. Here comes the ultimate plan. So the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin already have 51-41 for melee stats. And they're going to charge in to Wulfric. And he gets away into the Skin Wolves. But now they're fighting Skin Wolves. And then dogs pile in. And then a giant Frostworm piles in. Alright, cool. Cool. So Righteous Lance of Wei Jin, Might of Heaven and Earth. They have 73 melee attack. Alright, let's check their value. Let's check their value real quick. Because I was excited about this. Alright, 170. Cool. I give them the Elixir of Iron Skin, Elixir of Puissance, so they have 113 weapon strength. And then Enchanted Metallurgy for more damage. And then they have Battle Harmony Yang. And then I give them something else. Jade Shield upgraded. These guys have 200 armor, 118 melee attack, 48 melee defense, 90 weapon strength, and 51% ward save. Cool. Alright, what's their damage value at now? 416? Alright, they are surrounded in big targets they should be fighting. They don't have attack orders onto anybody else. Alright. Okay, so for some reason, for an awfully long time there, they didn't acquire any value, and then all of a sudden got 200 after all my fucking buffs wore off. And they just got rolled. They got fucking destroyed. I gave them all the stats in the world they were in a fight, and they got murdered anyway, and they got just no value, so the whole point was destroyed. All my other guys are routing off. We have some Jade Lancers still running around trying to get some damage out. We have the Jet Lion here trying to help, but the Righteous Lancers of Wei Jin, who I threw all the buffs behind, just completely shit the bed and stopped attacking for no reason. And I could divert this whole stream into replaying, showing you this game and zooming in, but all of them just stopped. As soon as I give them the buffs, it's like they had too many buffs and they couldn't move their arms. It's like they, you know, like you're in too big of armor and you can't move your hands or anything. They just stopped attacking. As soon as they got all the buffs, they just stopped attacking. They were attacking before they got the buffs. Then they got the buffs. They stopped attacking. And when the buffs wore off, they started attacking again. But it was too late at that point, so they're fucked. Okay. At this point, I have nothing left. The bounce power is artificially inflated by my 2 support characters being healthy and the Jet Lion being healthy. But if you look around the map, everything else I have is in complete disarray. There are full health Marauders and Marauder Champions running around, so this shit is more doomed than I don't know what. For the Righteous Lances, that was a terrible engage. But I gave them all the stats in the world, and they stopped taking damage, but they also stopped dealing damage. They just, like, they were attacking, again, they were attacking before, and they attacked after. But as soon as they gave them the buffs, they just stopped. Every model just stopped attacking. But anyway, yes, no. I will agree. I agree 100%. It was a bad engagement. It was a bad game. I was tilted off the face of the earth after that Slaanesh loss, for sure. But also, that was kind of fucked. But also, that was kind of fucked. So it was like, yes, I didn't play great, but also, Warhammer 3 that day just decided, nah, fuck you, kid. We're going to army loss you in a game you're chilling in, and then in a game where you give these guys all of the buffs, they decide to AFK until the buffs wear out. It was awful. It was awful. I was so fucking mad. But yes, Game 2 was trash. Game 2 was trash. It was a bad build. I played it badly. I understand that. But also, dumb bullshit happened. If dumb bullshit didn't happen, would I have won? No. I still would have lost that game. But it is fucking dumb. What else happened in the battle while you were zoomed in over there? The very short version is Marauder champions held against my Jade Lancers while his Skinwolves and Dogs and Frostworms breath attacked them to death and cycle charged them to death. So I really needed to win that Cav engagement, which is why the build was bad. And then, with all the buffs in the world, we still didn't win. So I reported the score. I gave Berserk a 3-0 off that 2-0 because the last game was just so terrible. I should have won that fucking Slaanesh game, and the fucking Righteous Lancers of Wei Jin should have done literally anything, but sure, but fine. I guess it's fine. I'm not mad about it. Fine. Less crying, more replay. Chosen, don't get me started. Play your fucking games, man! Play your games, bro! You're always lagging behind. Tired of messaging you saying where your game's at. Alright. We're back to Lizardmen meta. This matchup between the green one on his Lizardmen versus NC's Black Knight on the Empire. Front line of 5 Skink Skirmishers for green one. Then we have some Ripperdactyl Riders. 4 of them, one of which is the Clawstone Hunters. We have some Feral Cold Ones, Cold One Riders, Feral Cold Ones, Cold One Riders, and a Slann Mage Priest of Life with Regrowth and Earthblood. On the other side, for Black Knight, we have Spearmen, Halberdiers, 3 Huntsmen, 1 Outrider with Grenade Launchers. Is that another Empire Knight? Yes, triple Empire Knight and the Silver Bullets. A Jade Wizard with only Earthblood. And a Karl Franz. The Return of the Franz. No Boris this time. Blood Penguin would be proud. Though also, like, Boris isn't that good versus Lizardmen, being more serious. He's really good at punishing low leadership factions. The Lizardmen are not that, so you really want Franz with his armor piercing and anti-large buffs. Well, I guess he doesn't buff your armor piercing. Yeah, he buffs his own. Okay. Still stands, even though it was a misspeak. Raikon Runefang Galmaral is going to be up for him. Oh, look, another Grand Cathay Lizardman. Empire is not Grand Cathay, Patrick. I know you hate Grand Cathay with you hate Empire with a passion, but they are not nearly as strong as Grand Cathay. We see more Grand Cathay than Empire these days, Patrick, for sure. I won't allow your hatred of Empire to distort facts. Alright, Skink's trying to skirmish with the front line, but that front line is shielded, and you have Huntsmen counterfiring with higher range and DPS. And yeah, just a little old skirmish phase. Green one is trying to get a good surround here. Moves his Ripperdactyls and Feral Cold Ones into the backfield. Other Feral Cold Ones and more Ripperdactyls moving into the other backfield as he continues to surround. We do have a Rev Crystal, first one of the day. Another strong healing source for Lizardmen. And it is 2 Life Casters. Is that the first time we've gotten 2 Life Casters today? I think so. Despite all the Lizardmen games, they've usually been taking other Slans. And then even a Crockguard. Alright, Cold One Riders are opting in. Now, these guys are not going to rampage to their death like Feral Cold Ones so often do, but they're still fighting spears, they're still getting shot by silver bullets and maybe Huntsmen soon, and Franz is going to rear charge them. I do wonder how much damage these Cold Ones are going to take in this engagement. Maybe. No Khorne today? I don't believe there's been any Khorne today, though it is playoffs, it's not surprising. It was shocking we had a Slaanesh versus Nurgle game, but I already explained how that pick ban went down, and it was just weird. It was a weird pick ban, and I should have won that game! Not mad. Not mad about it. Alright. Cold One Riders getting massacred. Oof. Yeah, they ran into Halberdiers, Spears, and Empire Knights with Franz supporting them. But the Lizardmen rush continues. More Feral Cold Ones trying to get to the back line before they rampage so that they rampage around the back line. And this is actually looking pretty rough for the Lizards. They haven't gotten a lot done damage value-wise, and they have lost a Cold One Rider, they've lost some Feral Cold Ones. They've taken some damage on their Skinks. I'm a little concerned. That should be a good banishment. Right in some Empire Knights and the Silver Bullets. Yeah, it's doing some damage. Earthblood out to heal up the Empire a little bit, and this Bastildon could be overextended. if Franz gets enough punishment onto him, the Stildons are kind of still wild monsters, so they have low leadership comparatively. If you route him off, you can take him off the map before he gets any of his healing out. Ripperdactyl Riders diving in. The Outriders grenade launchers, not sure what they're going to do. There's no Saurus for them to shoot, which is definitely what they want to be doing. But the Ripperdactyls are fighting a lot of random chaff. Halberdiers, Empire Knights in here with the Huntsmen. With more Colossadon Hunters diving in. And this is mostly ranged units. There are 2 Halberds in here, but, I mean, there go the Empire Knights and stuff. So it is mostly a mass routing for the Empire, yeah. That one from being a weird situation to being an overwhelmingly positive situation for Lizardmen. It's like everything is routing from the Empire side. This Halberdier is also about to hit the bricks. And, wow. Okay. Well, that just happened. The Empire tries to throw out a quick Earthblood to heal up all their troops, but it is too little and too late for that pocket. All of the Huntsmen are routing, I believe. Yes, all of them are. Franz still trying to fight out with the Colossadon Hunters and some Halberdiers at his side. Jade Wizard is currently losing to a Bastillodon in melee combat, because the thing does have anti-infantry and armor piercing. He's going to tear out away the Jade Wizard any second now. There he goes. And what can the Empire do? We have some Spearmen chasing around skirmishers, just trying to be annoying back there. The Lizardmen have taken a lot of damage and everything besides the Ripperdactyls. Even the Ripperdactyls are taking a little bit of attrition. But at this point, the Empire has so many things routing that the Lizardmen should be able to chase them off and just finish the game. Colossadon Hunters plus these other Ripperdactyls eating Franz alive. And there's no regrowth for him. We only brought Earthblood here. So his healing will be a little bit slower. The Jade Wizard's not going to route this time. That healing will keep him in the game, and Halberd's still trying to support Franz a little bit, but the Colossadon Hunters are after him, and they don't give a shit. Like, they're taking some damage, but they're getting some healing from their own Slaanesh. They're okay, and they just want to punish Franz for all they're worth. Empire Knights do run in with the Reichel and Runefang, giving them enough melee attack to maybe get through the Colossadon Hunters and push them down. For the Lizardmen, we have 1 Ripperdactyl routing, 2, all 3 actually that are still here at about half HP, and they are sitting in Halberds. If Franz can hang on, he might be okay, but a Rev Crystal plus an Earthblood onto the Colossadon Hunter should be enough healing to keep them through it. Yeah, they rout Franz, and that'll probably be GG. In a 6-minute slugfest, it started off real slow, both sides kind of testing the waters, and then I feel like in 2 minutes, the entire battle happened. GG. Lifecaster got 1100 value for the green one. In a short game, a Lifecaster got 1100 value, if that tells you the state of Slaanesh right now. All of the Ripperdactyls got a lot of value, but the Colossadon Hunters more than the rest with 2,200. The cold ones of any variety really struggled to do much this game. Black Knight peeled them pretty effectively, and the Skink Skirmishers did just fine, but the Ripperdactyls routed all the range, then surrounded Franz and beat him up, and that was about the game. For Black, things were going well in the early game. I don't think there was a late game. I think it was just an early game and a mid game, and then all of a sudden it was over. But that, like, massive surround and catch on all the ranged units in the backfield was really brutal. They all ended up in the same space of the battlefield, and the Lizards could just pile everything there and kill them all at once. That was a bit unfortunate. Maybe in hindsight, if he had spread them out a little bit more upon seeing the Ripperdactyls, maybe that would have been better, but it's hard to say. He played it pretty well until suddenly a mass break just took him out of the game. That was game 1. Going to the Lizardmen in green one, beating the Empire. Game 2. Dark Elves versus Lizardmen. More Lizardmen. Since apparently all we see is Empire, but not Lizardmen all the time. Your thoughts on the new Kislev units? The Frost Worm that they added, stealing the name from Norska, is really stupid, because that's going to confuse me as a caster for a long time, because we don't want to say Frost Worm when I mean the Frost Worm, but I meant to say Frost Worm when I meant the Frost Dragon. And the fact that that sentence actually makes sense if you know what I'm talking about is the exact problem here. Don't, like, just come up with a different name, then rename something else, and then name your thing the thing that used to be a thing, and then name that other thing a thing that's very similar to that thing. Because now it's like a Frost Dragon. Stupid. Anyway. The Frost Worm looks fine. Its name is dumb, but it looks fine. The cheap halberds are what Kislev... Okay, Kislev needed cheap chaff. I don't know if they needed cheap halberds. That seems insanely strong, especially if they still have the Buyer Blood passive. So that seems a little ridiculously strong, though it is a unit Kislev needed. Then what else? think that's it for like their units, right? After that, they just have legendary heroes, which, yay, the Bear Blob gets another hero. Woo! That's about it, yeah. So Kislev stuff, I'm least excited about the Kislev stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think out of the 3 factions, Kislev stuff, I'm the most like, oh, fuck, kill me. Anyway, Dark Elves versus Lizardmen. So Black Knight is now in the Lizardmen. Green one is on the Dark Elves. Green one does have the Siren of Red Ruin doing a bit of kiting. We have Black Arc Corsair Handbows, Dread Spears all the way down the line. And then we have some Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, 2 more Dark Riders, and a Caster of Beasts with just Flock of Doom, and she is on horseback. For the Lizards, it is the Skink Tide you all know and love. Some Skink Skirmishers, some Skink Cohorts with Javelins, some Skink Cohorts without Javelins. We have the Cohort of Waddle, a Star Chamber Guardian Temple Guard ROR, which is very different. And then Feral Cold Ones, Horned Ones, and a Slawn of Life with Earthblood and Regrowth. Alright. Horned Ones are diving straight in, trying to get the Black Arc Corsair Handbows, but they get distracted by the Siren of Red Ruin. Not a terrible thing to get distracted by, because if they can surround her and beat her up, she has no healing. So that is a good target you can get. I wonder if she uses her Whale. Has not used it yet to get a little bit of damage out. The Black Arc Corsair Handbows seem to be struggling to get shots off. Since they are partially in melee, I wonder if they're just not going to shoot their bows at the Horned Ones. Horned Ones are taking some damage, but not enough. A lot of ranged skinks nearby, though they're all piling up on each other, so they're not going to get clear lines of sight. What would be a fair nerf to healing? About half. It should be half as effective. You think I'm overstating it, but it's true. Healing would still be meta if it was half as strong as it is right now. That's how redonkulous healing is. Alright, Star Chamber Guardians find a fight with some Dark Riders as Feral Cold Ones hold them in place for the Star Chamber Guardians to get here. The Dark Elves kiting is all pulling back, and they are still safe, though they're really seeming to have issues getting DPS out for the sacrifices they're taking. We're losing a bunch of Bleak Swords, we're losing some Dark Riders and Cold One Knights for just a bit of damage. Now they're shooting at the Star Chamber Guardians with a Flock of Doom Overcast on top of them as well, so that is going to be some good damage, but so far the Lizardmen are pretty happy with the damage they've taken on some random-ass skinks. This is also dangerous. The Cohort of Waddle getting this far overextended, fighting Cold One Knights with their anti-large armor piercing, and going to get shot by the repeater crossbows and stuff. This could turn into a bit of a disaster for the Lizardmen, as the Horned Ones are also falling back. The Temple Guard already going to rout. There's that kite damage we were waiting for. And damn, the Lizardmen are taking an L. Horned Ones trying to refocus and get back into the fight. Murderous Prowess and Murderous Mastery is popped, and more skinks are running back here. It looks like they're not going to use their range attack. They're just running straight into the melee. Another banishment from the Slawn goes wide. Will there be Zinch played in the tourney? Not sure. Without Kairos, they're like a B-tier faction. Anyway. Horned Ones still taking a lot of damage. They get an Earthblood and a Shield of the Old Ones trying to keep them safe. They are trying to get a Lord Snipe in right now, but they're just taking so much damage from the kite elements that the Lizardmen are going to need to really focus down some of that range support before getting bogged down in more melee fights here and there. Sign of Red Ruin firing into the front line. Black Arc Corsair Handbows firing in onto the skinks on the side. The Star Chamber Guardians trying to stay in this for now. Skinks still pushing up. Lizardmen still pushing up. Cold-blooded keeping the Horned Ones in the fight, but it's been a rough go for the Lizards. For the Dark Elves, maybe the skinks can stop their kiting. Dark Rider Peter Crossbow is taking a lot of damage from jab skinks right now. A healthy Cold One Knight plows into more skinks and takes them out, while Feral Cold Ones try and get a flank off here. Pushing those guys away at least, even if they don't catch them, it'll get them out of here and out of the Lizardman's hair. Sign of Red Ruin is stuck fighting the Cohort of Waddle. Should not enjoy that, though she has support around and they really don't. They're starting to get some skinks now, but the Black Arc Corsair Handbows and the Dark Riders are here to help out the Bloodrack Medusa as she tries to take out the Slawn a little bit. Lizardmen get a little bit more healing with the Earthblood that is countered by the Flock of Doom for now, though against Monstrous Infantry it won't be nearly as effective as the healing. Yeah. Dark Elves talking about their sorcery being majestic, while the Sign of Ruin finally starts taking significant damage as the Court of Waddle have completely boxed her in. Haha, box cigars. But now the Halberds have arrived. The Halberds will do most of the real damage here as they fully saturate the area and poke her down with their anti-large sticks. Court of Waddle do okay, but they mostly just hold something in place and then they tend to kind of T-pose a little bit. They'll do damage, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same as like standing in Halberds, because you can like visibly watch a health bar shrink in Halberds. Court of Waddle, it's more of an overtime thing. Alright, Slaanesh, Mage Priest of Life, chilling while his skinks throw little darts here and there. Lizardmen are pulling slightly ahead on the balance of power. Flock of Doom again pressuring down the Court of Waddle and the Temple Guard. Where are the horned ones? Are they dead? Are they dead already? Yeah, they're dead. One horned one is shattered and running away from the field. Skink Skirmishers firing. The Bloodrack Medusa is actually getting away. I wonder if she is allowed to rally. We will have to see. Meanwhile, more Skinks pressuring in on these Blackheart Corsairs. And the Blackheart Corsairs are running out of ammunition in large part. Blood Statuette of Spite's trying to poke down the Dark Rider Pier crossbow since those guys still have a lot of ammunition left. And they have mobility superiority for the most part, so they can largely go where they want to and shoot what they want to. They don't really have to worry about what the Lizardmen bring to the table. Temple Guard getting real low, same with Court of Waddle, but here comes a Bound Banishment right on top of the squared up Dark Riders. That'll do really good damage against them at a crucial moment, because once again, the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows are the win condition for the Dark Elves at this point, and that Banishment deleted them. Just as a Flock of Doom comes down to take out the Court of Waddle and these Skinks and maybe the Temple Guard with that damage. Bounce power is being a little silly. Though I suppose we do have these Dark Riders in melee with Skinks. They are taking more damage than they would like to. Fighting these Skinks going to back off for now. Oof. And yeah, the Skinks are still throwing in onto these little Dark Riders. Silent Red Ruin is back. Fires through the trees. Does manage to hit all 3 shots, but those little Skinks take out the Dark Riders. And just as I said, the Dark Riders are the only thing that can win this game for the Dark Elves. One of them gets run off the map by a banishment. The other one gets taken out by Blood Statuette of Spite and some Skinks. Without that, the Dark Elves don't have the DPS to win this game anymore. Even without anything of real value, the Court of Waddle are pretty much dead. The Stark Chamber Guardian is pretty much dead. This Slann plus healing all of his Skinks can whittle down the Dark Elves. Sign of Red Ruin doesn't have enough left in it to kill a whole army by herself. Most of these Blackheart Corsair handbows are too dead to really do too much by themselves either. That Banishment heard the smack talk you were talking earlier? Yeah. It does love hurting things in a square formation. Big overcasted Flock of Doom, but the overcast damage will actually trigger army losses and knock the Dark Elves out. For Green One, it was an innovative build, and it was a pretty close game, but he couldn't overcome the heal spam. I imagine he was up on damage value by a lot by the end of the game, but it just didn't matter. Most of his units got close to paying for themselves or a little over. For Black Knight, it was a solid build, played fine. Court of Waddle got really good damage value. Horned Ones did not. They got some healing support, but not a ton, I guess. Stark Chamber Guardians were just annoying meat sponges. But it was the Skinks that win the day, and I'm sure that's a sentence Lizardmen haters are tired of hearing about. But yes, the Skinks, the Skinks, the Skinks. They're real good. They're real good. We're going to game 3. Game 3. Green One and Black Knight. Who will prevail as Green One takes Kislev into Black Knight's beloved favorite faction, High Elves? This man loved himself some High Elves. It is Imric and his Double Caster. His Double Caster is not his most common build. He usually just does Imric and a Life Caster, though I have seen him mixing in Double Caster a little bit here and there. Some Plague of Rust action on the Metal Caster. How long are you going to stream today? Till the tournament's done, brother.
You know the horrors of
Till the tournament's
great
done.
forest. You know what lies in store.
We
for
have...
those-
While she does her speech,
Take heart.
because I can't talk over that bitch. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 best of 3s left, and this game 3. So, like, 9.33. Okay, for Kislev, we have Mother Ostankia with Flock of Doom, and that is it. 2 heavy war sleds for a bit more kiting. And then she's backed up by some armored Kossars. Things in the woods include the Mordheim Beowulfs, a Patriarch, Kosovite Dervishes, and more Dervishes. No Bear Blob, no Incarnate, still Mother Stanky. On the other side, for the High Elves, we have Spearmen who are getting shredded by Mother Stanky's range attacks because they're way too strong, considering she's also a strong Chariot Lord. Then a bunch of archers, just so many. 4 archers, 5 archers, 2 Lothan Seaguard, Dragon Princes, Illyrian Reavers, and then Imric, Metal Caster with Plague of Rust and the Starwood Staff, and then a Mage of Life with just Earthblood. Kislev's running around. Oh, these Kossars are going to get shot in the side by the archers, so we'll see how that goes for them. Looks like the dervishes and the sleds are going to take the fight. We'll see what Dragon Princes can do, but these heavy war sleds can go burr through a lot of the high elf build here, unless Imric and the Dragon Princes stop them. Illyrian Reavers won't have like the raw DPS to deal with the heavy war sleds. I just realized you've never seen Hubby stream a game he's won. Possible. I win a lot of games when I'm playing, so like you could do any of the Vermin League grinding streams, but yeah. Mother Ostankia driving around, doing okay. Armored Kossars moving up slowly as the archers continue to rein in, but the High Elf front line's already in disarray, which is not something you're used to saying. It just shows the power of Mother Ostankia and her flock of dooms and her range attacks and stuff. The High Elf Spearman front line got kind of massacred. Dragon Prince is pulling up now to countercharge Kossvar Dervishes and Mordheim Beowulfs. That fight should go well for them. Should is a key word, but is the word all the same. Imric is flying over to help out a little bit. The Dragon Horn giving these guys some nutty stats. And an Earth Blood is cast on the Dragon Princes, but that Dark Blood tainted means they can't receive any of it until they back off. Now they'll start getting a little bit of the healing, but it was most of the cast wasted, unfortunately, for them. Archer's still firing away at Kislev, doing some damage, but here come the heavy war sleds. And brace yourself for Chariot's actually doing damage. Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. Second one charged it okay, but these Kossvar Dervishes got in the way of the first two sleds. They didn't really do that much. Oh, they're also Loudon Seaguard. Okay, Loudon Seaguard have charge defense. Never mind. Never mind. High Elves ruining my fun of watching Chariots go burr. We need more Vermin League grind streams. I have been insanely busy in real life and casting a lot of events like the Faction War and playoffs and everything. Mother Ostankia gets dove on by Imric and surrounded by Dragon Princes. She is having a very hard time getting out of here. A Plague of Rust Overcast brings her down to 0 armor. So these Dragon Princes relying on their high stats, but no armor-piercing values. Doing well against Mother Ostankia here. Still a lot of damage coming in from Kislev, and the Patriarch's rolling up to try and offer her some healing. Fireblood keeps her in the fight for now. Here he is, offering his healing that we all love so much. Mother Ostankia even chucks out a Flock of Doom in this area. Both bear sleds are here to stop Imric from killing Mother Stanky off. Meanwhile, the High Elves are in retreat in the backfield. We have some archers who are hanging with it. Meanwhile, armored Kossars and their pistols are ripping Imric to shreds, and the archers really haven't done that much against the armored Kossar front line. Too tanky, silver shields, not going to be a problem against those High Elf archers. Imric is about to die as the war sleds have completely locked him in place. He is essentially netted right now, and he can't get out. Even the AI is having issues routing him out of here as the Patriarch holds him in place along with the Mordheim Beowulfs. Everybody is shooting him, and he does have that Dark Blood tainted, so he can't receive any healing whatsoever. He's going to get shot to death. Army losses will hit as Mother Stanky to Mother Stanky things. 3,100 damage value while getting surrounded and dueled with by Imric all game. And Imric got 418. Huh. That's strange. That's odd that would happen. Armored Kossars did really well. Heavy War Sleds also did fine. Mordheim Beowulfs didn't do that much. They just stopped people from healing, which is fine. Wish more factions had some stuff like that. Ostankia surviving that was insane. It is insane, because she's insane. I can complain about it till the cows come home. People don't believe me. Well, some people do. But other people are like, just surround her. It's easy. Ostankia's bullshit. I hate her. I hate her a bunch. Like I said, we would have... Why is the Photoshop black? There we go. We would have banned her by now, but we knew a patch was coming soon, so we're just like, whatever. We'll leave it and see what the patch does to her. She's getting a new spell lore too, which is something we have to watch out for. Like, it could make her worse. Could. I mean, she has Flock of Doom right now, so she could just, you know, stop taking Flock of Doom and now be this same character, but have healing spells. So who knows? Alright, Tim the Wilder and Nameless One. That is it. Oh, goody. Oh, God. Okay. This is a terrible matchup. Greenskins versus Dwarves. As much as people hate on Nurgle and Slaanesh, I was close to winning that one, and I should have won that one, but I've gotten over it since then. This matchup is straight up unwinnable. I've even known exactly what was coming and still lost it pretty badly because the gyrocopters properly microed can just do so fucking well against Greenskins, man. Then Banner. We're waiting for the patch. It's in a couple days. Free Kairos, he didn't do anything wrong. He also did a lot wrong. Bye, GS. Alrighty. For the Greenskins of Tim the Wilder versus Nameless Order's Dwarves, we have a Squig Herd frontline with Goblins, some Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, Wurzag with his Net, and then Foot of Gork, Fists of Gork, Black Orcs, Savage Orc Arboys, and some Stone Trolls. Alright, alright. We have, on the other side, 4 Gyrocopters for the Gyro Kite. One of them got netted and then shot at by archers, took a little bit of damage. All 4 of the Gyrocopters have Brimstone Guns. We have Thoric Ironbrow on his Anvil of Doom, Double Thane, and then Dwarf Warriors, some Miners Blasting Charges, some Slayers, and 1 Quarreler. Who has more HP, Boris on a Griffin or Gotrek? Probably Boris on a Griffin. Probably. Greenskins versus Dwarves isn't unwinnable. Key is to bring nothing for Gyros to shoot. They can just shoot your Lord, you know. Like, they can just kill your Lord. You have to take one. And even Azhag can't deal with them. I've seen a lot of games where Azhag just chases 4 Gyrocopters, and whatever one he's chasing runs away from him and outruns him, and the other 3 shoot him while he chases it. Anyway, archers trying to peel the Gyrocopters, but they're doing, like, negative damage. Because, dude, like... So while the Greenskins move up to talk about that, like, just bring nothing for them to shoot, I have tried that, but we saw what happened in Blood Penguin's game, Blood Penguin and GS, where the Greenskins were very far ahead, and it was against Boris and the Deathcaster, and then they just killed Wurzag and routed everything. That's going to be your problem. So the Gyrocopters can just snipe anything that matters, and the rest of your stuff is, like, cheap-ish chaff that the Dwarves will just route, because Thoric and his Hero Hammer will beat them up, and then Miners with Blasting Charges will do enough damage to get them all to about half HP, and then without a Lord, they'll rout. So that's the experience I've had, dude. Alright, Gyrocopters shooting into the backs of these trolls a little bit. Not fully focusing down Wurzag, which could be a mistake. It's allowing him to get up here, and he's maybe going to cast a Foot of Gork. There's a Foot of Gork. Now, could you expect that someone's going to bring Foot of Gork? No, and it does, wow, negative damage. Never mind. He doesn't care. But anyway, you should still 100% snipe Wurzag. There's no reason not to. He's currently routing off the Stone Trolls by shooting them in the back, causing fire damage, which they're weak to, but also lowering their healing by quite a bit. Thoric pops his Rune of Doom to give nearby Dwarf Warriors a bunch of stats, and Blasting Charges still chucking into the area as more and more trolls are starting to rout away. Once again, though, I have to get on my soapbox and say, kill Wurzag. Hey, kill Wurzag. Look how low their fucking leadership is. Their leadership would be a lot lower. Ow. If Wurzag was dead, kill Wurzag! Kill Wurzag! What are you doing? What are you shooting at? Alright, you're shooting at Wurzag. That's fine. What is everybody else shooting at? Stone Trolls? Who gives a shit? Alright, these Gyrocopters are going for a bit of a ride. Kill Wurzag! You can kill him. He's over there. Just go kill Wurzag. These guys are going to rout off Stone Trolls. Escort them off the map so they can't come back. I appreciate that. That's good play. That's fine. Kill Wurzag! Just kill him! Gyrocopters don't know what they're shooting at anymore. These ones are just fucking off. That's fine. No one listen to me. It's whatever. Black Orcs getting trashed on right now. Gonna rout soon. Thoric fighting against all these guys. Greenskins are down to bounce power. Wurzag! Kill him! Not mad. That's how you beat Greenskin. Blasting Charges and Heroes. Copters knock down anything still moves. I mean, Sakura, that's fine. If you have some way to win as Greenskins versus Dwarves, I'd love to see it in a tournament. The worst, like, I'm not saying you do this. There are lots of people who do this. But it does annoy me when I say, like, something is favored, and then that you go into, like, a quick battle, and then the enemy player stops to go take a shit, and then grab a chocolate bar, and then eat it, and then his fingers are all sticky so he can't touch the keyboard, and he's, like, clearly AFK, and someone sends me a replay, and they're like, look, I showed X, Y, and Z being good. I'm like, no, the other guy was clearly not playing. So, like, don't go to quick battle and beat up on somebody you're way better than and say X unit is good. Like, show it to me against someone that's roughly your skill level. Or, like, in a tournament, or where games matter. Because this, dude, that's happened so long over the almost 3 years I've been streaming. Is like, people go to quick battle and play a clearly one-sided game where their opponent doesn't know what they're doing and be like, see, fucking, what's a terrible spell? Transmutational lead is amazing, or something. It's like, nah, did you win because of transmutational lead? Or did you win because he brought like 3 Charybdis and left them all in the corner because he forgot to bring them with his army? Just winnable? I actually argue it's not winnable for Greenskins. It's so desperately bad. As the Greenskins currently are all just routing off, there's not a whole lot to say because they're losing everywhere. Their front line didn't win as the gyrocopters continue to just kite them out. All the stone trolls got routed off. Now the black orcs are just wandering around trying to find a house. The savage orc arboys are trying to do damage, but it's not really amounting to too much. Thork double Thane running around, chasing things. And these gyrocopters strangely started meleeing stone trolls, which did not work out, so that's a bit of a whoopsie from the dwarves. They still have 1 ammo, so I don't know how they ended up in this situation. I beat like 20 guys using feral mammoths. That seems unlikely. Anyway, that gyrocopter is dead. A little bit of a whoopsie from the dwarves there, and the fact that Wurzeg's still alive is criminal in this game. I cannot allow it. As these gyrocopters are using their ammunition onto black orcs. These other gyrocopters charge into savage orc arboys who are currently wad up. The savage orc arboys will beat the gyrocopters in melee. What are we doing here? Dwarves getting very loosey-goosey in this late game. Alright, Thane is surrounded by trolls now. Gyrocopters should be able to come over and shoot them in the back, and then with the Thane nearby, they'll probably rout, and the gyrocopter's going to escort them off, but the gyros are actually not going to shoot the trolls. I wonder if the AP pump wagons are good versus dwarves. They are not. They get caught in the front line. They don't have enough mass to push through the dwarves. Rock lobbers and fanatics go burr. Rock lobbers, I largely just ignore them, and fanatics are fine as long as the gyrocopters don't use their rock drops on you. And also, what are you going to do about the gyrocopters in that build? Would mammoths be good if they could actually, if they could heal? No. Mammoths need way more splash damage. They need to actually be what they promise to be, and that if they get into infantry and they slam through them, they chase them off. But mammoths just aren't that. Like, they do no damage. Alright, Norska... Not Norska. You got me distracted. Greenskins are trying to push back these dwarves, and the gyrocopters used, like, all of their ammo not on Wurzeg. Now they're starting to re-snipe Wurzeg, but it took you long enough. Greenskins are down on the balance of power. Wurzeg's starting to get sniped out. Double Thane is here to also help just a little bit. And they're still shooting at the trolls. Just like, why do you hate winning? Just kill Wurzeg, for the love of God. Whatever. They won anyway. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They dove a gyrocopter into melee with stone trolls and it fucking died. They spent half of one's ammunition shooting black orcs and they won anyway. This matchup is abysmal. It didn't matter. Oh god, stone trolls, one of them did okay, the rest did nothing. Black orcs got rolled, night goblins, squigcopters didn't do much. Savage orc arboys did fine. Squigs did fine. Goblins, not great, but you don't bring them to do great. For Nameless Order, Hero Hammer was around, they just helped out. Gyrocopters all paid for themselves and chased things off. Dwarf Warriors did fine, Miners Blast Charges did well, Quarrelers did fine, Slayers did well. You think normal mammoths are fine? No. Does the Dwarven Engineer have restock? Yes. Yes, he does. He does have ammunition. My build versus the Greenskins actually does have, it has Engineer with restock. Alright, that was game 1. Game 2. It's a Dark Elf mirror. I feel like we've seen this before in a different playoff bracket. We saw this, and General Eisenbart versus Zurihan, I believe. Eisenbart brought all naked witch elves and Hellebron running at the full kite of Zurihan, and we're getting that, like, light here. Where Tim the Wilder's not full naked ladies in Hellebron, but he has a lot of them. And the Nameless Order isn't full kite, but still has the Scourge Runners. Because the other, Zuri had, like, 3 Scourge Runners. Alright. As we said, the Witch Elf rush is here. Soul Stealer, Dark Dragon Caster. Then a front line of Witch Elves, 2 Sisters of Slaughter backing them up, then some Coldwood Knights and Dark Riders. 3 Coldwood Knights to be specific. On the other side, for... Okay, who's Tim facing? Nameless. Got it. Nameless order. We have another Dark Elf Soul Stealer Dragon. Bunch of Dark Riders, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, front line of Dread Spears, 2 Sisters of Slaughter, so both sides taking a Sister of Slaughter, and a bunch of Knights. Tim the Wilder, will he take 10 minutes to engage in land battles too? Nah, there's no benefit to sitting back like that in land battles. You gotta go do something, you're just gonna take free damage. Dragon Lord tries to land on the Dark Riders as Cold Knights charge in, but she does that weird dragon T-pose and doesn't actually end up landing. Witch Elves trying to run up and apply the Madness of Cain to the Cold Knights, but they're not going to rampage until they take some serious damage. They should be able to back off. Dark Riders fighting Dark Riders in the distance, but red Cold Knights are here to help out. Green Cold Knights are going to go fight other Dark Riders. They'll do okay. Overall, red should be able to win that just by superiority in numbers. But the front line should go heavily in the favor of green. Scourge Runner Chariots trying to act like chariots and get through here, but they're now going to get bogged down and maybe rampage to their deaths. This could be a big mistake from Nameless Order. We'll see if they can get out of here before rampaging. Sisters of Slaughter are also joining the fight on both sides. More Scourge Runners trying to charge in, but they're backing out. And a big old blob fight over here. Both sides going to throw down Soul Stealers. Yep, just like that to get a little bit of damage out. On this side, the Scourge Runner Chariot did manage to avoid rampaging for now, though it is flirting dangerously. There it is with the rampage, and now it's stuck in the fight. The front line of the red team should get smoked because the green team brought better troops and more of them. The red team does have some range from the Scourge Runner Chariots, who are... one is rampaging, the other one's not, and they also have slightly better cav, if I remember correctly. Dark Riders trying to rear charge the Witch Elves to take care of them with their low armor. Murderous Prowess popped on one side. Not quite. There we go. Yeah, it is popped on both sides now. The Scourge Runner Chariot that is rampaging is still rampaging and down to about 1/3 HP. And Cold Knights take a fight with Cold Knights in the distance. Now, thankfully, one of them has Murderous Prowess popped, while the other one also has Murderous Prowess popped. Dragon Lords are both doing fine. And the green Dark Elves are slightly down in the balance of power, though I really am just not sure what the state of this battle is. I have no idea who's winning, because it's just all chaos. Scourge Runners do rally from being rampaged, and they push off the Witch Elves, but Witch Elves are winning other fights. There's a big cav engagement in the back. 2 Cold Knights versus a Dark Rider and a Cold Knight, but another Dark Rider aiding, but also Witch Elves are coming to aid, so both sides throwing a lot of chaos into this. I think the greens will come out on top, because for now their Cold Knights are doing just fine, and yeah, here comes the rampage and debuff. There goes a Dark Rider. Cold Knight soon going to follow it to the grave. And it looks like Nameless is just going to pull out his last Dark Rider. Doesn't want to lose that one too. Realizes this is a sacrificed fight. Both sides throwing Soul Stealers down on top of each other yet again. And there they go. 1 Scourge Runner Chariot down to 2 models. Not feeling good at all. Very, very low on HP. Sisters of Slaughter. Red team still has 1 healthy Sister of Slaughter, but I wonder... his dragon has 1 breath attack left, so I wonder if he can use it on that healthy sister and take it down a peg. That would really help him out, because that is the last big piece that the red Dark Elves have besides their Dragon Lord. He keeps thinking about landing, then thinking against it, but there he goes. He finally lands. Scourge Runner Chariots are going to opt into the fight, and the Dragon Lord. So Nameless, realizing his best way to win this game is probably to snipe out the enemy caster while Soul Stealers on cooldown, and then hopefully route the rest of the army from there, because the green army is kind of in tatters, but like has enough eliteness left to it that they'll fight to pretty much the end if their lord is still alive. While his red army, his Sisters of Slaughter, are quickly getting taken out. Scourge Runner Chariots are doing okay, but one of them is about to get rampaged any second here. There goes a breath attack from the green dragon, but it's a bit of a disaster. It actually kills one of it. Yeah, that was a breath attack from the red dragon. It actually killed one of his own Scourge Runner Chariots just because of how it angled. What's your favorite mirror matchup to play? None of them, but maybe Empire. I'm not a mirror match enjoyer when I'm playing. I really don't like it. It feels too random. That's the thing, is like most matchups that are mirror matches, you're like, okay, you can't bring a balanced build because your opponent's probably going to take something like crazy and leverage it really hard and just hope to counter you. Another Soul Stealer is out from the red team onto the green team. Hits the Sisters of Slaughter and the enemy Dragon Lord. Meanwhile, the red team is routing off Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves, going to escort them off the map. Dark Riders rampaged into the Witch Elves, can't escape now. We do have 2, at this point in the game, healthy. Right? Relatively healthy. Golden Knights rejoining the fight. They're going to charge the Dread Spears and just nuke that unit down. And the Sisters are going to flog each other to death in the battleground here. But balance power is turned in the favor of Nameless Order. I'm not sure that I agree. It depends on how much damage the Scourge Runner Chariots can do about these Cold One Knights. If you get into a late game situation, it's Cold One Knights and Dragon Lord versus a Dragon Lord. Obviously, the Cold Knights are going to win. Though I suppose if you put both Cold One Knights in the fight and the Soul Stealer hits all 3 of them, they're low enough that could actually do something. Scourge Runner's trying to kite it out. Dark Elf's chasing off these other ones, so I'm going to just fast forward while both armies kind of regroup a little bit here. Dragons and Cold One Knights trying to dive onto Witch Elves, but they're going to fight the healthy green Cold One Knight. And who is Soul Stealering what here? It looks like a green Soul Stealer, yes. So Green Soul Stealer hits the enemy Dragon Lord, hits the Dark Riders, and is going to heal up the Green Lord as she dives in, so she gets a charge bonus. But here comes the counter Soul Stealer to hit the Dragon Lord and hit the healthy Cold One Knight. It does not manage to hit the other Cold Knight that was on its way in. So is the Soul Stealer enough to deter this fight, or is it what we had feared for the red team all along, that a Dragon duel with Cold Knight support would be the death of her? Does not look like it, as the Cold Knights have to opt out to go fight Dark Riders before they get rear charged for free, and there's also Dread Spears out there. There's still this very wounded Cold Knight that's fighting next to their Liege Lord against the enemy Lord. Witch Elves trying to opt in to get a little bit of that rampage down. Scourge Runner Chariots out of ammo and out of health, trying to peel off Sisters of Slaughter. Heal cap has approached, and here is a rampage in onto the red Dark Caster. Though her Soul Stealer's still on cooldown, it's really not that big of a deal. Big terror routes, though. Both Golden Knights leave the fight. Witch Elves also thinking about heading out of here. We still have Dark Riders in, so the red team actually has more support as the Witch Elves get going, as the Sisters of Slaughter get going. Oh, shit! It's a Dragon Duel! Both sides very low. Both sides Soul Stealers coming off cooldown soon, so I imagine we'll see double Soul Stealer on top of each other once again any second now. Not a lot left on the battlefield for either side. Which Dragon Lord comes out on top? Red Dragon Lord does have more health right now, as both charge attack in the same direction, though the green ones did not connect. Not the green one, the player, the green team. There comes the first Soul Stealer onto the green caster, which means there's another Soul Stealer coming for the red caster any second now. Healing for her, damage on green's caster. Where's the counter Soul Stealer? Where is it? You need it if you're going to stay in this game. Counter Soul Stealer! Dark Riders, Sisters of Slaughter opting in. Tear out immediately takes the Dark Riders away. Not a lot of damage going on to either Dragon Lord, as both of their melee stats apparently not coming to the fore, but there's a Soul Stealer the green desperately needed to heal up and damage the enemy. And another Opal Amulet. Didn't you just cast that? Wait, how did you do that again so quickly? What the fuck? I swear they just had Opal Amulet on. Whatever. They're fighting back and forth. Soul Stealer's gone. Dark Riders opting back in. Green has really no support. We have some Spears trying to come back, but there's Dark Riders over here too. And I feel like this red caster is just not hitting any shots ever. All the green caster is occasionally getting some hits down, but really neither is hitting that well. Alright, here come the Spears. And the Dark Elf of Nameless Order's Dragon Lord getting a charge down, but gets charged while falling. So takes damage and then misses her charge attack, so I'm doubting she got her charge bonus. Now there are Dread Spears behind her. She is fighting a Dragon Lord in the face. Both sides Soul Stealer is going to be coming off cooldown soon if they have it. But they're both close to their heal cap. I wonder if either of them used a Soul Stealer for damage and didn't need the healing, which would mean that they don't have any left. Because if you use all your Soul Stealers for healing, you can barely heal cap. Alright, Tim's Seer is getting way better RNG. The red one hasn't hit shit all game. And this green one is kicking her ass. -4 leadership, she's all of a sudden going to rout, and that is army losses immediately. As the green Dark Elf caster just refused to get hit in melee. I don't know what that was. That was insanity. $4,100 for one caster, $3,100 for the other. Witch Elves, mixed damage on the front line, but struggled a little bit. Sisters of Slaughter did pretty well. Coleman Knights did fine-ish. Yeah, fine. Dark Riders got wrecked. For Nameless Order, Scourger and Chariots both did very well, actually. His Cold Knights did fine. His Dark Riders did pretty well. Bleak Swords got rolled by Witch Elves. And his Sister Slaughter did okay. GG. That was some really bad RNG for Nameless Order. Oh, God. I might play this whole one on fast forward. It's the same matchup we saw earlier. Slightly different stuff. I mean, there's 2 Warbear Riders instead of the Warbear Rider ROR and then the Mordheim Beowulfs. And then for Nameless Order, he brought triple Grail Knight instead of double... Wait. Sipa brought 1 Grail Knight and a Hippogriff Knight and Alberic. Nameless Order's bringing the Fae and triple Grail Knight.
You know the horrors of the deep forest. You know
Okay, for Kislev, we have Incarnate Elemental Beasts, a Patriarch on foot with both of his heals. Yes, both of his heals. Then we have 2 Warbear Riders, one which is the Oath Repositor, and Mother Ostankia with her Spirit Bear and Flock of Doom. With that, we have some Armored Kossars, a bunch of Kossovite Dervishes, That's it. On the other side, Men-at-Arms and Peasant Mob in the front line, 5 Archers, and then a Knight Errant. I saw 1. Triple Grail Knight, and the Fey Enchantress with Regrowth and Earthblood. Cool, cool. Both sides jockeying for position. Got a ×2 speed for a second here. As Kislev's moving in. Here go the Grail Knights. Taking some pistol shots on the way in. They had received some nerfs where they're no longer just like chariots, so they can't roll through Armored Kossars. They actually get very little damage off, and that was a great trade for Kislev. The Armored Kossars took next to nothing, and the Grail Knights took a little bit of damage, and they even got out a regrowth. Brutal. Reading the Malice books, 2/3 of Hargonnet's popular died in the book. He was in there. Yeah. But also, Dark Elf lore makes no sense in any way. Like, it doesn't. I enjoyed the Malice books, but they made no sense. Dark Elf society, like, cannot function. Their numbers never add up. There's just like, we have enough Dark Elves. We always have enough. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Kossovite Dervishes going to get murdered by Grail Knights, but they are just baiting, allowing the Warbear Riders to get a rear charge here onto the Grail Knights. Mother Ostankia gets a huge volley onto these guys. Now 2 Grail Knights are getting sandwiched in by all the Kislev cavalry. The Kossovite Dervishes are dying, but so are the Grail Knights. Look at them go. Look at them get wrecked. The other Grail Knights try and bounce back and forth to get out. Knights Errant rear charge the Kossovite Dervishes, but Buyer Blood is a hell of a drug, and those guys aren't going anywhere. The Grail Knights will rout. Say goodbye to your Grail Knights. Overcasted Earthblood, followed up by an overcasted Flock of Doom. And the Grail Knights opting out. 1 is just about dead. The other one's lost half HP in this scuffle at the cost of an unbreakable Dervish. In the distance, a Grail Knight kills off another Dervish full free, and now is getting shot at a little bit by the Pistol Kossars, killing a different Kossar as well, but still, overall, Kislev very happy with this start. As they kill another Grail Knight on the retreat, it looks like they just had enough left in this fight that they could tear them down. And the Flock of Doom Mortis engine from the Incarnate also still whittling them down. Alright, that is a nasty start for Brettonia. Oof, oof, oof. Mother Ostankia and the boys starting to go fight some Men-at-Arms. Kossar's firing down the line, just ignoring the Archers, I suppose, for now. But there are still 5 Archers. We can't allow the Bears and the Incarnate Elemental Beasts just to get shot by 5 Archers all day. That will be terrible for them. So they do need to take this advantage and roll into the back line, like we saw Hard Russ do versus Sipa, where if Sipa was leading him on a wild goose chase, and eventually Hard Russ said, you know what, fuck you, I'm going for your Archers, you can't stop me. If you want to do anything about it, come back here and fight me. And Sipa didn't. He just let his Archers die because he had other things going on. So, I like that. Armored Kossars moving up. They should be able to grind through the Men-at-Arms without much issue. Meanwhile, these Grail Knights, the healthy Grail Knight is at 2/3 HP. Knights Errant still full health. The other Grail Knights are starting to come back, but they're just so injured. Mother Ostankia and the lads rout off all these peasants. Kossovite Dervishes diving back down into these Archers, and a Spirit Seal goes flying into the Peasant Bowmen, taking out half their HP in one cast. Other Knights Errant charges in. Grail Knights trying to rejoin the fight yet again, but the Knights Errant get eaten alive by the bears. Big Flock of Doom hits everybody in this area. The Fey Enchantress tries to counter it with an overcasted, no, just a regular Earthblood, but the Grail Knights she sent in are literally going to die in here. And all the peasants are already routing yet again. Balance power shifts in the favor of Kislev. I do have to agree, as the last healthy Grail Knight is in the distance chasing down some dervishes. Fey Enchantress chucks out her Bound Commodore Casadora, the second one this game, so that'll be her last cast of it. It hits the Warbears, does a little bit of poke damage, but not a ton versus that monstrous cavalry. Grail Knights charging again into the breach. They get countercharged by the bears, and their HP gets slammed into the dirt. They will be gone. Meanwhile, Silex leveled by healing up the bears all the while. At this point, I am agreeing with chat. I don't see there's any way for Brettonia to win. Knights Errant getting poked down by the Armored Cossars. Mother of Stanka coming over to say hello. The last Grail Knight is just staying at a distance. Archers are trying to rally and keep shooting at the Kislev Bear Blob, but there's plenty of healing to stop those guys from doing that, and they're even routing off. There they all go. Knights Errant trying to cycle charge in. Fey Enchantress taken out, but this is a rare moment. Mother of Stankia is super far from the Bear Blob, and the Grail Knights are here. Can the Grail Knights surround her and kill her and maybe win this game? I don't know, but that would be the only way to do it. So they're surrounding her. They're getting good damage off. The Armored Cossars are trying to support, but the Fey Enchantress is slowly draining them down with Mists of the Lady. And the Grail Knights don't really care about the Armored Cossars either. They're just chilling. But Mother of Stankia squeaks her way out. The Bear Blob is coming back. We do have some rallying peasants, including some peasant bowmen. That could be a little annoying, though some of them do just rout of their own volition off on the side. The Grail Knights go back to save the Fey Enchantress. Mother of Stankia is chilling. She waves goodbye to one Grail Knight. And there's an Earthblood. Fey Enchantress charges out to get a duel with Mother of Stankia. Healing herself up. Grail Knights have the favor of the Fey. 80 melee attack. They're going to charge uphill at these Armored Cossars, ride them down. Get a little bit of damage. Not bad. Not bad at all. Another regrowth for her healthy Grail Knights. She's going to have to rely on them to carry everything. There's still a full health Warbear Rider. Probably received a lot of healing, but full health. Half health Oath Brothers of Tor. Full health Patriarch. 3/4 HP Incarnate. This is the last hurrah for Mother of Stankia. We'll see. I really doubt CA is going to nerf her. I really, really doubt it. We're probably going to have to ban her, but we'll see after the patch. Anyway. Grail Knights are being rather cheeky. They're just trying to get some healing while archers fire in, so I'll play at ×2 speed until something actually impactful happens as the Bear Blob moves around. Final fight is in, but the Grail Knights lose that fight so goddamn hard that they get trashed on, and then the Fey Enchantress gets pushed off, and that'll probably be army losses at this point, as nothing can kill the healing Bear Blob that's left on this battlefield. Spirit Bear kills off full Peasant Bowman on its own. That feels balanced. $4,700 damage value from Mother of Stankia. Now, before you get mad at me, these guys are playing with global bans, so they're not global banning Kislev in any of the series that Kislev gets through. That's their prerogative. Hovering over the values, nothing really that much to see here. The Bears, Stanky, and the Giant Incarnate Elemental Beast got a ton of value. For Nameless Order, Fey Enchantress got good value. The Grail Knight that didn't get murdered right away got good value, but the as some of you were saying, the cab fight at the very start where the Grail Knights got sandwiched in by the Kosovo dervishes and stuff, that just sealed the deal in this game. Losing 2 Grail Knights with getting like less than half their value back was really brutal. Really, really brutal. So Tim will advance. And our last series will be between Raced and John FB. Last in the perspective of round 1, not last for the stream. There's still a lot of stream left to go. All right, Moore's gone. Make sure I didn't accidentally click the Total Warhammer 2 banner. Raced and John FB. Johnny FB. This might be another fast-forward game, but for different reasons. It is hard Dark Elf Kite versus Dwarf Boy. versus the boys. They're going to be walking at him so fierce. Thoric Double Thane, ton of Dwarf Warriors, Longbeards, Miners of Blasting Charges, and 4 Bugman's Rangers versus Raced, who literally brought no melee infantry. He brought 7 Shades, Malice Darkblade, Crows of Cain, the Siren of Red Ruin, Bloodwrack Medusa, and a Sorceress of Shadows of Melkoths and Pit of Shades. That is it. Let the kite commence. I'll cast it at ×2 speed unless something happens that I can't keep up with at ×2 speed. But it's really not that hard to keep up with the kite at this rate. Shade's going to be firing in at the Dwarf Warriors. Bugman's Rangers are stalked until they start firing or get close enough to something. So now the Shades can see them. Shades get a big volley off into those Rangers, but Bugmans do have healing. The Dwarves are separating out a little bit to counter the Shades, but this one's getting shot down the side. These Longbeards are getting shot down the side by the Sign of Red Ruin, and she's going to rear charge them to break them off, and the Crows of Cain can follow them for free. Shades kiting around the Dwarf Warriors. This is good play. I'm not double fast forwarding it to be a dick, but like, it's just, you know, kite is really slow, and I do have to leave at some point, so I'm also keeping in mind my own time. Malice Darkblade is fighting Thoric. Thoric is on foot, which does make him a little tankier against certain things, like Malice still has a hard time really killing Foot Lords. And Shades are actually pulling apart the Dwarf formation. The Crows of Cain see an angle and go for it. Dive in onto the Bugman's Rangers. Going to get a little bit of damage. Bugman's Rangers are solid melee combatants, though, so it's not like the Crows of Cain will have a free time here, and they will want to be careful. Miners of Blasting Charges get a huge volley onto the Shades of dual weapons. That is a mistake from Raced and a good catch by John FB. But there's a lot going on, right? This build is very hard to pilot from the Dark Elves. So him getting caught is understandable, but it is still a problem. Crows of Cain stopping 2 Bugman's Rangers while the Bloodwrack Medusa fires in. All 3 Bugmans try and get orders to attack her. They have guard mode on, so we'll see how many shots they actually get off. It looks like they actually do have a decent volley, despite how inundated they are, but most of it misses as her tiny little snake body just ducks and dips and dives. But there go the Crows of Cain. So this is concerning here for Raced. Malice is still stuck in Dwarf Warriors. Those Shades are going to try and bail him out soon. Sorceress of Shadows, 14 speed as the Master Rune of Slaanesh slows her down. Thane's getting big damage in, and the Shades are taking a lot of damage. On the far side, these other Shades are doing fine, kiting these Dwarves out, though this Dwarf has reached him in Minus Blasting Charges, and there goes the throw. Dark Elf Kite running into some problems, half HP off that Shades with Great Swords to the Minus Blasting Charges. Thoric and the boys rout off the Shadows caster. The Crows of Cain are back. Back again, Shady's back, tell a friend. But also we have some Dwarf Warriors catching up to Shades, and it looks like Raced is having troubles with... I don't want to say forgetting certain units, because I doubt he's forgotten them. I bet it's just like, you know, this battle is so spread out now, and he's trying to kite with so many units that it's like, you know, you look away for a second, and the Shade gets caught out. Shit happens to me all the time. Crows of Cain are back in, and this would be a huge Pit of Shades target as a really nice volley comes in for the Cyber Room. Anyway, big Pit of Shades target, but Thoric and the boys already pushed off the Shadows caster. Even if she wasn't routing, she wouldn't be in position to punish these Bugman's Rangers. So, good job, Thoric and the boys, keeping these guys safe. As the Siren of Ruin is mulching the Crows of Cain as much as she's hitting the Bugman's Rangers. She does not seem to care for her brother, and she's actually aiming at the Bugmans in front and happening to hit the back, which is kind of funny. Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin hits the Shades with Great Swords, doing some damage to them as they run the gauntlet of Dwarves, chasing them in. The Thane is keeping up with the Dark Elf Sorceress of Shadows, trying to get her off the map. That would be a really, really big boon for the Dwarves in this game. Meanwhile, the Crows of Cain get their second out of 3 routes, and still the Bugman's Rangers are poking down the Siren of Red Ruin as she counterfires against them. More Shades creeping up to deal with this, but Malice is stuck in Miners now. He is on foot, he's not on spite, which gives him less mass, so yeah, the heavy Dwarven infantry will hold him in place. And they still have their blasting charges. I wonder if they should throw guard mode on, just turn around and throw it. These guys are running away from them. Yeah, we have other miners with blasting charges still. I wonder if they throw at them. And there's Bugman's Rangers. Okay, these Shades are just doomed. You don't even need to waste your blasting charges on them. Nothing they can do. Bugman's Rangers could turn and end them at any point. You can play this at ×2 speed. It's true, I could have earlier, but now there's like enough stuff going on that I actually have things to talk about and don't need a ×2 speed. Is this legal? Yeah, the Shades are a different variant. So variants are limit 8. Like you can have, you know, Clan Rats and Clan Rat Spears. You could have like 4 of each or 5 of one and 3 of the other. Alright. Malice still fighting with Miners. Shade still trying to kite it out as the Dwarves try and pincer them in. They did get the Sorceress off the battlefield. The Siren Ruin seems to be okay. Meanwhile, Thoric and the boys chasing down these shades. Now Bugmans are starting to pay them some attention, but I think the Bugmans were a little slow on the draw for a bit there. Shades on the top side trying to kite it out, though they will get caught slowly by Dwarf Warriors. Now they're kiting once again, so they'll get away. Bugman's Rangers get caught by the Shades, but a blasting charge to the back takes those Shades out once and for all. Bloodrock Medusa gets pushed away, while Longbeards and the Thane chase other Shades. We are back to the ×2 speed because, you know, most of the Shades are running away. Sandwich in of Shades there, pushes them off the map. Malice is still full health and chillin', while Longbeards and the Hero Hammer try and chase down the Sign of Red Ruin. The Thane is coming back to try and catch these Shades and slow them down a little bit. Other Shades running around with the Dwarves. Back to the kite. An entire Longbeard is lost before our eyes, while Malice continues to fight against Minder's blasting charges to sate his thirst for violence. More Shades kite out more Longbeards. And Dark Elves are a little down on the bounce power, but as the builds become smaller, it also becomes easier to micro. Shades kill off another Miner, and all of a sudden the Dwarves are taking heavy losses on every front. Siren Red Ruin down to 8 volleys left. And Bugman's Rangers are actually nearing their heal cap on a couple of their units, but they're counterfiring with the Shades, which the Bugmans should be getting the better of. Shades trying to save themselves from the Longbeards by shooting them to death. And that will work. But the balance of power all of a sudden goes into army losses. What the fuck? Oh, Raced got murdered. Malice got murdered off screen, so he couldn't transform into Zarkan enough time in the game. Just called it army losses. That's funny. That's funny. For John FB, I mean, it worked. He just had a bunch of boys and walked forward slowly, whittling down his opponent, catching Raced's mistakes wherever they existed. For Raced in the Shades, some got decent value all around their damage value point. Malice struggled to really get too much done. Sign of Red Ruin did fine. Alright, back to the Photoshop. We're still at the last quarterfinal. And what? Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. I'm not mad at this. I am confused. I'm not mad, but I am very confused. What? Why is Luther Harkon on my screen? It's entertaining, but why is Luther Harkon on my screen though? He's bad. He's very bad. Whatever. We'll take it, dude. We'll take it. This is actually a very, very fun matchup. Someone asked me what my favorite mirror matchup is, and this isn't a mirror matchup, but it is one of my favorites in the game. I really find Tomb Kings versus Vampire Coast quite interesting. I think there's a lot to explore in it, and I don't see it often, which is why it's one of the more interesting matchups. When matchups are played a ton, you kind of tend to figure them out a little bit, but like this one just doesn't happen very often, so I don't know. I do love it. For John FB and his build here, we have Depth Guard mixed throughout a front line with Bombers, more Depth Guard, and that is about it. So very little actual like sword mobs, just a lot of Depth Guard, which I don't hate. That's fine. I thought I saw a Halberd Depth Guard in here somewhere. Oh, they're there. They're up there with Luther. We also have some pistol mobs in the back and some animated hulks, but it is a heavy infantry rush. Luther Harkon on foot, leading the charge with a Deathcaster following him, Fate of Being and Spirit Leech for her. On the other side, for the Tomb Kings of Raced. Raced is down 0-1, so if you want to see this go to Game 3, you are rooting for the Tomb Kings. Skeleton Horse Archers, some Carrion, Ushapti Greatbows, Regiment of Renown, the Chosen of the Gods, Cetra on his Chariot, which is also a little wild. And then 2 Screaming Skull Catapults, 3 Archers, and some Nekara Horsemen with Ushapti melee version in the background. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, plus a Focus Fire from the Screaming Skull Catapults, plus the Ushapti Greatbows shooting at them, means these Depth Guard polearms are getting wrecked. And they might not even see melee combat before they just disintegrate away. Carry and dive into some bombers to distract them for a bit. They'll get shot by pistols, but they're largely not that perturbed by it. Other bomber mobs also getting killed off by the skirmish cabin. Yeah, the Depth Guard polearms died without ever hitting the front line. A brutal loss for the coast in the start, but that's why you bring 4 Depth Guard, I guess. You hate Undead Mirrors? This one's actually, like, fine. Trust me, this one's actually fine. Because it's, like, 2 shooting factions, so it's not... There's really no blobbing that occurs in this matchup, ever. Hey, Versock. Yeah, whatever. Fine. We've seen a lot of Kislev, Brettonia, Lizardmen, Grand Cathay today, so I think it's mostly been quite competitive. Anyway, for the front line, there's been pretty good peeling here from Raced. I really like this. Now some bombers finally got some throws, but like he's taken out almost 2 bomber mobs before they hit the front line at all. So he saved a lot of his skeleton's HP from that. But there we go. If the bombers get to throw, plus the depth guard mulching through them, the Tomb King's front line is not one to last. Looks like we have a Fate of Yuna? No, sorry. Of course not. We don't have Arkan. Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance on the already wounded depth guard as they get shot by Ushabti Great Bows, charged by Nehekara Horsemen, and Cetra is even going to roll through them soon. Those guys are probably doomed, as our second of 4 depth guard will be, I mean, rejoining the depths, I suppose. Carrion once again poking down some bombers, doing great over there. And Scream Skull Catapult's trying to fire while they still can. Both are technically online, though both are in extreme peril. Skeleton Horse Archers now getting thrown in as a melee-type unit just to stop these little pistol mobs. Deathcaster and Luther sitting in the middle of a bunch of undead. The melee Ushabti has joined the fight for now. And remember, the Vampire Coast has no summons. They didn't bring one. They have a Deathcaster. So what they get is what they get. The Ushabti summon of the Tomb Kings, I don't know if they've used it yet, because they did have one melee Ushabti au naturel. The archers of the Tomb Kings have fallen back and are now firing back into the main fight, trying to kill off, looks like, the animated hulks and the pistol mob. Really good targets for them, as the Chosen of the Gods try and help finish this Death Guard with Cetra charging through their side. Melee Ushabti running up to hold off animated hulks with some Nehekara Horsemen. The Nehekara Horsemen probably need to opt out of that and chase down some of the ranged units instead. Some of the bombers, some of the pistol mobs, things like that. Skeleton Horse Archers are doing that job well, though, with the carrion supporting them. Luther Spirit Leeches Cetra, who thought about fighting him and then decides to just walk away from the maddened Vampire Lord. Another Utsirian's Incantation of Vengeance plus a big charge from Cetra. Does he hit his own Screaming Skull Catapult? No, he hits the Depth Guard and actually does decent impact damage. Good job, Cetra. Proud of you. Hi, my name is Amy. Hi, Amy. Archers pin cushioning the Depth Guard that Cetra was rolling through, and a spell takes them out too. So out of the Depth Guard, there's maybe one alive. Otherwise, they're all dead. Because we saw 3 die on our screen. It looks like one must have died off screen, or I already forgot about it, but I don't see him anywhere. So all the Depth Guard are gone. Vampire Coasts are falling behind on the balance of power, and animated hulks are currently getting worked down by these skeleton archers. Ushabti Greatbow ROR, still half ammunition and full HP, falls back and is firing into the animated hulks. Ushabti's summon hasn't come out yet. It either did and I missed it, or it hasn't come out yet, so there could be a full Ushabti summon left waiting to roll. Still have a pistol mob. Still have some melee mobs. Luther is full HP. Deathcaster's full HP. Such a fun matchup. Dude, I think it's a fun matchup. I'm allowed to think things. I don't know what the Luther plan was, though. I think Luther is trash. I guess he's gotten 900 value so far fighting random stuff, so I guess that's fine. Another Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance from Cetra as he rolls around at the speed of sound, but the undead archers seem to have the upper hand without any dogs or crabs or anything to chase them around. Once they killed the animated hulks, they can now kite freely. Cetra takes an Overcasted Spirit Leech from the caster, trying to whittle him down a little bit, and I guess that could be the one way the Vampire Coast wins this, is kill Cetra and just rely on Crumbling to take care of everything else. Archers might have a hard time finishing off Foot Luther. Bop. Say goodbye to some Tomb King's units as Skeleton Horsemen run down the pistol mobs. Nehekara Horsemen gonna die, but they'll take a pistol summon with them. Actually, not a summon. Pistol regular. Regular old pistols. Can Foot Luther win it? I don't know. Hornswoggle lowers these Ushabti down to 12 melee defenses. Luther and the Deathcaster should be able to beat them up quite handily. Another Spirit Leech onto good old Cetra the Imperishable. And the zombies are going to want to regroup with their single entities soon, because out in the open, they're completely weak to cycle charging or these archers. The archers are trying to get past the single entities to probably get to those deckhands mobs. Cetra rolls through. Hits his own Ushabti, stops dead. That'll unfortunately destroy his entire plan for the charge. Really nice Archbird placement, yeah. You don't really get to see skeleton archers often, and when you do, they don't do well. And this is one of the matchups where they can actually do well. Melee Ushapti opting in to fight these deckhands mobs. I'm getting a little concerned that the Tomb Kings are being too lackadaisical about this. Like, their archers just need to be shooting at these deckhand mobs and taking them out, rather than using their Ushapti's time to do it. Because time is a factor. Cetra's getting Spirit Leeched every time it's off cooldown. That will probably kill him. Archer's going to fire in on these guys, but shooting at foot characters with archers can be a little rough. Chosen the Gods should not fire at the single entities. Oh god, they're going to hit their own archers so badly. Okay. Chosen the Gods kill off those deckhand mobs. Cetra and the Ushapti, I guess, can kill off this one. Archers can kite out the foot character at this point. But look at all the friendly fire damage you're doing! Tomb Kings, no! Tomb Kings, no! Wraith's killing his own archers. Another overcasted Spirit Leech onto Cetra, just because he's trying to stay really far away. I wonder, it depends on how much Winds of Magic John has left, the Vampire Coast player. Because if he has enough Winds of Magic to kill Cetra no matter what, then that's fine. But if, like, Cetra comes back later and he has no Winds of Magic for Spirit Leech left because he used so many overcasts on Cetra, then that's going to be a problem. Because, like, he could use it as a turret from this point, right? Like, if Cetra's going to stay over there, then you just don't cast Spirit Leech on anything. And if Cetra ever comes back over here again, you Spirit Leech him in the face. Archers trying to kill off the last of the deckhands mobs. In a slow kite out. Archers firing away at the deckhands mobs here. Both are crumbling slowly. Cetra's still trying to stay away. Jeff's incantation of Cursed Blades onto the Ushapti, who do pile in for now. They'll probably die soon. There's another Hornswoggle on them, I bet. I bet these guys have it off cooldown in a second. Last of the deckhands mobs are getting run down by skeleton horses. Another overcasted Spirit Leech onto Cetra the Imperishable as archers try and poke away at Luther Harkin. Archers trying to get a poke in here and there. Seer's Incantation of Vengeance onto the Spirit Leech caster. Luther's healing cap has appeared, so is hers. They're both trying to hunger heal their way through this. And the Chosen of the Gods firing in, getting little bits of poke here and there, but mostly it is friendly fire damage that is getting put down. 6 volleys left on that archer, 4 on the other. The melee Ushapti is just about dead. Chosen Gods full HP, 5 volleys, but versus small single entities. And Cetra's not feeling too hot. Largely depends on the Spirit Leech. Oh, and there's still the Ushapti summon, I think. Which, if that's true, then this game is doomed. Archers do a lot of damage to the Deathcaster and Luther on the way in. Balance of power is tipping heavily against them. Another overcasted Spirit Leech onto Cetra. And Cetra's leadership's fine. He's still at 37, so it's not like he's going to crumble. As Luther and the lady chase down more and more peasants. Undead peasants. Jeff's Incantation Curse Blades giving a little bit more healing to the Tomb King's army. A little bit more damage to the Chosen of the Gods as they surround Luther and the lady. Disrupted on them, lowering their physical resistance. I think it's just a passive Luther has, yeah, from his pistol. It's fine. But here, if the Deathcaster's auto Winds of Magic, then he shouldn't have been overcasting Spirit Leech so much, because, like, some of the overcasts hurt his caster, plus he doesn't have the punishment. There, okay. He does have the punishment, and she's going to die anyway, so then it was probably fine. If Luther could come over here and get one hit onto Cetra, holy shit. Oh my god, he's going to die! Oh. Cetra gets a nasty hit onto Luther on the way out. The cat startled me and I hit my little water thing. The Cetra opts out. He has 6 leadership left. And do the Tomb Kings still have their Ushapti summon? 1 leadership on Cetra. That is keeping him from crumbling. There's the Ushapti summon, says GG. Held on to it for an awfully long time. Luther did surprisingly great. 3,300 damage value for the Spirit Leech caster onto Cetra. Depth Guard really struggled in this matchup because they got kited and hard destroyed. Bombers did okay. Zombie mobs did fine. Animated Hulks did fine. Pistols did actually pretty great. On the other side, Raced Cetra did well. Chosen of the Gods did well. Basic melee Ushapti did fine. Screws Catapults did fine. Nakar Horsemen did fine. Skeleton Horse Archers did okay. Archers did great. Carrion and the Skeleton Horsemen did fine. Their front line got rolled. Why keep them so long in reserve? I don't know. I just work here. All right, we go into Game 3. Race 1, Game 2 on the Tomb Kings. Game 3 is a John FB Classic. Netcaster, Basic Huntsman General, double Hellstorm Rocket Battery, a Luminarch of Hysh for the Empire versus Cathay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cathay brought some expensive things versus Hellstorms. We covered it in the loading screen. We do have 2 Hellstorm Rock Batteries, one of which is a Sunmaker, a Luminarch of Hysh, a Huntsman General, but naked, a Light Wizard with just net, and then some Handgunners, Sterling's Revenge, and the Silver Bullets, triple Empire Knight, and a couple State Troops here and there. On the other side for Cathay, we have 1 Onyx Crowman in the Vanguard. The other one is up above. Some Jade Lancers, Zhao Ming with Plague of Rust and his Dragon Breath. Jade Warriors, Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warrior Crossbows, Grace of Ki-Yin, Celestial Dragon Crossbow, Regiment of Renown, which will be very juicy to target with those Hellstorm Rocket Batteries, and then some more Jade Warrior Crossbows. The Temple, the Luminarch of Hysh just hit Zhao Ming and did very little. I wonder why. He has 20% resistance to it, but still, felt like he should have done more than that. As the rocket batteries continue to pummel the Jade Warriors moving up. And the Onyx Crowmen are diving the Sunmaker right in the face of these Empire Knights. We'll see how much damage they can do, though usually people complain about Crowmen because Crowmen delete things even when they're under attack. The Sunmaker cannot be defended, it looks like, as it is going to get pushed off by the Crowmen, who are taking, like, no damage from these Spearmen and Empire Knights who seem confused. Now, I don't know if the Empire Knights actually had movement orders onto them or what happened there, but the Crowmen have now dove back onto this area. Oh, the Sunmaker crew was running through their troops to try and get to safety. Onyx Crowmen do finally rout after some help from Sterling's Revenge. And then the Sunmaker can get back online, hopefully. That was scary. That was spooky scary for the Empire. Other Hellstorm Rock Batteries trying to get in range and shoot at stuff. But basic Hellstorm Rock Batteries kind of suck. And Zhao Ming and the other crows are lurking. If the Emperor's Crowmen get netted right now, that would actually be pretty pog. It's an overcasted net! It's an overcasted net! It was a trap! The Luminarch of Hysh turns. It's trying to fire as all the handgunners shoot at the Crowmen to take them out and save the Hellstorm Rocket Battery. There goes the breath attack from Zhao Ming down the line. Almost kills Sterling's Revenge. The Luminarch fires, gets some decent damage onto Zhao Ming. And the Emperor's Crowmen are deleted in the net's duration. Well, not deleted, but they will rout, so there's that. Jade Lancer's trying to dive in. So far, it's looking very Empire favored. When is Cathay getting their new Ice Dragon? I don't know. Zhao Ming taking a lot of damage. Cathay is still trying to get in range, but the Grace of Ki-Yin are undamaged on this advance, which is actually very concerning. Hellstorm Rocket Battery, the Sunmaker, is trying to get in a position to fire again. It has most of its ammo, which is a problem. It's an 1,800 gold piece, and if these archers get in range of it, it's just going to, die instantaneously. So I'm a little concerned for the Empire here. Still trying to snipe out Zhao Ming as he flies through these guys. Handgunners are shooting at him as he soars above their lines. But his crazy-ass animations, plus for some reason being obstructed every so often, is taking its toll. Big shot from the Luminarch of Hysh. He takes a lot of damage. Is he low enough to get his scales healing? Yes, there's his scales healing. He is on fire, though, so he received half the healing he normally would have. Really putting a dent in him. But the Crossmen are here now. They'll shut down the Sunmaker once and for all. And the other Hellstorm Rocket Battery just kind of sucks. It just sucks. People hate the ROR Hellstorm, but the basic Hellstorms are just the most trash thing that's ever trashed across the trash planet. It's trash. Alright, let's watch a whole volley. Let's do it. Another Luminarch shot. Hits that guy. While the rocket battery does amazing work. Just incredible stuff. Alright. There we go. Empire Knights trying to peel back a little bit. Luminarch of Hysh still forcing Zhao Ming down. He gets hit just as he's going to transform, allowing him to get to the ground. Rocket Battery still trying to punish these clumped up Cathayans. Still missing an awful lot. And Illuminarch trying to finish off Zhao Ming. Oh, it hit the top of the ridge and then didn't quite get to him. Alright, we have some state troops getting sniped out a little bit by crossbows and whatnot, and their leadership is already faltering quite a bit. More Hellstorm Rocket Battery shots are coming. No, Zhao Ming, why did you crest the ridge? Zhao Ming, just stay behind the ridge as he routes. Oh, no, he rallies. He's fine. He's chilling. And the Temple off Luminarch. Actually, just the Luminarch of Hish. I'm so used to people taking the Temple off Luminarch that I'm not used to actually saying the regular one. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery is firing into a giant cluster and still managing to miss most of its shots. It is alarming, it is scary, and I hate it. Zhao Ming is trying to fall back. He is still technically in range of something, but over the ridgeline, that is going to be a tough shot to make, my friends. And the Luminarch is not able to do it. It'll fall back instead. Grand Cathay still down the balance of power, but their leadership will be secured with Zhao Ming not dying. Hellstorm Rocket Battery still trying to kill off any of these crossbows. The Grace of Kiin still full HP, which I am definitely okay with. One Croman is shattered and killed entirely by the silver bullets. Grace of Kiin take a volley from the Hellstorm Rocket Battery. It's got 800 value after using 12 volleys. And the Mark of Yin is onto these Empire Knights that are trying to get into the backfield. Oof. Lowering their armor to 80 and lowering their missile block chance by quite a bit. So they're just going to get lit up here as they kind of get stuck in place. It looks like they lost orders. They're not netted or anything. They just lost orders. So they're going to get pin cushioned a little bit. While in the distance, a net of Amratok holds down these Jade Lancers for 2 Empire Knights to surround them, plus the Sterling's Revenge can get a little poke off. And if we have Empire Knights in the late game, you could run down these archers. Actually, I could see this being an Empire win. Maybe. Handgunner's trying to kite. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery's trying to kite, but the days for that is over as the Jade Warriors are here. Most of the Empire Spearmen are doomed. And what can man do against such reckless Cathay? I guess cycle charge them with cavalry a bunch. Like a bunch. Like a whole bunch. Hellstorm Rocket Battery still trying to get away, as the Crossmen of Cathay have stopped to kill off state troops yet again. Empire Knights come slamming back here to get the Jade Warriors off of their Hellstorm Rocket Battery that's still trying to crawl away from here. The Grace of Kiin firing in, and I think that's an overcasted net of Amratok on these peasants to really stop them in place. But how long can the Hellstorm Rocket Battery keep running? Temple off Luminarch skirting around, and the Emperor's Croman, 1 leadership, killing off some handgunners. Good for them, just good for them. Love to see it. Sterling's Revenge get a sideways shot, get the Emperor's Croman out of here. They'll probably start shooting at Peasant Longspears now, but there's other Peasant Longspears that are going to catch up to them. As my cat's hair is itching my nose. You jerk. Goodbye to the Kit Kat. Oh, where are we at? We have Empire Knights on the backfield running away from those scary, scary crossbowmen. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery crew has gotten that far, but now the Grace of Kiin have caught up to them anyway, and this unit is about to get deleted. We can't see its flags. Look at the left-hand side. Oh, that damage. Look at all that damage. 1 more volley and they are dead. Hell, they're going to rout beforehand anyway. 1 more volley. Look at their health. Oh, no, it's onto the Empire Knights, which actually roast them. Roast them and toast them. The Luminarch's going for it, baby. He's in the long con. Rolling up towards Zhao Ming. He's going to try and get that shot, though he is firing over a ridge, which we know he doesn't love to do. Another Empire Knight is deleted by the efforts of the Grace of Kiin. Hellstorm Rocket Battery manages to get to safety for now, though what does it matter? Balance power is about back to 50-50. And this one's slowing down a bit. Hellstorm Rocket Battery crew is way over here. Their flag is just here on top of nothing. Right, so that's just a bug. But like the actual crew is way over there. As they try and kite it out. Luminarch is trying to chase down Zhao Ming. Hellstorm Rocket Battery is laughable? Yeah, dude. I hate the basic battery. It's really, really bad. It's got 1,000 value, but he's kept it online for 10 minutes. The Slaanesh bot must be banished. We have mods who can deal with that. Luminarch's trying to line up a shot. It's firing through 2 different ridges. You can see the line disappears to the ground, but we'll see if it can get the shot off. No. It tried. Still trying to chase down Zhao Ming. Silver bullets kiting it out away from these peasant long spears. You get recharged with spearmen and pushed off the map. Bounce power still about 50-50 as the Luminarch tries to find Zhao Ming. I'll fast forward at this point. As Cathay is reformed, they still have like most of an army while the Hellstorm Rocket Battery gets away. They are going to start firing once again. Get a little bit of damage there. Zhao Ming, run down by Empire Knights, transforms into his dragon, which means the Luminarch immediately aims at him and takes him down. So Zhao is dead, which could help the Empire here. Their Huntsman General is out of ammunition. Sterling's Revenge moving up. Oof, but the Netcaster moves in. Not sure what he's trying to achieve in here, but he is ducking, diving, juking, dodging around. Nets the Grace of Kian in place so that the Hellstorm Rocket Battery can take him out, but the Hellstorm Rocket Battery start getting shot by these other crossbows. And they are going to rout soon. 1,000 HP left on them. A lot of Cathay is routing. There goes the Hellstorm Rocket Battery crew. 89 HP left on them. Empire Knights rolling around doing the best they can. We still have the Silver Bullets shooting away at these Jade Warrior crossbows who are counter-firing now. Getting decent damage out. The Luminarch has used all of its ammunition and gotten 1,700 value. People tell me these things are OP, and I don't see it. They seem fine. Not OP, but fine. Silver Bullets in the Sterling's Revenge still firing with what they're worth as crossbowmen try and poke them down. We are 15 minutes into this crazy, weird kite game where the Empire spawned over here and kited all the way to the other side of the crater with their Hellstorm Rocket Battery mounts. Silver Bullets still offering a bit of supporting fire, and Cathay is not set to win this just yet. I mean, their leadership is looking really suspect. The Luminarch of Hysh does have some decent speed it can put behind it, so it can chase off those crossmen, and Empire Knights running around, controlling the battlefield, getting a good charge on unbraced spears, peel for the Silver Bullets. The Huntsman General is distracting a bunch of these guys, but the Cathay state troops are trying to group up and get that harmony bonus once again, as this Huntsman General just does not give up on chasing around these guys. The Luminarch of Hysh charges into brace spears, and that is a very different game as he gets worked on. He's going to fall back now. Crossmen counterfire against the Silver Bullets for what they can, but the Hunts Marshal is about to run. He routs at last as the Lightcaster gets rid of some other people too. Empire Knights are coming back into the battle. It's 2 Peasant Long Spears and a Jade Warrior versus the world. As the Lightcaster dives in, gets a little bit more damage, but here come the Empire Knights. Nope, never mind, they're out of it. They don't want it. They don't want it. And the Silver Bullets have 2 volleys left. Big charge in from the Knights, trying to peel off these Jade Warriors. Get the Hunts Marshal back in the game. Not that it really matters. I guess you just don't want them to die, is the big thing. Silver Bullets fire one of their last 2 volleys into the backs of these Jade Warriors, whose leadership is faltering. Lightcaster chasing down the Crossmen 20 minutes into this game, and is still undecided. The Lumi is invisible? It is from a distance, yes. It does disappear. That's weird. Hunts Marshal should get away. Oh no, they're right on his ass. Oh, but they're routing too. Ew. Silver Bullets, 1 ammo left. They're trying to fire it, but then they get beset by Peasant Long Spearmen. And Peasant Long Spearmen are going to tear up these Empire Knights, who are now going to get a downhill charge over here. That would be best for them because they don't want to fight these guys at all, though those guys' leadership is faltering. These Jade Warriors rally right next to the Huntsman, who will go off the map. And when he goes off the map, it'll probably be GG because that'll take the Empire Knights with him, as they get a good charge onto the Peasant Long Spears. Silver Bullets, only 1 shot left, can't carry this whole game, and Cathay's state troops, they're gonna do it. There goes the Hunts Marshal. Light Wizard's gone. Empire Knights are gone, leaving just the Silver Bullets with no ammo to fight Cathay alone. Peasant Long Spears charge downhill to smash the Silver Bullets and bring this to an end. Light Wizard's back. He has no damage, though. He has 1 leadership. There we go. Well, that was wild. The Huntsman used all of his ammo and still got 750 value. I hate it. I like the Netcaster. That's fine. That's fine. Silver Bullets, Handgunners, Stone's Revenge, alright. Luminarch of Hish paid for itself and then some, so it did do fine. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery eventually got 1900 value, so good for it. 800 on the Sunmaker, though, was pretty rough. And then Empire Knights, 2 of them got trashed. 1 did great. For Raced, Zhao Ming did some good disruption. Grace of Kiyin did great. Great. Croman, mixed. The one that just dove straight to its death got a lot of value because of reasons, and then this one got netted. John did a great job netting that one and shooting it out of the sky. So that was more of John playing well than, like, Croman being bad. Jade Warrior Crossbows all did fantastically. Jade Warriors did fine. Peasant Long Spears did very, very well. Very, very, very well. A 20-minute slugfest. My God. Well, I have 1 hour till I was hoping to be done. 2 hours till I have to be done. That's what we call concerning. Okay, quarterfinals. 7 best of 3s left. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh boy. Let's go back up to the top. We have Leopard and Blood Penguin. Where was that? Okay. I am kind of glad this happened because of the time constraint. The players forgot to save the replays. So when the player who won was messaging me, I was like, well, do you and your opponent have the autosave? Because it'd be your last game played. And they said yes, so they both sent me the autosave. But we only have the last game of this one. Blood Penguin versus Leopard. It went to game 3. And that's the only one I got. Alright. Blood Penguin versus Leopard. Norska for Blood Penguin with Norskan Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves and Armored Skin Wolves and all that jazz. A front line of Marauders and Marauder Champions. 2 Marauder Hearts with Javelins, a Metal Cast with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, and then Wolfric the Wanderer with Hunter of Champions, Fighter Die, and Sea Fang with Foe Seeker 2. On the other side, for Leopard, we have Dark Elves, Black Ark Corsairs, Dread Spears, some Cold Knights, some Dark Riders, a couple Bolt Throwers, actually just one Bolt Thrower, more Dark Shards, more Cold One Dread Knights, and then we have a Supreme Sorceress of Fire with only Flaming Sword of Ruin, but not the Kindle Flame passive. I find that very, very strange. To make your opponents more weak to fire and whatnot. Oh yeah, there's a Blood Ark Medusa. Did I not mention that? I feel like I maybe didn't mention that. It's shooting at basic Marauders, just gonna do some damage to them on the way in. Solid. Could Norska exist without Skin Wolves? No. Because they'd have no mobility pressure, like, at all. Strat game, I am quite devious, and it's definitely not Blood Penguin forgetting to save them, and I mean, Leopard did too, I think. Because he just sent me the autosave, so. Anyway. Armored Skin Wolves piling straight in. Looks like they're not even going for the flank fight as they try and support their Marauder Champions against these Dread Spears. Golden Dread Knights countercharging with a Flaming Sword of Ruin to give them magic and fire damage. That is very good. I think you want the Kindle Flame passive, but like, magic damage to get past the Skin Wolves, physical resistance, and then fire damage to do extra damage to them. But Searing Doom Undercast does so much damage to those guys, and then Wolfric's going to opt into the fight too. So that's a bit of a disaster for the Dark Elves over there, losing a lot of damage value. Marauder Champions and Marauders still pressuring the front lines. Colder Dread Knights have to get pulled up to fight the Marauder Champions, which is not what they want to be doing, but sometimes you have to. Here comes a big surround, but Marauder Hunter Javelins uncontested on the backfield firing in. They're currently shooting at Black Ark Corsairs. They do need to switch onto the Cold Knights because that would be an excellent target for them, but they are uncontested for now, so they're largely still happy. Skin Wolves fighting away with Fight or Die, buffing up their leadership and melee stats. Here come the Javelin throws onto the Cold Knights, and I really want to see it. I feel like it'll do a lot of damage. There they go, raining in. Yeah, it's pretty good damage for one volley. Ah, there they go, the Dark Riders. Alright, that'll be the end of the Marauder Hunter Javelins, but they tried. Skin Wolves and the Bloodrack Medusa dueling. Bloodrack should not enjoy that fight. Skin Wolves would be able to tear her apart pretty easily. Bolt Thrower is still online. The Dark Shards are still online, so that's going well for the Dark Elves. Their top flank has collapsed. While they still have infantry support in the back that's holding on, like all of their cavalry up here got destroyed. Another Flaming Sword of Ruin to help the Cold One Knights and Cold One Dread Knights and Bloodrack Medusa try and beat up on these Skin Wolves. The Javelin support has stopped. as the Dark Riders dealt with this. And actually some Armored Skinwolves are out here beating up on the Dark Riders. Their flag must still be in the blob fight, but they're not actually there anymore, as Norska is starting to opt out of that fight a little bit. Dark Elves backline still alive as the Dark Shards continue to fire in. Cold Dread Knights getting ripped apart by 2 different Skinwolf units. But can the Dark Elves make them pay for this with their armor-piercing ammunition? Maybe. Dark Elf caster are going to dive out and try and kill the Sorcerer of Metal. She's a much better combatant than he is, and she is on a horse, so she can opt out if Wolfric gets nearby at all. Poor Famir never used. There's very rare matchup for the Famir go, yes. Alright, another big Searing Doom. Undercast to focus the damage. I like that a lot more than overcasting. Look how much damage undercasting can do rather than overcasting. The more you know, kids. Don't overcast Searing Doom. It actively makes the spell worse. I hate it so much. Undercasting is way better. Anyway, the Sorceress of Fire is actually losing to the Shaman while getting hit in the side by Javelins. Wolfric's coming up to say hello to her, and she's going to opt out. Balance Power is tipping against the Dark Elves. They still have a full health Bloodrack Medusa. She's currently getting poked by a couple Javelins, but they're almost out of ammo, so it's not really a problem. The Dark Elves still have a good amount of infantry to fall back on, but their Lord is quite damaged, and their cavalry is all but gone. So it'll be mostly on the Bloodrack Medusa to try and carry, and she won't like fighting Skinwolves in the late game all alone. Wolfric the Wanderer fighting alongside the Supreme Sorceress of Fire, just walking hand in hand. Now taking rear shots from her because reasons. But this should be the end of her. Slowed down by the Norskan Ice Wolves should allow Wolfric to get enough movement speed that he can actually turn around and beat her up. Then he turns, and then he promptly tries to beat her up. But he staggers, and she gets away as Cold Dread Knights distract the dogs. Alright, that happened. Flaming Sword of Ruin trying to help the Dark Elves front line hold on, but Skinwolves got into the back line, beating up the Reaper Bolt Thrower to just take out that last bit of balance and power for the Dark Elves and maybe cause them to army loss and get this thing over with. Bloodrack Medusa is trying to peel for them, rear charging, hitting these Skinwolves. Maybe can rout them, we will see. But Wolfric's still full HP, Foe Seeker chasing down the Sorceress of Fire. And if he has Hunter of Champions at any point, he can also slow her speed by 50%. Another Flaming Sword of Ruin off in the distance. Wolfric catches up to her. If he ever feels like swinging, this game will end in one swing of his sword. But he does not. He just feels like riding alongside because reasons. Balance Power is danger low for the Dark Elves. Army losses will save Wolfric from his horrible fate. That'll be GG. So Blood Penguin advances. Again, that was game 3, the only one I was sent. Apparently it was an epic saga that neither player felt like sharing with me, which is fine. That's fine. I'm not mad about it. Cough. I wish I could just yada yada Berserk 1 my series, but no, I cast every single game. Nothing really standing out too crazy on the damage value. The Dark Shards got a lot of value, so they were protected quite well. Other than that, Norska just slowly but surely ground through them. Alright, take you back to the Photoshop. God damn it, dude. My cat just... He sheds. He sheds all the time, which is fine, but then, like, sometimes one of his hairs gets on my nose, and then it's just itchy for the whole screen. Stupid cat. How dare you? So, Leopard and Blood Penguin. Boop. With a 2-1. Hi, Hazel. Next is Segos and Sipa. Boop. Vampire Coast versus Lizardmen. Okay. So, for the Vampire Coast of Sipa, we have some pistols, we have some regular deckhands bomb, we have the Shade Wraith Gunners for a little bit of extra DPS. I love those guys. Lamprey's Revenge, some handguns in the back, more pistols, and more bombers. Some animated hulks for a bit of a front line, and 2 Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, one of which is Lamprey's Revenge, with a pistol captain of vampires. On the other side, for the Lizardmen, we have Skink Skirmishers and some Saurus. The first Saurus of the day in Saurus Warrior front line. Then we have some Feral Cold Ones, a Fire Slan, and some Sallies. 3 Salamander hunting packs currently getting destroyed by Gunners, but we'll see. Handgun mob about to be deleted by a Burning Head, and the Burning Head, if it curves correctly, will also hit the Shade Wraith Gunners, but it curves away from them in a rare moment of amnesty from the Burning Head. Now goes downhill into the handguns, and also curves away from them. All right, Burning Head not here to hurt anybody. Shade Wraith Gunners already almost routing off the Salamander hunting pack, and a Banishment does go through the Shade Wraith Gunners, tickling them just slightly. Their very few models and spread out formation does not leave them quite open to that attack in the way it might affect others. 1 Salamander hunting pack is already pushed off by the handgun mobs. With their superior range and being a foot range squad, they'll just out DPS those guys quite easily. So the Salamanders are not having a good day here in this quarterfinal matchup. Shade Wraith Gunners firing through some trees to continue harassing those guys. That's not going great for them. As pistol mobs need to hold off these Skink Skirmishers and keep them away from the Shade Wraith Gunners. There's no dogs, scurvy dogs in the back to do anything about this. You've never read any Warhammer lore. Any recommendations on one to give a go? I really like any of the Scaven books. I think they're hilarious and funny. But yeah, if you're looking for an overview, the Gotrek and Felix omnibuses are all pretty solid. As for my particular enjoyment, I really liked the Malice Darkblade story until Deathblade, the final book. That one sucked ass. Most of Malice Darkblade's story is really, really good. I really enjoyed the Masters of Stone and Steel. I just read that omnibus. It's a bunch of dwarf short stories, but they're all pretty good and fun. So yeah, I'd say Masters of Stone and Steel, Malice Darkblade, or Gotrek and Felix are good starting points. They're all fine. Shade Wraith Gunner is going to get a Burning Head on them, which should kill them off, especially with Skink Skirmishers nearby to finish the job with their crumbling. Salamanders are routing the distance, though. We only have 1 healthy Salamander left. I guess 2 if you count this one, who's currently getting shot, but handgun mobs aren't doing that much damage to the Umbral Tide just yet. The Saurus are doing their best to get through that front line, slowly but surely grinding away at it. Shade Wraith Gunners are now so low that they will crumble themselves into dust no matter what. Though they've done the work they needed to do. We also have some pistol summons poking away at the Salamanders, so going to push those guys away as well. Vampire Coast Monstrous Infantry pushing forward, Rotting Prometheans receiving some healing, Animated Hulks just being annoying. Full health Lampi's Revenge, some full health handguns running around. I really don't know how the Saurus are going to try and grind this out. Did you read the Honor Keeper book? Depends? Maybe? What's the synopsis of it? I don't remember the names, I remember the plots. Right, Vengesaurus. So which plot line was Honor Keeper? And for the love of God, don't use names, because all of these books have too many names and they're all very similar. That is one complaint I have about Warhammer Fantasy, is reading it. It's like, my name's Dolph Dolphinson, and my name's Grolfinson, and my name's Dimbidson, and we're going to just introduce every fucking character. Anyway, 15 of those characters died in the first 30 pages, and I'm like, why did I have to learn their stupid-ass names? Just say, a Longbeard in the back got stabbed. I didn't need to know it was Dolph Dumbledson who had 2 whole lines. Bound Banishment coming in from the Slan, trying to pair up with the Salamander Hunting Pack to take out that handguns mob. As the Lizardmen just try and hang in there in this late game. Again, I don't know what they're going to do about a full health Lampi's Revenge, a full health handgun, chasing them around. Can't even pin when it's supposed to keep place. I just finished one where it's like Carrick Ungor versus Toralaith, and it's the War of the Beard before the War of the Beard. The High Elves were being dicks and killed the Dwarven Prince and tricked the Dwarves. So then the Dwarves came and killed all the Elves. That was fun. By the way, the Elves are definitely bad guys. The more I read about them, the more they're bad guys. Army losses is closing in against the Lizardmen here as the Vampire Coast walk ominously forward. And I think if a couple of these mobs just turn and shoot at the Fire Slan for a second, that'd be army losses. But yeah, he surrenders anyway. Aha, it's this one? Which one? The one I was just talking about? Alright, you and I are talking over a delay, and that's not gonna work. Yes, okay. It is the one I was just talking about. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a pretty good read. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Scrolling through the stuff. Handgun mob's got a lot of value. They did great. For Segos, he tried to fire kite. It didn't work quite so well for him. The Saurus did okay, but the handgun mobs really dealt with the Salamander hunting packs quite well. Oh yeah. You're not supposed to be on that screen. I was distracted by lore things. Alright. Scroll back down to where I'm supposed to be. Sipa Segos. Game 2. Scaven? Scaven? Okay. Segos whipping out Scaven versus Grand Cathay. Let's go. Alright. Okay, sorry. Someone's messaging me about things. And while it was loading, I just decided to read them. Skaven, first Skaven of the day versus Grand Cathay. This is one of their okay matchups. Cathay Croman are difficult for them to deal with, but in general, Cathay is hard countered by Scaven without Croman. This used to be a great matchup for them. Because all the Cathay infantry is too slow and shitty to do anything, and Scaven can just beat you up in range instead of going into melee. For Cathay, we have the Empress Chrome, we have some Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen in the Vanguard to deal with any Death Runners that might show up. And then we have a Grand Cannon, a Crane Gunner, some Peasant Archers, and Jade Warriors and all that stuff. Zhao Ming up top with his Breath Attack and his general terror-causing attitude. For the Skaven, we have Gorich and a Packmaster, Ikit Claw running about. We have some Gutter Runners with Poison, a bunch of Skaven Slave Slingers, Rat Ogres charging up the front line, and then more Rat Ogres, more Gutter Runners off on the far side. Skaven, Melee, Heal Kite, SE, Blah Brush, let's go. No, where's your healing in this? It's literally just a Packmaster. It's not Heal Kite, as one unit has healing. Anyway, Ikit Claw and the lads are rolling through this super spread out Grand Cathay formation. They're already terror routing off some of these guys, and if Ikit can go and get over to that cannon before it shoots him right in the face, that could be a really big value, big game for the Skaven. I don't really know what all this stuff's doing. It looks like they're fighting against Onyx Croman and some other horsemen, but they seem rather distracted, though most of the action is right here. The Skaven are mass routing away from the Cathay front line. Rat Ogre's barely holding on for now, but the single entities have gotten back onto the cannon. See how quickly they can deal with that while they get shot by archers and crane gunners. Ikit is getting very low, and the Grand Cathay cannon terror routes at full HP. It was crew full HP, though. I think the cannons actually took a significant amount. Yeah, they've already lost all but one of their models. Ikit does run over to stop the crane gunners from shooting him in the face. The rest of Cathay, Jade Lancer's trying to run down a bunch of slaves and whatnot. Meanwhile, this other random rat enclave is kind of doing okay. We have a Rat Ogre routing, but mostly these Skaven slaves are healthy. The slingers are doing okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Is it still a double Ikit wheel? I think he's still double. Yeah, it's still Ikit on the back. No, that's not Ikit. They changed it. So it's just a random Scryer guy. I love that they changed that, but not healing. To be fair, that's a bug, and I don't know if they view healing as a bug or works as intended. Meanwhile, crossbows and peasant archers and whatever you have that range tries to keep punishing Ikit Claw. He can't heal. The Packmaster can heal, and if Gorich is next to the Packmaster while they're both in melee, Gorich can heal. But Ikit can't in any capacity, so sniping him is a little more important. Cathay is falling behind in the balance of power as Gutter Runners and Rat Ogres move up to help the Hero Hammer squad. These other Gutter Runners are going to have to get away from Zhao Ming post-haste. Jade Lancers running down Skaven Slave Slingers. The Radogers come to deal with them. They'll need to fall back towards these Jade Warriors. That doesn't look like they have orders to do so. It looks like they're just taking the fight, which is not great for them. They will get beat up by those Radogers, and they are going to rout any second here, down to 0 leadership. Holding for now at 0 leadership. These Peasant Archers move up. Alright, they held for a very, very long time. There they go, they're finally routing. Balanced power stepping against Cathay, and I would definitely agree. I think Cathay just went way too spread out, unfortunately for them. Maybe they were expecting Skaven ranged and they got rushed instead. But they needed to tighten up formation after they saw what was coming their way, because they're just getting run all over the board here. Yeah. And this is why it's one of, like, the more even matchups Skaven have, even though it's an S-tier faction. Cathay is just, like, aside from Khorne, not very good at dealing with Skaven. But I wonder, did Zhao Ming bring Final Transmutation? Because he definitely should have. I don't know if he did. When he's in his dragon form, I can't see if he brought Final Trans, but he should be casting it on Ikit whenever it's off cooldown. I think he wants to avoid Gorge, but it's a little too late to start doing it now, but I think for the rest of the game he should have been spamming it on him. Just to snipe out the enemy lord. This is the biggest thing about fighting Skaven that people don't understand, is, like, just kill the lord. Like, nothing else matters. Just kill the lord. And you can win. Triple fast forward time, as most people are just getting run down. Zhao Ming is flying over. Now he tries to snipe Ikit, but Gorge and the Packmaster are right there. Grand Cathay is in largely disarray. Balance of power is just doing okay because of Zhao Ming, and now he's going to start to get hit a little bit. Chases after Ikit, runs around, runs around, runs around. Gorge and the boys are hanging out next to Ikit. Cathay gets a little bit of a team back together in the distance. I wonder if this game will just overrun it in a second here. Zhao Ming follows overhead. It's too late for him to be able to do anything. Bap, bap, bap. Army losses. For Sipa, Crane Gunners didn't have a lot to do. Cannons did okay, even though they got run down immediately. Jade Lancers did okay. Onyx Khorne really struggled. There was no range units for them to go take down. Peasant Horsemen did alright. Peasant Archers did okay. For Segos, just dominated like an open map. Cathay is really not good when the battle gets spread out, which is usually why you see them just box up. It's because they are not built to spread. That'll take us to game 3 between these two. And now Sego's picking up Grand Cathay versus the Tomb Kings. All right. Cathay versus the Tomb Kings. Now Segos is on Grand Cathay with the Righteous Lances of Wajin in the sky, 2 Onyx Khorne, one which is the Empress Khorne, 4 Iron Hail Gunners, 4 Jade Lancers, Zhao Ming in the front line with Peasant Long Spears and Jade Warrior Halberds. On the other side for the Tomb Kings, we have some Carrion, some Skeleton Horse Archers, the Eyes of the Desert Purple Stalkers, triple Ushapti Greatbow, one of which is the Chosen of the Gods, and some Skeleton Horsemen. Katep on horseback with his Bound Skullstorm, and then 4 spells. Righteous Smiting, Vengeance, Protection, and Cursed Blades. And a front line of Skeleton Warriors and some Nakar Warriors. Alright, the Iron Hails move up, firing away at the Eyes of the Desert. Now these sneaky little snakes do have a hitbox that's like taller than them or something, or the range units tend to aim a little bit over their curved heads. They don't take that much damage, and they have 25% missile resist. They got through that Iron Hail volley better than most things in the game would tend to. Chosen the Gods have already taken out 1 Iron Hail Gunner and routed it off. We'll see what they can do, but the Righteous Lances of Wajin are going to land onto them, and Skeleton Horsemen will countercharge. Not super threatening, especially if the Onyx Khorne are nearby to countercharge yet again, but the Righteous Lances of Wajin seem to be doing fine. Versus the Chosen of the Gods, they're chilling. Good third of the rosters never sees play because they don't do the job they're made to do. Art Splash? Are you talking about Scaven? If so, yeah. You mostly rely on globes and cleansing rune to carry you. Hazel! Knock it off. Alright. Iron Hail Gunner shooting away. Hazel, come here. Come here. Sit. 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 You leave it. Don't bark. You're not supposed to bark at things. Alright. Do you just walk in here and fart? You ass. My dog sucks. That's kidding. I love her a lot, but like she did just walk in here and fart, and it's really stanky. Okay, Sporker Stalker's trying to kite out Zhao Ming a little bit. Zhao Ming's kind of going on vacation right now. Doesn't seem to really know where he's going as Smushop to try and poke him down. But the Cathay mobility has arrived, overrunning the Tomb King's backline. They're bypassing that Ushabti Great Bow to instead charge over here. I'm very sorry about the dog barking. You will stop. As the desert are being pressured by Jade Lancers and Zhao Ming together, getting a lot of damage out. What is your deal? You're just barking at the computer now. Alright. Usarian's Incantation of Vengeance is cast onto the Righteous Lancers Wage In. They are getting low, but they're still chasing down the Chosen of the Gods and pushing them off the map. The Sporkle Stalkers still getting harassed by Zhao Ming. And the third Great Bow is also under duress. There's one Great Bow in the distance that's doing fine. Ushabti Summon is out, and that, of course, is full HP. I was going to say there's a full HP Ushabti, but that is Hazel! She's gearing up for another bark. The Cathay and Tomb King's front lines are going nowhere in a hurry. Neither of them is really getting that far. Cathay is winning, but slowly. In the back line, though, the Empress Croman are going to peel these Skeleton Warriors and get the Iron Hail Gunners back online. Cathay is pulling further and further ahead as the Tomb Kings start to lose their quote-unquote weapons teams. Where's that final Ushabti Great Bow that was still alive? I don't know. But a Bound Skullstorm goes through the Iron Hail Gunners, doing pretty good damage to them as the Empress Croman slaughter the Skeleton Warriors. Looks like the Ushabti Great Bow that still had health is officially gone, which means once this Ushabti summon fades away in 7 seconds, that'll probably be army losses, honestly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go! Oh, rip. I was wrong. For the Tomb Kings, we still have a healthy Katep. We have 1 healthy Spearman, 2 healthy Spearmen, but other than that, their front line is getting wrecked, as Cathay's front line. Even these Peasant Long Spears. Peasant Long Spears are fighting even against the Nekar Warriors. I guess the Nekar Warriors must have killed something else, because it got 400 value and it was not off of fighting Peasant Long Spears. That's army losses. And Cathay will take the win there. Isn't the first Tomb Kings in Cathay? I'm confused why it doesn't seem good for Tomb Kings at all. It is very, very rough. It is very rough for them. I would agree. Because your infantry just, even if you take Nekar Warriors, they don't trade that well into the enemy. And then your range is beat out. So you have worse infantry, you have worse range, and you have equally bad mobility. Tomb Kings and Cathay's mobility are both fucking terrible. So yes, I do think Cathay is just better than the Tomb Kings at literally every aspect. None of the values really that impressive. Iron Hail Gunners did fine. And that's GG there. Again, I forgot to take you to the Photoshop. But that is game 3 between these two. And that'll be Sego's advancing 2-1. They did have to replay their last game. Sipa won it the first time through, but there was a rule break at the end, so we did a replay. But lost the second time. They played a different matchup the second time, though. Alright, Berserk and the green one. Green one's Beastmen versus Berserk's Kislev. Alright, Kislev versus the Beastmen. Bunch of Minotaurs. Ungor Raiders running around. Bratium in the Wild with Traderkin, Tuskor Chariots, Minotaurs. Yee. Good stuff, good stuff. I just checked to see if I brought you with me. I was very worried you were still staring at the Photoshop. Anyway, Ungor Raiders firing away at some of Kislev. We have Ungor herds across the front line. We do have a Tuskor Chariot, some Centaurs. Minotaurs are great weapons. More Centaurs. Brave Shape in the Wild with Traderkin, and that is it. On the other side for Kislev, we have Mother Ostankia with Flock of Doom and the Withering. Then we have a Patriarch, Heavy War Sleds, Light War Sleds, Kossovite Dervishes, Horse Archers, Kossars with Spears. Wow, a lot of Kossars. Only one Armored Kossar, but we haven't seen Kossars, regular Kossars, all day. Now we have 5 of them. Alright. Little kiting continues as Mother Ostankia fires in with her heavy war sleds, damaging the Ungor herds. Now, unlike the High Elves, Beastmen don't care about their front line that much, so Mother Ostankia blasting them isn't such a big deal. As opposed to, wasn't it the High Elves? She was fighting Imric, so was Black Knight. Yeah, I was fighting Black Knight earlier, and she was deleting Silver and Guard left and right. Ungor herd's not quite the same. Little Horse Archer's going to fire away at our Minos with great weapons. Yeah. Little kite. There's kiting around the Beastmen. We've already pretty much lost an Ungor herd. Another one's at half HP. Bratium Wild's actually taking significant damage too. Times 2 speed through this. As the war sleds continue to kite a little bit, archers falling around. Other horse archers continuing to kite. You do get some Kossovite Dervishes charge in briefly, and they take a lot of damage from the Ungor Spearman herds. I mean, sorry. Yes, the Ungor Spearman herds do that much damage. Ungor Raiders. It's been a long stream, okay? It's been 4 hours. Chariots charge in very briefly, push these guys back. Archers are counter-firing into the enemy Kossars a little bit. And the Tuskor Chariots charge in. Ooh, but they get counter-charged by heavy horses. They're just going to get rolled. The Withering even lowers their leadership and armor a little bit. Trying to just get them to rout, I guess. But the Beastmen front line finally gets to play the game. What's left of them. They've lost 4 chaff units before the fighting even began. They're going to lose an archer too, and a chariot. Minos trying to chase down the light war sleds and the heavy war sleds, who have taken a bit of poke damage here and there. Meanwhile, Tuskor chariots get caught up in these horse archers. That will hold them in place, at least so that these Kossovite Kossars. Yes, Kossovite Kossars. That's where we're at now in this stream. They can at least shoot in and deal with the chariots a little bit. Flock of Doom hurting some of the Beastmen units just a little bit, while Centaurs finally get a fight. It's versus a whole bunch of Kossovite Dervishes, like a whole bunch. So they're heavily outnumbered, but they do have silver chevrons, which can help them a little bit in that fight. They traded okay for themselves. Minos and the Beastmen trying to get through the front line of the enemy. Now, Kossars with spears are not nearly as tanky as armored Kossars. We can see one of them is already about to rout. Other ones aren't feeling too good either. Ungor Raiders still firing away. Poking away at the Kislevites. Go them go. Great British in the Wild's going to have to get some serious Traderkins off on probably the chariots at this point. Mother Ostankia hasn't been damaged yet, so she has tons of healing left she can get. But if you get some good Traderkins onto these 2 chariots, that would be nice. It looks like Green One has the same idea, as he is just going to cast it on them. Also hits the Patriarch, so an excellent cast hitting all 3 of those expensive things. Minos Grey Weapons do run out to fight some Kossovite Dervishes, but the Beastmen are quite far behind in the balance of power already. And Kislev does still have a lot of healing they can get. Oh, and the Wild's caster is getting massacred by these pistols at point-blank range. Archers are also firing into him. Yeah. It's looking very, very tough right now, as we have a Minotaur that's probably going to get shot by a bunch of archers soon. So far, it's only pistols poking away at him. The other archers are distracted doing other things. This Mino gets over the Withering, lowering their leadership and armor a little bit. Ooh, down to 5 armor does actually make them much more susceptible to these Kossovite Dervishes than the Horse Archer support elsewhere. A full health Centaur comes out of nowhere. Where were you? Oh, a tactical reserve Centaur. I mean, now it gets the ambush, but damn, that is brutal, not having them all game. They kill off a light war sled on the charge that was almost dead already, and the Minotaurs surround and kill the Patriarch. How did he end up in there? What is going on? As an overcast trader can also hit him, the Minos are going to countercharge against Mother of Stanky and the heavy war sleds, try and push the Patriarch off. When his Fire Blood wears off, he might just rout anyway. Patriarchs actually don't have the best leadership, especially when they're that low. Centaurs still getting to fight. They are these double silver chevroned ones fighting against these horse archers who are out of ammo, so they're feeling just fine. Heavy war sled trying to come back. The Patriarch's trying to get into melee to start proccing that heal a little bit before his Fire Blood wears off. 2, 1, and it wears off. His actual leadership immediately takes down to 1. I told you he was close to dead. As Minos are piling in, trying to get rid of these Cosmic Dervishes. The Patriarch routes and takes all the healing with him, but there's an overcasted Flock of Doom from Mother of Stanky, and she takes no damage, because that's another bugged thing about her. But she takes no damage from casting overcasting spells. It just explodes beneath her. Army losses suddenly hits the Beastmen, because there was a ton of Kossars alive over there. For Green One, his Minos had trouble getting real value. His Tuskor Chariots did okay. His Centaurs did okay. His Archers were the only thing that got really most of the value back. For Berserk, his Chariots and Mother of Stanky did amazing. His Horse Archers actually did pretty well. Kossars did fine. Cosmic Dervishes did fine, so yeah, GG. Actually, the Patriarch leadership is good. Why lows? Because they proc. Oh, while low. They keep proccing their leadership buff. That's if he takes it, but I don't think he took the leadership buff. Alright. Kislev's 1-0. Can Kislev go 2-0? Because now Green One is playing Kislev on the other side. Alright. Had to answer message. So, Kislev versus Vampire counts. This shit feels super cursed. I have no idea how Berserk ended up in this matchup, but counts literally can't win. Let's begin. 4 Cosmic Dervishes, the Mordheim Beowulfs that can reduce all your healing. The only thing the Vampire counts are good at right now is healing, and this is the only faction in the unit that reduces by 100%. And there's a Patriarch. There's a better Mortis engine that's an anti-large duelist. Then you have Kossars, then you have Armored Kossars for a frontline, Mother of Stanky to punish your blobs. So if you blob, they can out-blob you, out-heal you, and damage your blob more than you can. Or they can kite you, and they can reduce your healing. It's no. No. Anyway, on the other side, Berserk is bringing Black Knights with Lances and Barding, some Vargeist, Heinrich Kemmler with his Krell summon, then Zombie summon, and Invocation Heck. Black Knights, Lances, and Barding. Skeleton Spearmen all over the place. Zombies too. Crypt Horrors, a Mortis Engine, a Corpse Cart with Balefire, and double White King, one of which has Scab's Grave. Alright. The front line of skeletons are trying to get into range. Well, Mother Ostankia kites away a little bit, throws down a Flock of Doom behind her as she goes, shooting away. And the White King's in a bit of trouble, fighting Patriarch plus the Armored Kossars and the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. And they are on foot, so he doesn't get his anti-large, but he still has 62 melee attacks, so he's probably going to hit these guys about half the time. Krell Summon is out too, though, so they're trying to go with the triple infantry fight with the Incarnate. Now, Green One should back off here with the Incarnate. There's no reason to fight Krell, just walk away. Meanwhile, Vargeist on the back line trying to fight the Mordheim Beowulfs, but they get countercharged by Kossovite Dervishes. Black Knights should beat up these other Dervishes. Dervishes just don't have any armor piercing at all to deal with heavy cavalry. Mother Ostankia ends up in the blob fight a little bit too early here. She's going to take some damage. Sylvia by healing her up while Kemmler and the boys try and deal with the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Krell gets pushed away and goes running back in. Another overcast from Mother Ostankia hits all these guys with Flock of Doom, but again, she's taking a lot of damage. She doesn't really want this. And the archers are going to have to refocus their fire on the Mortis engine to take that out. Black Knights get pushed away by a second Cosby Dervish charging over, and the Patriarch did end up running all the way home. Wee. Incarnate Elemental Beast still standing around. Cryptor is dead due to the combined arms fire of Kislev. And now they're starting to shoot at the Mortis engine, getting some decent damage out as Mother Ostankia needs to fall back. She's instead going to start charging around over here. Black Knights, Lances, and Barding nearby, but they can't really stop her from doing whatever she wants to do for most of the time. Vargeist half HP. Mordheim, Beowulfs, and other Cosby Dervishes trying to chase down the Black Knights. They're faster, but they're having a hard time actually staying on these guys. And I think the Patriarch's needed elsewhere. I'm really not a fan of where he's going around the flank here. Because the Incarnate needs him. Mother Ostankia definitely needs him right now. Incarnate running through some zombie summons. Does not need that. He's going to turn and swing at Heinrich Kemmler instead. No, he's getting a bunch of different orders all over the place, but he really just needs to swing at Kemmler here. There we go. Now he's swinging at him. Mother Ostankia still running around. Mordheim, Beowulfs, and Cosby Dervishes going to kill off these Vargeist that eventually landed. But the Black Knights have been largely impervious to damage from the Kislev build because they don't have the Bear Riders or anything, so all their cav is non-AP. Krell's summon's going to fade away in 40 seconds. The Mortis engine is at about half HP, and the Incarnate is whooping on Kemmler, whose healing cap is now in sight, and Mother Ostankia is even going to chase his ass down, because that's the thing that she's going to do, apparently. Corpse Cart is the next target of their ire, and Krell is still trying to get. Here's another Flock of Doom, hits everybody. Mortis engine is nice and low, as some armored Costas are still shooting it with a pistol. Go, pistols, go. Pistol Inferno, go, pistols, go. Alright. Incarnate Elemental Beast doing its best to fight out. Mordheim, Beowulfs, Armored Kossars fighting it out, doing great. And I don't know what's going to stop this thing at this point. Krell is gone. Corpse Cart's gone. Kemmler's near his heal cap. Mortis engine's doing okay, though it is getting into a fight with the Mordheim Beowulfs, which if they apply their Dark Blood, then it won't be able to heal at all. Not out of its passive, not out of the invocation attack, nothing like that. But looks like it'll get to safety for now. The Incarnate has regrouped with Mother Ostankia and the Patriarch, meaning all three of them can get that juicy healing that they desperately need at this point. And if they can do that, then they can win. Kislev's infantry are slowly beating out the Vampire Count's infantry. Their single entity blob is beating out the Vampire Count's single entity blob. And that's what we said at the start of the game, is why I feel this matchup is like literally unwinnable by the Counts. VC's melee is insane? Nah, dude, they're not getting through Armored Kossars. Never. VC's melee is not insane, no. They're rather lackluster in melee. They rely entirely on just redonkulous amounts of healing to try and like make it through the game, but their units aren't that good. They have some of the best chaff in the game, but like chaff doesn't usually win you games. I don't know. We saw Strat versus Lizardmen versus Vampire Counts earlier, and he had like 12 chaff, and they amounted to kind of nothing. Like, they pressured the Lizardmen back towards the edge of the map, but like, in the end, it didn't matter. They're just getting ignored. Anyway, Kemmler and the Mortis Engine, the White Kings, trying to grind as best they can. Some of these zombies are summoned, some are not. I have no idea which ones are summons. Black Knights with lances. Black Knights with lances and barding. That's a difficult one to say, instead of Black Knights with lances and blarding. Anyway, Black Knight's getting low, trying to grind it out. Gonna get a good charge here with these Kosovo Dervishes. That's actually a great trade for them, so good job, Black Knights. You kill those guys. But the Mortis Engine is almost heal capped. And Kislev is all spread out. Still have some zombie summons around. How many does Kemmler even have left? 2. He has 2 zombie summons left. Have you not heard of carrion rates? Carrion rates are horrible. They're horrible. Alright. Calcified Dervishes and Mother Ostankia chasing down these Black Knights, going to finish them off with their crumbling. Mortis Engine is just about dead, and then the hero core of the Vampire Counts is fine. Kislev is chilling. Like, they have so much healing left they can get. Their Incarnate is fine. Everything's fine. There's no way the Vampire Counts win this, so I'm just going to fast forward as we watch a horribly slow grind go on. And eventually the Counts player just FFs, and I definitely agree. There was nothing left for him. Mother Ostankia, only 1,400 value. Only 1,400 value that time. And she just kind of flock of doomed the Counts for a while. Armored Kossars did a ton of work. Incarnate Elemental Beasts did fine. And then the Kossars did fine. So, GG there. Side 4, Berserk. Ugh. Struggling on value on every front except for the White Kings. The White Kings did surprisingly well. Skeleton Spearmen, 1 or 2 of them did okay. Zombies did okay, but... yeah. He played the shit out of the Black Knights, and they showed why you don't usually see them. That one almost paid for itself. Despite all the love and care he put into him. So both sides have taken Kislev. Both sides have gotten a Kislev win. Time for game 3. It is Lizardmen versus Zinch. Somebody was asking if you get to see Zinch today. Here you go. You're getting Zinch. First naked Zinch of the day. Alright, let's go. Berserk on Zinch with 2 Marauder Horsemen, 1 Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. Then he has the Shrieking Sky Rays, Marauder Spears, blue horrors, including the Chromatic Abominations, a pink horror, which is the Sour Guts, 1 Chosen of Zinch with Halberds, a Mutal Vortex Beast, and 2 Chaos Knights. No, just 1 Chaos Knight. What's his game win rate in this tournament? 1-0. On the other side, we have 5 Skink Skirmishers, 3 Feral Cold Ones, the Amexon Barbs Hunting Pack, Razordawn Hunting Pack, plus another Razordawn Hunting Pack, the Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pack, triple Ripperdactyl Rider, and then a Salon Mage Priest of Life with Regrowth and Earthblood. Alright. Marauder Horse Masters of Zinch dueling a little bit with the Skink Skirmishers. DPS-wise, they'll lose that fight, but if they just take the trade while they have their shields and run away when they don't, they'll be fine. Sagos, you're the one who won on the Scaven. You know that. Chaos Sorcerer Lord running away a little bit here while the Skink Skirmish continues. We'll fast forward while we get through the skirmish phase, as the Skinks are just pouring damage into Zinch shields, and Zinch is trying to mitigate who is taking the damage and switch it to people who have shields still. Blue Horrors firing away at the front line, doing some damage to Skinks while Feral Cold Ones charge in. And then they charge out. Chromatic Abomination is going to fall away and try and get their shields back here. But the Skinks are taking a lot of damage, and Zinch has been really, really good about cycling out who is taking damage and getting the people who need their shields to the backfield. Mutal Vortex Beast running forward, trying to get these Feral Cold Ones to rampage, and he's very close to doing it. They're getting slowly drained, and it looks like they're just going to opt into the fight because they realize they can't get out of here without rampaging anyway. Might as well opt in. The Umbral Tide and Amexon Barbs have not been able to fire and are starting to fall back. And does our Chaos Sorcerer Lord have his summon, his Chaos Spawn summon? I don't see it. He just used it now on the ground, but the Umbral Tide are running away just as they came up. The Umbral Tide are much faster, so unfortunately this looks like it's going to be a bit of a wasted spawn summon. Maybe they should run at the Slaanesh right now. Or they could run at the Umbral Tide and stuff, not intend to catch them, and then the Mutal Vortex Beast could go after the Slaanesh while those guys can't turn around because there's spawn right behind them. The melee has started in earnest. Some Blue Horrors are taking a bit of damage, though the Chosen of Zinch with Halberds mulch through a Feral Cold One. They're going to continue on after that into these random little kite guys. And here comes the real damage, as the Razordawn Hunting Packs and the Umbral Tide are going to fire at the Mutal Vortex Beast. We have Razordawns down in here. Their models, their ammunition isn't as flashy, so they're hard to track, but they're shooting. They're doing their best. And Chaos Spawn will take the place of the Mutalist, and he is going to run away. There's no healing for him as Kairos is removed for the duration of this patch. I wonder if he'll get nerfs in the upcoming one. Needle Vortex Beast pushing off the Feral Cold Ones. Chromatic Abomination should be able to fight their way out too, as the Ripperdactyl Riders are getting to safety. Other blue horrors are just trying to annoy them. So for the Lizardmen, overall, ooh, Slaan's taking a bit of work. I don't think he'll die here, but it's good poke. For the Lizardmen, they've taken a lot of damage across several units, and for Zinch, their Chaos Knights are a bit worse for wear, and they did use their Spawn Summon. Other than that, they're largely intact as far as the force goes. Let's see here. Yeah, they've lost 150 models, while Lizardmen have lost 300. Not that it's 1-to-1 or matters that much, but still just kind of shows the point a little bit. Shrieking Skyray is going to catch the Rampaging Feral Cold Ones, as the Chosen of Zinch with Halberds have lost a third of their HP while I wasn't looking. Looks like this Razordon Hunting Pack did that to them. And as they crest the rise of this ridge, it looks like they're going to turn around and do it again, as they line up those little tail barbs. Yeah, never mind. They scuttle. They didn't do anything. Boo! Ripperdactyls taking largely no damage from the blue horror shooting at them. Most of the bolts are going to miss. Other Ripperdactyl Rider is going to go probably countercharge the Chaos Knights to save the Amexon Barbs. Probably. Something is happening. An Overcast of Searing Doom onto the Umbral Tide gets pretty good damage off, especially paired with these blue horror volleys that came in. So those guys lost half HP in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Shrieking Skyrays are pushed off by the Colostodon Hunters, saving the Amexon Barbs, the regular Razordons below them, who are now firing into the Chosen of Zinch with Halberds. This guy's getting real low. Mule Vortex Beast, about 2/3 HP, has some shields. He is vibing, but he gets a nice rear charge onto the Umbral Tide and these Skink Cohorts. Gonna get rid of both those guys, push them away, and the Amexon Barbs are on the run from the Marauder Horsemen with their ammunition pew-pewing away at the back of those guys. Or Ripperdactyls do indeed peel off the Chaos Knights. There's just too many Zinch horsemen to deal with. We still have one very healthy, tons of ammunition. Razordon Hunting Pack. Slaan is fine. And Lizardmen are chilling. Will there be a patch rating stream? Yes. Wednesday, whenever it comes out. Anyway, the Colostodon Hunters dive in to help out with these Chaos Knights and Marauder Horsemen of Zinch that are busy chasing off all of these guys, though the Umbral Tide could come back. Looks like the Chaos Knights are force pathing after them, trying to get them to the edge of the map no matter what. A big Overcasted Searing Doom is cast on the Amexon, the Razordon Hunting Pack. I keep doing that. Does a good bit of damage. This is the one or two cases where Overcasting is better. Because they're so spread out, the spread out damage is better. For if you single target it, it's just going to hit like 2 models and not do that much. Bolt of Change hurts the Slaan Mage Priest of Life, though he can heal himself. And the Umbral Tide are actually going to get chased all the way off the map by this Chaos Knight of Zinch. Brutal stuff, as the Ripperdactyls couldn't manage to catch up to them in time to save those guys. The last Razordon Hunting Pack is under attack by the Blue Horrors and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Zinch. Chromatic Abomination's getting low, but the Sour Guts are very, very healthy and still firing in as the Mutalisk Vortex Beast terror outs off the Ripperdactyl Riders. Mutalisk himself down to less than half HP by just a little bit. You still have the Amexon Barbs firing away at him to try and peel that guy. So we have a Healing Slaan. We have 2 Razordons. And we do have some Ripperdactyls that can receive healing. On the side of Zinch, full health Caster Lord. Just above 1/3 HP on the Mutalisk Vortex Beast. Chosen Zinch are just about dead. So it's a 1/3 HP-ish Mutalisk, full health Sour Guts, and a full health Caster versus a Healing Slaan, some Rippers, and this Razordon, who did end up in melee with some Chosen. A little bit of a whoopsie there, takes some damage. Now Blue Horrors are going to punish him on the way out. But these other Horrors are crumbling away. And that is why I didn't factor in a lot of these Blue Horrors that have no ammo, is they're just waiting to get Demonic Stability crumbled, honestly. Ripper's retreating to get some healing. Slaan should have plenty to give them, but we'll see. Lizardman Kite for the 80th time today. To anyone out there who says Lizardman isn't Kite faction, I direct you to this whole stream. It's not that toxic of Kite, though. Lizardmen do have a lot of counterplay. Well, I'll maintain that they're S tier all day. They're not, like, ridiculous. Like, there's some things about some factions that I just hate interacting with. Lizardmen in general are pretty fine to interact with. They're strong, but, like, I don't know. Watching Grail Knights solo your whole army, even though they're coming, is frustrating. Same with Hippogriff Knights, same with Lewin, right? Watching Cathay's front line literally never break while their range damage is also better than most factions in the game is also really frustrating. Lizardmen are just versatile. They're versatile and have a ton of healing, but it's whatever. I'm gonna fast forward as these guys are reforming. Oh, there's a full health Coloston Hunter, so we still have 3 healthy Ripperdactyls. Okay. Slaanesh dives in to distract the Chromatic Abominations, takes a big hit from Needle Vortex Beast, but he's gonna fall back. There's an Earthblood to heal up all these forces, and the Coloston Hunters also dive in to try and get that Mutolith down. The Razordon hunting backs are stopping to turn and shoot at that really big, spooky, scary Mutolith, immediately take off his shields, and he's down close to that 1/3 HP point than he was previously. Looks like we have a regrowth for someone. It's the Coloston Hunters. They get a regrowth, but they're also getting Plague of Rusted. Chromatic Abominations close to Demonic Instability crumbling. But an overcasted Searing Doom is coming for the Razordon Herd. They are going to dodge it as another Bolt of Change comes from Slaanesh Mage Priest. He's going to try and dodge it, but we'll see how well he can do that. Chromatic Abominations are gone. The Ripperdactyls are fully committed at this point, though. And the Mutolith has avoided death up to this point, and he's doing big damage to Coloston Hunters. Another Earthblood tries to save them. We'll see if it matters. The Chosen Zinch at 290 HP. Still in this fight. Still vibing. The Razordons continue to offer a little bit of firepower. The Coloston Hunters are routed off. The other Ripperdactyls routed off. Balance of power shifts heavily against the Lizardmen. The Mutolith Vortex Beast will probably terror out these last Ripperdactyls, and then that'll be GG. And without Kairos, Zinch getting a dub against Lizardmen. For the green one, the Razordon hunting packs, well, one of them got good value, the other one got wrecked. Umbral Tide also got wrecked. Ripperdactyl Riders didn't get as much value as I would have thought. Feral Cold Ones did okay. Skink Skirmishers did alright. For Berserk, his caster got what he needed done. Needle Vortex Beast did well. Chosen mostly got kited out, unfortunately for them. And then the Blue Horrors saving the day with a lot of value. Marauder Horsemen of Zinch also did quite well. GG. And that'll be that series to Berserk. Oh boy, it is 5 p.m. Oh god, okay. We'll do what we can here. Tim the Wilder versus Raced. Four series left. Sounds good. Doom Knight's good in Lizardmen? I would say no. I feel like Ripperdactyls are better in the sky. Then they have no healing. And then the Lizardmen also have a lot of poke that can poke up at you. You still have 1 hour for 4 best of 3s? That sounds suspect. Alright, Tim the Wilder versus Raced. Kislev versus the Ogre Kingdoms.
The cowards amongst
We have Little Grom and some Horse Archers versus Kossars with Spears, the Bears, some things in the woods, Incarnate Element with the Beast, Patriarch with the Healing, and Mother Ostanky with Flock of Doom and Spirit Bear. On the other side, for the Ogres, we have Lead Belchers and an Iron Blaster, some Ogre Bulls, a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with his heal, some Iron Guts, Nobbler Trappers, and that is about it. I need to fast forward through the kite part because, as I've said, we are very low on time, and if this is going to be a long, drawn-out kite game, I'm going to have to cast it at hyperspeed. Little Grom is counter-firing against the Ogre Bulls, dealing good damage there, while the Kislevite Horse Archers are also dealing with the Lead Belchers quite effectively, so Little Grom is so far winning this fight. Iron Blaster is missing like every shot from across the map. Sabertooth hunting packs will force these Horse Archers away, though they try to avoid getting rampaged themselves. Iron Blaster scooting and shooting, missing most of the time, but he's trying to hurt Little Grom every once in a while. Little Grom, on the other hand, is soloing the entire Ogre army. Ogres are moving up for now, as Kislev just continues to shoot at them. The Iron Blaster continues to fire away to little effect, and here comes the first charge of the Iron Guts into the Kossar Spears. The Incarnate is here, countercharging with his big Mortis Engine, his anti-large dueling, and of course causing terror, which the Ogres are not a big fan of. Meanwhile, over here, Flock of Doom Overcast from Mother of Stankia hits 5 units as she tries to support some things in the woods. Iron Gut's going to lose that charge and back off, and the Ogre Kingdoms are overall in disrepair. Little Grom's still firing, still surviving, and the Iron Blaster has used over half of its ammunition, got 800 value. It really needs to be much, much closer to get its value back, unfortunately for it. Mother Ostankia's fighting in here, while the Oath Bros of Tor are going to use their giant lightning charge to lower the stats of the ogres that do remain, even though most of them are terroring away right now. And Kislev is largely just breaking the back of the Ogre Kingdoms right now. Spirit Bear is trying to get cast on these Noglar Trappers, and there it comes. The Spirit Seal, he's flopping, he's flying, he's ducking, he's diving, he's weaving, he goes through, BAM! Not that much damage because it hits some of the wrong Noglars, and that's fine. We love it when Spirit Bear doesn't instantly kill every unit it touches. Kossars with spears, firing in to support these other Kossars with spears, pushing off the Ogre Kingdoms and the Noglars that they support. Iron Guts getting slaughtered by the Oath Brothers of Tor, paired up with the Incarnate Elemental Beasts. Ogre Kingdoms are largely in disarray. The Iron Blaster's trying to fire at point-blank range against the Incarnate. Gets really good damage onto him with that shot, so that was nice. That was solid. Now the Warbear Riders are here to make sure he never fires again. Damage value continues to come in as Little Grom is now trying to shoot sideways into these Iron Guts where maybe his cannonball can hit 1 or 2 models on their way. That is a big old blob. If he fires about now, that would be huge. But no cannonball out from him in time. Instead, he's just going to hit that Iron Gut on the way out. Oath Brothers of Tor still trying to fight the Iron Blaster and the Iron Guts and the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, who is in there in desperation. But the Incarnate did not appreciate getting a shot in the face of that Iron Blaster. He chases it out. Looks like he's just going to go after it for the rest of the game. Leadbelcher's trying to fire in, but things in the woods are nearby that can maybe peel them off. Slaughtermaster taking surprisingly little damage for how close the danger he is, and he does scuttle on out of there while the Iron Blaster gets away. Little Grom, I'm surprised Little Grom hasn't been firing against his cousin from next door. Really hasn't cared about the Iron Blaster too much. As he tries to fire up and into the Iron Guts, does not work out. Balance powers heavily against the Ogres at this point. Iron Blaster getting decent value now that he's shooting at the Incarnate at closest range. That's pretty good. Another shot. Another shot. Should do really good damage because of the angle. 2 of the bullets missed. Boo. Last stand of the Ogres as Iron Guts and Noblars try and rally to the aid of the Slaughtermaster, but if they lose that engagement, they will lose the game. And I think they're going to lose that engagement, so I also think they're going to lose the game. Saber-Tusk packs rampaging surrounding Little Grom will get some damage value that might keep them in this away from army losses, but I mean, your Lord is about dead, your Iron Blaster's about dead, not of ammo. There's just Noblars left, and there's still a bunch of Kossars firing, so yeah, this is over. The army losses acknowledges it. GG. Little Grom, the Bears, the Incarnate, and Mother Ostankia all did fantastically. Things in the Woods did okay, and the Archers helped out a little bit. Iron Blaster did end up doing well. The first half of the game it did nothing, and then it shot at the Incarnate at closest range and got really good value. Leadbelchers almost paid for themselves. Noblar Trappers did okay. Saber-Tusk packs did okay. But it's a toughie. It is a toughie to beat Kislev. And that's starting again. Hazel, hey! You leave it. You leave it. All right, game 2. Tim the Wilder on the Dwarves versus Raced on the Chaos Dwarves. That might be our first Chaos Dwarf game of the day. We have Thoric and Felix, no Gotrek in sight. 2 cannons, then a bunch of dwarves, a bunch of stalwart dwarves versus Raced on the Chaos Dwarves. I do like 2 Dwarven cannons versus Chaos Dwarves. Dwarven cannons counter a lot of what Chaos Dwarves want to do to you. Like a lot. Alright. Dwarves, I don't know how close to the white line this is. It looks like there's space, but it's hard to tell without range indicators, but I don't know. If this was white line, too close to the white line, then this would have had to have been brought up before this point, so I'm not going to go back in time and make a ruling on that, but it looks a little close. For the Dwarves, we have double cannons, 1 Quarreler, 1 Miner with blasting charges, a Giant Slayer, 2 regular Slayers, and then a front line of a crap ton of Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. On the other side, for the Chaos Dwarves, we have 2 Bull Centaur Renders, one of which with dual axes, and the other one is the Ashes Dark Ravagers ROR. Front line of Orc Laborers and Chaos Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. 1 Infernal Guard, Fire Glaives, and then we have Astrogoth Iron Hand with his Hell Hammer and Cascading Fire Club. Again, on the approach, I'm going to need to fast forward just because I have some time constraints creeping up on us faster and faster here. So, sorry about that, but during the advance, we are going to have to fast forward. Cannons are currently trying to punish stuff, but without an Iron Demon to shoot at or a big bull or something like that, the cannons are not going to have as great of a time as they might have had. Astrogoth charges into Dwarf Warriors, going to get a little bit of value, then run away from Thoric and Felix. Quarrelers advance to fight with some of these guys, but the Chaos Dwarves are still advancing. Orc Laborers going to get to fight their hated foe, the Dwarves. Though these are an extremely diminished form of Orc, not the Black Orcs or Orc Biggins or Orc Boys even that you're hoping to see. It is Laborers, famished and depleted in their extreme. Bull Centaur is going to cleave right through these Dwarf Warriors. They didn't even have charge defense because they were advancing at the time. So, yeah, they took the full brunt of that charge damage. But Slayers are here. And that was maybe the whole point, is to get Slayers in combat with the Bull Centaur Renders, even at the cost of some Dwarf Warriors. All of the Slayers are coming over here to deal with this. While Astrogoth is monumentally slow from Master Rune of Slowness, we have a Hellhammer going down the line. Some of the Quarrelers start to dodge, but the other ones were busy reloading, so they couldn't possibly move. Cannons still trying to fire at anything. Infernal Guard with their Fire Glaives trying to fire uphill and over their brethren to hit their shorter cousins. It's really not going to work. The big hats of the Chaos Dwarves are limiting their sight lines by quite a lot. Hash Stark Ravagers and the other Bull Centaur Renders also had to fall back. Orc Laborers are faltering across the front line, as are some of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Astrogoth is busy running away from Felix and Thoric, so he's not getting a lot done. And the Infernal Guard Fire Glaives do push one cannon off. But how much can they really see? They try and sight up the other cannon for now. See what ends up happening to them. Where's the second Infernal Guard? Oh, there you are. Hey friends. Bull Centaurs try their second attempt at getting through the front line, and Giant Slayers are once again here to greet them. Also, some regular Slayers are here to greet them. So again, these big Bulls of Hashit are going to have to get out of here. Slayers chasing them off. The Infernal Guard are now beset on all sides by randos as Dwarf Warriors with great weapons descend upon these guys. And that is not looking like a good time for them. Orc Laborers sneak past the front line and get to the cannon crew. Can they kill them off before Dwarf Warriors can peel? We will have to see. Astrogoth's also coming back in uncontested. As what is happening there, Master Rune of Wrath and Ruin doing a little bit, not a ton, as Quarrelers try and poke down the Bull Centaur Renders. Cannons also trying to shoot at them, but they're mostly obstructed and in melee. Bounce power shifts in favor of the Dwarves. One of our Bull Centaur Renders is routing already. One of our Infernal Guard Fire Glaives taking significant damage. The other one is at 3/4 HP. And that is that. Goblin Laborers and Orc Laborers running off the map. Slayers chasing them down. While I appreciate getting them off the map, make sure the Slayers come back pronto, though maybe it won't matter, as the second Infernal Guard is also thinking about routing soon. Hash's Dark Ravagers got away from the Slayers, but they're now balls deep in a bunch of Dwarf Warriors who also still have great weapons, and Slayers are still chasing you downhill. It's very hard to get away from these tenacious little guys. Astrogoth appears to be alone in the back line. This cannon crew did survive their ordeal with the Orc Laborers. Let's see how much that little guy can carry. Go, little guy, go! I imagine a bunch of the European folk are going to bed as our viewership numbers drop. I could blame the Dwarves, but this time I think it's a time zone thing, because over there it's got to be getting around midnight. Some Bull Centaur Renders with their dual axes have rallied. Elsewhere, the Infernal Guard still trying to get some distance between them and these Dwarf Warriors, but balance of power shifting really far against the Chaos Dwarves now, and I have to think that it's just over. That is GG. That is a 2-0 to Tim the Wilder to move up the bracket. Cannons both paid for themselves and got a little extra change on the side. Dwarf Warriors, mixed value, but overall were nice at pressuring. The Slayers were also very nice at pressuring, and Thoric and Felix just were around. For Raced, Astrogoth didn't get much to do. He was very appropriately zoned by Thoric and Felix. And then Chaos Dwarf Warriors with great weapons, and Orc Laborers really didn't do too much for him, unfortunately. GG. Okay, what do we have? Boop. Alright, so the semifinals are Berserk versus Tim the Wilder And then Segos versus Blood Penguin. We're getting there. We're getting there. How does this keep happening? But okay. Berserk versus Tim the Wilder in literally an unwinnable matchup. I know we went to the bottom one first. That's my bad, but I already started loading it, and we just need to deal with that. Berserk versus Tim the Wilder. Berserk, again, picking vampire counts into Kislev. Why, my guy? Why? Why would you do that to yourself? I don't understand. Just don't get it. Okay, Mother of Stankia is back with Flock of Doom and Spirit Bear. For the rest of Tim the Wilder's build, we have the Incarnate Elemental Beast, the Patriarch with Tor's Battle Hymn, not his second heal? Why doesn't he have a second heal? I am concerned immediately. 5 armored Kossars for a front line, 4 Kossars in the back, some have spears, some don't. We have the Mordheim Beowulfs, another thing in the woods, and some Kossite Dervishes. On the other side, we have Heinrich Kemmler. Kemmler again. Black Knights with Lances and Barding, yet again. A Mortis Engine, some Crypt Horrors, Vargeists. Corpse Guard with Balefire, double White King, and then a front line of zombies and skeletons. The same build twice. I'm also confused. Alright, Berserk takes the fight. Oh, the Patriarch overextending on his horse. Gets charged by the Black Knights, Lances, and Barding. They're now surrounding him. He has Tor's Battle Hymn. He doesn't have the second heal, which I think is a mistake as he pops it, but 40 melee attack's not going to do him any good. He's trying to pull away. He already loses his Fire Blood passive, but the Black Knights are losing their lives. They're down to half HP already and falling with Invocation Hack healing them up. But the things in the woods are not here to help out, and there's not the Bear Blob either, as Krell is already summoned to try and kill off the Patriarch and therefore kill off all the healing of Kislev. That would be a disaster, as that Patriarch got out way ahead of his forces and got naked charged by the Black Knights with Lances and Barding. Krell is getting some good hits onto him. The Patriarch looks like he's about to rout, because as soon as that Fire Blood wears off, he's going to rout. Yeah, there he goes. Takes another hit. That might shatter him. And he shatters, so there's no healing for Kislev for the rest of this game. Vargeist's going to charge into the rear. Krell gets pushed away from the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts by a big thwap. And now Mother of Stankia is trying to path out and avoid and just cut her losses on this matchup here. Kislev is shooting into the random chaff of the vampire counts, but they're fine with that. That's what that unit is meant to do. Incarnate's also backing off, but this is a bit of a disaster here. We've lost the Kossite Dervish, we lost the Patriarch. Things in the woods also taking some damage to help get the Incarnate out. Mother of Stankia is just fine, but I'm very concerned. Very concerned. Vargas said half HP. One of the Black Knights is missing about a quarter of its health. The other Black Knight, I don't know where it is, so it's either dead or off my screen there. There's one. Wait, he had 3, didn't he? I think one of them died for that, but that's well worth it to take out the Patriarch. Mother of Stankia doing her best to kill off some stuff. Mortis Engine getting to that front line. We'll see how well Tim the Wilder can focus fire it down with zombies and skeletons trying to distract his archers from their jobs. And something is coming here. It's another zombie summon once again to try and keep that Mortis Engine safe while the Incarnate Elemental Beast chases it down. Vampire counts might still have some trouble killing the Incarnate, but without that constant heal is a much more doable task, especially for the double White Kings running around. Did Babushka, yeah, not take the Gouliash? She very rarely does, because you usually have the Patriarch's double heal aura. You don't need her third one. You also don't get that many casts of it off because it has a super long cooldown, where the Patriarch's healing is just insane. Black Knights taking the fight with the Mordheim Beowulfs. They are losing it and trying to fall back, but that does not appear to be going very well for them. Vargeist also going to opt into this fight. I think Kislev can win this little fight here. It doesn't seem to matter too much, as overall the loss of their healing was a big problem. Incarnate Elemental Beast just trying to drain down and help out the Kislevite forces, killing off the zombies and skeletons and whatnot. Mother of Stankia does use an overcasted Flock of Doom onto all these grouped up units now. Heinrich Kemmler and the Mortis Engine coming over to offer their overlapping healing auras is helping the Vargeists and Black Knights get through this fight. He even chucks out a summon. So Mordheim Beowulfs are pushed off. Kossite Dervish is trying to help Mother of Stankia fight the Crypt Horrors before the Vampire Counts rally and come down for her. Krell is still fighting it out while the Incarnate continues to grind. One of the White Kings just used Scab Strafe down these armored Cossacks. We'll play at ×2 speed, as it's going to be a very slow grind for the Counts and the Kislevite front lines to fail. Incarnated Elemental Beast trying to kill off the Corpse Card of Balefire. He's getting big shots down onto it, while the White Kings walk up to try and deal with him. Mother Ostankia wanders over here too, and there goes a Wind of Death. Okay, Kemmler. Down the armored Kossars, did a little bit of damage there, as the Kossars in the back, the regular spear variant, are trying to shoot the Vargeist, but Black Knights are going to run them down. Incarnate's down to half HP, helping to kill through all this stuff, and then he and Mother Ostankia go into the back line and deal with these Black Knights themselves. Bounce power shifting against Kislev, though, as more Kislevite forces are routing. On the side of the Vampire Counts, their Hero Hammer Blob still standing in the tithe, trying to hang on. Big overcast Flock of Doom from Mother Ostankia. The Cryptors are getting very low. The Mortis Engine has joined the fight, but the Incarnate can deal with that. I wonder how much mobility does the Vampire Counts have. Okay, still have a Vargeist, still have 2 Black Knights, so yeah, they'll be okay. They were just underneath my screen at the time. Mortis Engine's heal cap is approaching as it takes a double hit from the side of the Incarnate, who's trying to get rid of that thing, though. Not that it's really mortising too much stuff down right now, since all the armored Kossars are out of here. Looks like all the rallying Kislevite infantry is probably just going to use itself as a ranged unit and try and fire in onto the blob and deal with it that way. Overcast the Flock of Doom from Mother Ostankia, plus the Crossfire coming in on the Mortis Engine, doing a lot of damage. But I just don't know that Kislev have it left in them. Cryptors are heal capped. Vargeist getting close to their heal cap, still involved in the fight here. It looks like the Mortis Engine effect of the Incarnate is gone, so he's no longer constantly draining down all of those forces. Still trying to fight his way out, down to 1,200 HP and falling. Mother Ostankia tries to cast a Spirit Bearer at point blank range, and she does manage to actually cast it. Just as Army Losses hits, Fire Blood is the only thing keeping her in this fight. That is GG. Losing your healing early is brutal, my friends. Berserk's Black Knights mixed value. Kemmler and the Mortis Engine mixed value. White King's also mixed. So everything that he brought that was of value got just around its value back. But it worked out. Tim the Wilder, 2,700 on Mother Ostankia, 3,500 on the Incarnate Elemental Beast, and the Kislevite frontline held for a long, long time. And the Kislev ability got rolled. GG. Back to the Photoshop as we move to Game 2. Tim the Wilder on Dark Elves versus Berserk on his Nurgle. So trying to get wins versus Kislev as the Vampire Counts, and now get a win versus Dark Elves as Nurgle. How on earth did Vampire Counts win against Kislev Faithful? At the very start, Kislev accidentally ran their Patriarch out into the middle of no man's land, and he got ganked, so they had no healing through the whole game. It was a bit of a whoopsie. Alright, for Tim, he's trying to go with the double Bloodrack Medusa Kite with the Siren of Red Ruin, Supreme Sorcerer's Dark and Soul Stealer, 4 Blackheart Corsair Hambos, and then Dread Spears, Witch Elves in the back line. No cavalry for the Dark Elves. On the side of Nurgle, a lot of cavalry. We have 2 Chaos Warhounds, 2 Chaos Knights, 3 Chaos Knights. 2 of them have lances. 2 Plague Toads, 1 Marauder Horseman with throwing axes, and then Marauders of Nurgle mixed in with the Nurglings. We do have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle with Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption. Blackheart Corsair Hambo is already starting to kite off a little bit. Bloodrack Medusa is doing good damage to the Marauders, and I will double time through the skirmish. Once again, we are extremely limited on time, and you get the gist. But the Bloodrack Medusa does have a hard time getting away from his Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. He applies poison, slows down a little bit, and the Plague Toads are here. So are the Chaos Knights charging right in onto the Hambos. There goes the Stream of Corruption down the line, hitting like 3 or 4 Dark Elf units. But this might be an overextension. 2 anti-large arm-piercing duelists from the Siren of Red Ruin, plus the Dragon Lord diving in, is a little bit too much for the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. He is going to opt out, while a Soul Stealer lowers the HP of these Knights, causing them to rampage into the Witch Elves. More Chaos Knights falling back, so they've routed off further Blackheart Corsair Hambos. Nurgle overall got the frontline fight he wanted, but he's going to need to want it the whole time, because he's getting rampaged. Several places Chaos Knights are having issues getting out. As the Siren of Red Ruin stays in melee and continues to fight it out, the other Siren is trying to opt in to join her sister in battle. And this Dark Elf caster has all 3 of her breath attacks. She needs to get back up in the sky and get a little bit of time to get at least 1 or 2 breath attacks off onto clustered up knights. Blackguard Corsair Hambos having issues getting away from the Plague Toads. Plague Toads keeping them in combat, so they're not nearly as effective with those little Hambos up there. Again, they're trying to kite it out and get away, but the Frolickers with Bunnock are also on their tail. And Nurgle is overrunning this Dark Elf front line with abandon. They are slamming through these guys. Siren of Red Ruins and the Dragon Lord are proving to be a bulwark that they can't really work down, but they are just working past it and running down all of these Blackguard Corsairs. There's no Coldwood Knights to countercharge, there's no Dark Riders, no one can peel for the Blackguard Corsair Hambos. It is infantry, infantry, more infantry, and a couple big monsters. So it looks like the Dark Elf kiting elements are going to get eaten alive. Dogs swoop in and start om-nomming on these guys. Plague Toad's doing good as well. Dragon Lord is back here along with the Siren of Red Ruin. They're trying to kill these guys. Maybe a Soul Stealer and a Siren's Wail could get the Plague Toads to start Demonic Instability crumbling or something. But there's just a lot. There's a lot happening here. Nurgle's overrunning everything with their mobility advantage. So many Chaos Warhounds, so many Chaos Knights. Another Stream of Corruption goes through the Witch Elves and the Dread Spears. The Dark Elf caster does throw a Soul Stealer down on a big old blob. 2 infantry units plus a Toad plus a Chaos Knight. And then oof. I called it! I called it! The Whale also helps take out those frogs, getting them Demonic Instability crumble. Both Plague Toads falling apart at the same time, so they are out of here. The Dark Elf's bounce power is getting a little bit better for themselves. We do have Murderous Prowess pop for another 35 seconds. But those Chaos Knights are going to be a problem. They are uncontested on the flanks. We have 1 healthy in the distance, 1 full health near us, because it's probably received some healing. And another one, heal cap in sight, taking a lot of damage, still has over half of its models, could get a Fleshy Abundance or something. Marauders and Nurgle with great weapons running in. Bloodrack Medusa's getting a little bit low. They're trying to fire into the Chaos Knights who are on their way here. But that is looking like it. The Dark Elf single entities are just now mired down Nurgle filth. I don't know how they're going to win this one. There's very little reinforcements for them, and what is here is just going to get run down by Marauder Horsemen and Chaos Knights at their leisure. Nurglings interrupt some Dread Spears just so the Chaos Knights can get that disgusting rear charge. 70 speed never looked so slow, but they got there eventually as they kind of charge in. That was awkward. Just all of that was awkward. I don't know why they're moving so slow. Whatever. More Marauders pile on. This is probably too many units from Berserk all on the same target because a Soul Stealer and another Whale would do a lot of damage, but there's no Whale of Mouse, thankfully. Don't see a Soul Stealer just yet. So I think he probably thinks he has the win and is just getting a little lazy. He should still have it, but I don't know. Dark Elves trying to rely on their single entities to carry, and they're trying their ass off. This last Dread Spear is still in here. There's a big Soul Stealer onto the whole blob. Marauders getting near their heal cap, and they're trying to snipe out this Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, getting really good damage onto him. He needs to back off. It looks like he's slowly receiving some healing. Maybe Berserk wanted him to just take a little bit of damage so he could heal up and hold these guys in place. Overcast Fleshy Abundance on the whole army of Nurgle. And that'll be army losses. The single entities of Tim did great. The Blackguard Corsairs, Witch Elves, and Dread Spears mostly got run over. For Berserk, his Chaos Caster did fine. His Chaos Knights did pretty darn well. Plague Toads did alright. Marauders did alright. Dogs did alright. Yeah, his whole army kind of pulling its weight. So that'll be GG there. Take us back to Photoshop. I have 30 minutes before I really have to go. Let's try and get through it. Blood Penguin and Segos. Oh god, it's more Kislev. I expect it. I'm curious why Kislev is getting through all the global bans. Are Grand Cathay and Brettonia really scarier than Kislev? I don't know. I would personally global ban Brettonia and Kislev. I'd leave Grand Cathay open. Grand Cathay are annoying, and they are S tier, but like out of the three, they're the least. They're the least OP. So game 1 between Blood Penguin and Segos for the top semifinal
You know
here.
the horrors of the deep
Mother of
forest.
Stankia is going to do her speech, but we don't have time to pause or let her do her dumbass thing. So we have the Patriarch with double healing, Mother of Stankia with her Gouliage, so she brought her own healing, and then Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe. We have the Mordheim Beowulfs with other things in the woods, and a front line of armored Kossars. On the other side, we have a Sorceress of Shadows up on our Dark Pegasus with Pendulum and Melkots, Dark Riders, Cold One Knights, a bunch of Dread Spears, 4 Dark Shards, and then some Cold One Dread Knights too. So it is a very cavalry-heavy build from the Dark Elves with a lot of armor-piercing shooting. Once again, short on time, so I'm just going to fast forward as these armies get ready to meet up. Boop. We are here now. Shiggy Diggy, I am very well aware. Alright, the Bears are in. And the Mordheim Beowulfs join up too on the Cold One Knights. Kossovite Dervishes and Heavy War Sleds trying to keep these other guys away. But I do worry for this Patriarch who might be in over his head. Surrounded by Cold One Knights and Dark Riders. Looks like the Kossovite Dervishes and the Heavy War Sleds might have to come bail him out soon. Mother of Stankia and the lads fighting against the Cold One Dread Knights, though they're just chilling. Dark Charts maybe going to fire over there to help out. Armored Kossar is going to reach the front line soon. We have some things in the woods and Kossovite Dervishes moving up. But that is a Gouliage cast. Healing up all these guys in this area, healing up the Patriarch, even as a Flock of Doom comes in to punish the Dark Elves even further for their hubris at taking the fight against Kislev. Selex's Lullaby has not been cast yet from the Patriarch, and he does need to use it. I think he's trying to get over here before he uses it. He wants to get to the Mordheim Beowulfs, but he's taking a lot of damage in this time. He's already received Gouliage's healing and his own healing. It looks like they're bringing the stuff that needs healing to him because he can't get out of this fight, so he'll pop Selex's Lullaby soon and heal up these Heavy War Sleds and stuff. But the Kossovite Dervishes, the things in the woods, all that stuff, there it is, winning the fight with Selex's Lullaby to heal them up too. Soon these Cold One Knights will get running, and the edge of the map is actually pretty far away, so they do have a long way to go before they'll run off the map. Kossovite Dervish is going to chase down these Cold One Knights and make sure that they don't return. Another Flock of Doom onto more Cold One Knights and Dread Spears. In the backfield, Dark Riders running down Kossovite Dervishes, Cold One Knights helping out Dread Spears deal with Armored Kossars. So the Kislev front line is having a pretty bad day, but this whole flank and blob of chariots and nonsense is winning rather handedly. Downhill charge from Kislev, trying to rout off some of these Dread Spears. I imagine another Flock of Doom will come out very soon here to help break the back of the Dark Elves and open up this backfield where all these Dark Shards are just fresh fish in the face of triple chariots, the double Heavy War Sleds, and then, of course, Mother of Stankia herself. Cold One Dread Knights opt back into the fight. There's the Flock of Doom we said. Does it rout the Dread Spears and the prophecy comes true? It does! I'm a genius! All the Dread Spears going to rout off. Take the Dark Riders with them, and then these Heavy War Sleds should have a free time going on the Dark Shards, but they actually they mill about for a bit, taking a couple nasty volleys from the Dark Shards that they can't afford to take, so they do need to hurry up and get into the Dark Shards. They need to stop fighting with these cavalry, as they take so much damage. Now both Heavy War Sleds are almost dead, but the Mordheim Beowulfs and other things in the woods get to the Dark Shards and start dealing with them. Kislev is up on the balance power for now, but it is actually very close. A Melkot Mystifying Miasma hits them as a Cold One Knight charges them, and Dark Shards shoot them in the back. So that is a brutal combo of damage. But another Flock of Doom hits like everybody in this area. Mother of Stankia and the lads are showing up. Heavy War Sled still at 3 models apiece. A big Selex's Lullaby onto the Mordheim Beowulfs and the other things in the woods, and all the chariots and everything all the time. A Gouliage is also going to heal them all up, getting closer and closer to that heal cap as they push their way through Cold One Knights, they push their way through Dark Shards, they're going to push their way straight through these other Dark Shards. That's more of what I was waiting to happen, is the chariots just roll over these guys. And all the Dark Shards are leaving, and all of a sudden, Kislev just wins. Dark Shards are going to rout in mass. There's a full health Dread Spear, a half health Dark Rider, a full health enemy caster, and that is it versus all these things in the woods. Full health Mother of Stankia, Patriarch still healing them all up. They are just chilling. Another Flock of Doom on everybody. And Segos does FF. If the DLC factions don't get any nerfs, I guarantee you probably won't see many of the new units. You'll probably just see the same old units used again because they're really fucking strong. So, I hope they get some nerfs as well as their new content. Scrolling through the values, nothing that crazy. I mean, Mother of Stankia, 1,800. Her War Sleds, about 1,000 apiece. So, GG. Game 1, Kislev with another dub. Game 2, Blood Penguin's famous Empire versus Sagos' Ogre Kingdoms. Now, Blood Penguin did win this matchup in the Faction War semifinals, but he took a very different build than this. He took Karl Franz and double Demigryph Knight with Halberds. This is Boris, a Deathcaster, and the Black Lions. I'm imagining the Deathcaster as Doom and Darkness again. He's gonna try to abuse the Ogre Kingdom's leadership. He's gonna try and just like route them off the map. They don't have as low of leadership as Greenskins or Scaven, but it's still pretty low. Alright. We saw the build in the loading screen, but there's 5 Spearmen, 4 Halberdiers, Silver Bullets, double Huntsmen, double Empire Knights, the Black Lions, Boris Toddbringer, and a Deathcaster with, yes, Doom and Darkness and Spirit Leech. On the other side for the Ogre Kingdoms, 5 Nobbler Trappers, some Mornfang Cavalry with great weapons, some Mornfang Cavalry. Ooh, no, those are Crushers. Crushers with great weapons. And then a front line of Iron Guts and Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, Nobblars in the back line, and Slaanesh with Great Maw with just Troll Guts. Boris lands, immediately terror routes off some of those Nobblar Trappers, and then he's going to scuttle on back to his Empire lines. The Black Lion's going to fire at these Iron Guts on their way in. Let's see the volleys go. A little bit of damage there, a little bit of follow-up damage there. Miss entirely there. And that was underwhelming, but okay. It's fine, it just wasn't as exciting as I was hoping. The Spirit Leech onto the Iron Guts of all things. Really scared of those Iron Guts apparently. As we are getting a Troll Guts cast onto the Iron Guts, because guts, and guts. Boris and the lads right off those Iron Guts. Nobblars will be soon to follow, even though they just joined the fight. They are leaving, because Boris is spooky, scary. Huntsmen and Silver Bullets firing away at the Iron Guts, even the ones that got the Troll Guts, the Iron Guts that got the Troll Guts, having problems with their guts, because they have no guts. Their Iron Guts, Troll Guts took them out of the fight. Those gutless cowards. Ogre Bulls charging into the Halberdiers, trying to stop the Black Lions, but of course the Halberdiers will eat most of that. Crushers in the fight, but they're not going for Toddy. They're instead trying to kill the Huntsmen so they don't get shot while they fight Toddy. I appreciate that. That seems smart. Mornfang Cav trying to help out with the Ogres getting through this area, but double Halberdiers have moved up. Now an Empire Knight and several Spearmen were pushed away from this area, but the Halberdiers are more than happy to fight back. Silver Bullets firing at the Crushers as they get a Butcher heal and just got off of a Spirit Leech, but Doom and Darkness plus a rear charge from Boris is going to take their leadership down to negative 34. And now these Empire Knights that are nearby should be able to escort those guys right off the map, as the Black Lions will be safe and sound. Firing away, Empire takes a little bit of a lead. Deathcaster and Halberdiers fighting in the backline as Nobblar Trappers fire into them. Still have 1 Iron Guts running around. Mornfang Cav just routed with all those Halberdiers. The bounce power continues to get a little worse for the Ogre Kingdoms. Black Lions firing away into the last Iron Gut. See if the Silver Bullets can join in this volley fire. Try and take them out of the game as the Iron Guts do charge over at some Huntsmen. Boris Toddbringer is going to jump down on the Slaughtermaster, and the Silver Bullets decimate the poor Iron Guts. Nobblar Trappers still moving up. The Ogres have a good amount of Nobblar Trappers left, but that's about it. Their Mornfangs are destroyed. Their Crushers are walked officially off the map. Their Iron Guts are very wounded, so we'll see what the Trappers can do. Trappers are very, very good units, though. Very good. The last Iron Guts is killed. Empire Knight's here to walk them off yet again. Another Spirit Leech onto the Iron Guts. I can appreciate that he's not trying to snipe the caster, he's just ignoring it and killing all the things that actually deal damage. That's okay. Sniping the caster is also good, but, like, don't do both. If you're going to snipe the caster, like, focus him and do it. But otherwise, just do this, where he's killing off everything else. Huntsmen and Silver Bullets trying to fire into the last of the Iron Guts as Boris charges in to get rid of them. A Troll Guts healing is coming now, but it is too late. They're already terror routing and naturally routing off and even just flat out dead. Empire Knights running away. Sagos FFs. That is a 2-0 to Blood Penguin. The finals will be Berserk versus Blood Penguin. A rematch of the Faction War semifinals, where Berserk's Ogre Kingdoms were defeated by Blood Penguin's Empire. Scrolling through the values, nothing too crazy, as the Ogres got mostly Last Samurai on their way up the front line here. Black Lions, though, right? Says GG. We are up to the finals, ladies and gents. I can delete this logo, and I can move this one here. There we go. I don't want to go too much further, or it might reveal the orange. So Blood Penguin versus Berserk. This is the final of the Grey Seers. These are the two best players according to this tournament format. So they were in the highest bracket, the Grey Seers, and they got to the finals. Berserk and Blood Penguin. I lost to Berserk in round 1. If he wins the whole thing, I'll feel a lot less bad. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Khorne? You've been asking for it all tournament long. Berserk has brought you Nurgle. He's brought you Zinch. I brought you Slaanesh because I'm a caring, wonderful person. And now Berserk in the finals versus Brettonia brings you Khorne. Valkia the Bloody, Minotaurs and Halberds versus Blood Penguins, Grail Knights, Hippogriff Knights, and Fey Enchantress. Berserk's Khorne. Let's go. We looked at all the stuff in the loading screen, but we have some Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, a couple Flesh Hounds, triple Minotaurs of Khorne, all with great weapons. We do have some Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, triple Chaos Warrior with halberds, and then Valkia the Bloody with Spear Sleipnir and her Demon Shield. On the other side, for Brettonia, almost said Kislev out of habit, Grail Knights, Hippogriff Knights, Fey Enchantress, 4 Mounted Yeoman Archers, 2 Knights of the Realm, 3 Knights of the Realm actually, 2 Trebuchets, and then some peasant mobs. Valkia popped her Demon Shield to get a free trade with the Royal Hippogriff Knights, and now is running away as soon as it wears off. That is very, very good play, and she even starts landing as she goes, just in case she was having troubles getting away. She could have her Minotaurs peel for her. The Mounted Yeoman Archers are trying to kite away a little bit, deal some damage to these Dogs of Khorne. I think they mostly want the Flesh Hounds, but the Dogs work too. Flesh Hounds surround the Fey Enchantress, get a little bit of damage out, but they get countercharged by the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Valkia tries to get in here and get a couple pokes in for herself as the Minotaurs are closing in. The Fey and her Hippogriff Knights are going to have to get out of here before the Minotaurs show up. Does not look like that's going to be the case. They'll get a free charge onto her. She will not enjoy that. Fey Enchantress does throw down her free Comet of Cassandora from her Chalice of Potions. But it is just a comet. And the Flesh Hounds are getting close to demonic instability crumbling. Here come the blobbed up Minotaurs getting hit with that comet that it literally doesn't affect them at all as Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm continue to charge out here and try and bail out the Fey Enchantress. The Mounted Yeoman Archers are firing in too, but the Fey is having real issues getting out of here. And this is not the Fey Enchantress of Warhammer 2. She actually dies very quickly when she's surrounded. She's lost a lot of her resistances from Warhammer 2 because spell resist and magic resist got separated is one of the things, but yeah, just she is much weaker at surviving. Flesh Hounds, demonic instability crumble away, but the Grail Knights and Hippogriff Knights still trying to bail out the Fey Enchantress. She's taking a lot of damage, and there's Halberd support nearby too. This is just a terrible situation for Brettonia. They can't abandon her because they'll lose their Lord in healing, but they also can't save her because all of their units will die. And Overcast Regrowth is not nearly enough to save the Royal Hippogriff Knights as they get shredded, and the Fey Enchantress is also quite dead. The Grail Knights down to half HP. Knights of the Realm sallying forth to try and help out too, but it really is too little. It really is too late. Hippogriff Knights are out of here. Fey Enchantress is out of here, and the Grail Knights at half HP. There's no way Berserk lets the Fey Enchantress live. So that is just the healing Brettonia gets. She even shatters. Yeah, that's the healing Brettonia gets. So that Hippogriff Knight, that half-health Grail Knight, that's all you actually have, as the balance power swings heavily in Khorne's favor. All right. Khorne continues to bludgeon their way forward, crushing through the peasant mobs and the Knights of the Realm, not caring at all about anyone who tries to stop them. A Spear Sleipnir is going to go through all 4 Mounted Yeomen and get a little bit of poke damage, but not too much there. Not that there was too many uses for it because all the infantry could kill our peasant mobs. But Khorne is just rolling forward at this point. They've killed everybody who can stop them. Minos moving up. They catch up to the first of the trebuchets. These big, spooky Minos glowing in the darkness. And they get a rear charge. Grail Knights charge through the Trebs to try and save them, though, but Brettonia gives up. They're like, listen, I know. No healing left. My Knights are too wounded. You have too much left. It's GG. Valkia got good value. The Minos got really good value. Halberds, mixed, but I mean, like, there's tons of game left to play if they really felt like just farming out the value. For Blood Penguin, the Fey getting caught was really rough. And overall, I think even if that hadn't happened, it feels like Berserk's build was really good. Like, it didn't feel like there was a whole lot Brettonia could have done. Because the Trebs had, like, the Trebs are just doing nothing to these halberds. I don't know. GG. Alright, there might be something here. I don't know. I was told by the players to watch out for X and Y, so this cast might get a little jank. Because they weren't super specific what I was looking for, but I don't know. Something. Anyway. Something happens, you were warned. Alright, Nurgle. Berserk's Nurgle versus Blood Penguin's Empire. Berserk trying to win the finals with just the Chaos factions. Alright, for Nurgle, we have some Chaos Warhounds with Poison, an Exalted Hero of Nurgle, a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Death, a Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, and Aspect of the Dread Knight. Some Chaos Knights, some Plague Toads, Nurglings, Marauders, and Marauders are great weapons. More Chaos Knights, too. There's a lot of Chaos Knights. On the other side, for the Empire, we have some Spearmen in a corner. Karl Franz. Oh, that's what he told me to look out for. Okay. Blood Penguin warned me there was a rule break. It's the Spearman in the corner is because he has 6 Spearmen. That's what he was looking for. Okay, cool. 5 Spearmen. So it's Blood Penguin told me that he did a rule break, and I wasn't sure where it was. So Blood Penguin is the Empire. He brought 6 Spearmen. He put 1 in the corner. Got it. Karl Franz up in the sky, 5 Spearmen on the front line, 2 Huntsmen, a Silver Bullets handgunner, triple Halberdier, some Empire Knights, and I thought I saw Demigryph Knights. There they are. 1 Demigryph Knights with Halberd in the trees. That is the Blood Penguin special. It is a unit that I think is bad, but he always makes them look amazing. He also has a Jade Wizard with Regrowth and Earthblood. Once again, due to supremely limited time, I will fast forward if there's any shenanigans, but for now it looks like the Nurgle frontline is actually getting here pretty quickly. Silver Bullet's going to fire at the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, who does start to dodge away from like the last half of the volley, but we'll see how far he can get away. Empire Knights running up to deal with anything that they need to. And I am a little worried about this Nurgle build, to be honest. I don't see how it's going to beat the Empire. I feel like the Chaos Knights will just get farmed by the Demigryph Knights with Halberds. Fate of Buna onto the Silver Bullets, and I imagine as soon as that Fate of Buna is cast, I think the Demigryph Knights with Halberds are going to pull forward. I imagine they were hiding back there just in case of something like that, but now that the Fate of Buna's on cooldown, they should join the fight. Yeah, there they come. So he hit him in the trees to get something else to get Fate of Buna, because he really needs them to kill the Empire Knights. And the Fate of Buna cast on the Silver Bullets is still good. It's not like a bad cast, but, you know, Demigryph Knights with Halberds are a little more important to Blood Penguin right now. They're worth like twice as much as Silver Bullets. Franz is charging through the front line, doing his best to help clear out some of these Marauders and Nurglings. Meanwhile, Nurgle is running around these rocky parts of the map around the trees to try and get into the backfield. Demigryph Knights with Halberds will need Franz. They'll need Franz to buff up their stats. So he can't fart around the front line for too long, because whenever they engage Chaos Knights and Nurgle, they're going to want Franz alongside them. Because however you feel about Demigryph Knights with Halberds, like, whether you think they're good or bad, they need Franz with them to really buff up their melee stats to get through the 57 melee defensive Nurgle Knights. They have some bonus versus large and stuff, but his Reichland Runefang is huge for their performance. Halberdiers and the Silver Bullets trying to zone off some of these guys, and the Demigryph Knights do take a charge with the Chaos Knights with Lances. Both sides taking a little bit of damage here, and Franz needs to come over. He's terror-outing some stuff off the front line, but, like, who gives a shit about that? There's important things going on. Earthblood helping out a little bit with some healing, plus the Empire Knights tanking it out so the Demigryph Knights with their lesser models can still have friends, because it's usually 60 versus 32. Now it's, you know, 92 versus 60, and some of the 92 do have armor piercing. Other Chaos Knights sandwiching in, though. Halberdiers break formation, try and come back here and deal with the Silver Bullets, but then they will instead get surrounded, though Chaos Knights of Nurgle don't really have the best charge points. Here comes Franz, terror-outing those guys, and then he has the Reichland Runefang down for the Demigryph Knights. They still have 30 seconds left of it as they run back here, and they're going to be so much more impactful, as they already did fine, but they'll do really, really well with that 58 melee attack charging the sides of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord and the Chaos Knights and all this stuff. Big, amazing fight for the Empire here. Franz is dueling the enemy Lord and winning it. All of the enemy large is surrounded by halberds and demigryph knights, so this is just going fantastically for the Empire. Though, things that aren't going so well is the huntsmen have been run down by dogs. Silver bullets are also routing, so all the Empire range is offline. The Empire front line is slowly losing to Nurgle, but Nurgle heavily invested in it, so I'm not surprised or upset that they're losing, right? Franz trying to finish off the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. It's actually not the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I got confused because they look almost the exact fucking same, but whatever. But whatever. Whatever. Empire Knight's running down that Chaos Knight, making sure he doesn't come back. The other Chaos Knight's at half HP. The final one is at about full. Franz does dive on the Lord of Death at last. And how are his Demigryph Knights doing? They're doing fine. They get a little Earthblood to heal them up as they continue to try to push through. Demonic Instability takes the Plague Toads of Nurgle. Terror Routes take the rest. And the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Death opts back into Franz, who takes a Spirit Leech to the face. Looks like he's going to back off with his friends, the Demigryph Knights. Dogs trying to clean up what's left of the Empire State Troops on the back line. Going to run through these Spearmen and get onto the Huntsmen and Silver Bullets. The Empire Cav forces, Rohan itself, are coming back to deal with these guys. And dogs, as we've said on many a stream, hate getting charged by heavy cav. The mass difference does insane damage to them, so they're going to try and run away here. But they did rout the Silver Bullets yet again, giving them one rout away from shattering. Bounce power is turning into the Empire's favor as the dogs even terror out away. Franz is just that spooky of a guy. We still have full health Demigryph Knights with halberds. And the Jade Wizard is knocked over by the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, keeping him nice and safe. Now their Earthblood spam helps things out a little bit. Frolickers, Bubonic, and other Marauders pushing through the Empire State Troops. Not that it really matters that much. Dogs are back to shatter the Silver Bullets once and for all. All they have to do is rout them one more time, then they can leave, because these guys will just die on their own. There they go. So dogs should run away. Or suicide into the Huntsmen, because they're probably going to terror out anyway. There they go. It's the Empire rallying its Halberdiers, keeping its Demigryph Knights next to the Jade Wizard. Franz is also chilling. For Nurgle, they have a healthy Deathcaster. Their Exalted Hero just routed, which is a little unfortunate. They still have some Chaos Knights, but they don't have as much healing as you might expect out of Nurgle. They only have the Tier 2 army ability Fecundity, and then the Chaos Sorcerer Lord has his own healing that is just for him. But that's it. Otherwise, what you see is what you get. Another Fate of Yuna is out onto the Empire Knights, not onto the Demigryph Knights, surprisingly enough. I'm a little shocked by that, but okay. It's a decent target, but I feel like the Demigryph Knights are a big problem. They've already received a lot of healing, too, so you have to imagine that like a Fate of Yuna would bring them down to their heal cap. Anyway. Chaos Knights trying to run things down. Empire State Troops running out of muster. We still have two healthy Halberdiers who are going to be the backbone of this Empire build in the late game, so the Demigryph Knights and Franz don't have to fight alone. Nurgle is trying to just chase off what they can, where they can. Remember that full health Spearman in the distance is it's a 6th Spearman. He took one too many. So he put it in the corner. That is not an error by Blood Penguin. It is a intentional in the corner because he brought one too many. Franz and the boys routing things off, though. Marauders terror routing away. The Frolickers Bubonic are going to fight for a little bit longer, but Demonic Instability comes for us all. And dogs are stuck fighting Empire Knights off in the trees. You really don't know where the DPS of Nurgle is going to come from in this late game. Another Earthblood heals up all these Halberdiers. And now the Frolickers Bubonic are very, very low on leadership. One leadership keeping them away from that Demonic Instability crumbling. As Franz and the Demigryph Knights opt out. Nurgle reforming their lines a little bit. I have 9 minutes left, so I'm going to fast forward briefly. As the Chaos Knights mount up for the charge. There we go. They come charging in. Spearmen do have charge defense. They're just so low on HP, it doesn't really matter. And they get routed off. Frolickers Bubonic, with their self-healing, staying in the fight for now. And the Chaos Knights trying to stick around with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord and the Exalted Heroes. Do something there, as Franz does the weirdest landing animation I've ever seen, but he does. Lands on the Marauders of Nurgle. He'll terror out them soon, unless they have terror resistance. And here comes the only fight that Nurgle can hope for. Karl Franz is alone on the ground. Gal Maraz is popped. And Chaos Knights might opt in. Here comes a Fate of Buna. That is definitely Fate of Buna because it's taking so long to cast. Fate of Buna onto the Demigryph Knights with halberds. But they get all their buffs. Stand your ground and Reichland Runefang onto them as they fight down the Chaos Knights of Nurgle, deal with the Exalted Hero, and Franz is trying to battle with the Lord. More Chaos Knights plow in, though, and a Regrowth plus an Earthblood trying to heal up the Damage Knights, but their heal cap is going to be the problem. It's not how much they can heal. It's like that they have a finite amount. It is done. They are done healing for the rest of the game. The Fate of Yuna has worn off, but they're down to 1/3 HP, but Franz gets everybody to rout, gets rid of the Exalted Hero. There's only one Chaos Knight left, and he gets Aspect of the Dread Knight for magic attacks, but also Terror, which makes them immune to Terror, because they can't run away from Franz. But the Empire has more Empire Knights coming. They still have a Healing Caster. They still have State Troops. And it's just this full health Chaos Sorcerer Lord who's not nearly a good enough combatant to even take on Franz. That's keeping the balance of power in this game. Damagriff Knights will chase off the Chaos Knights of Nurgle. Fecundity's healing them, but not enough. That is GG. For Berserk, his Chaos Sorcerer Lord with Death did 2,500 damage value. Exalted Hero struggled. Chaos Knights also struggled to get a lot of value out. They routed off the range stuff, but then that was about it. Dogs did pretty well. Marauders and Nurglings did okay. Ugh. For Blood Penguin, Karl Franz, 1,800 value. 2,700 for his Demigryph Knight with Halberds. He's really good at making those guys pay for themselves. His range got shut down very quickly by Berserk, but then his State Troop spam worked out, except for the Spearman that was literally 0 value in the back. Alright. I knew there was a final game, so when they told me to watch out for a rule break in Game 2, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, did Berserk rule break and win, and he just FF'd? What does that mean? And they didn't tell me. Alright. Game 3, the final game, and Berserk picks Norska into Blood Penguins Chaos Dwarves. This is it. The final game for all the money, all the marbles. Winner of this is the best player of Season 5. Berserk relying on Double Giants, a build I had heard from NC. I think it was John FB talking to me about it. I don't know if they originated, I just know he's talking to me about it, where apparently Chaos Dwarfs struggle against Double Giants, which I had never seen. So I guess we'll see it here. Marauder frontline, some of the Marauders have great weapons. We also have Norscan Ice Wolves, Wolfric on horseback with just Hunter of Champions and Seafang, and then a Famir Balefiend of Shadows with Pit of Shades and Melkoths. Then some Armored Skin Wolves and Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. For the Chaos Dwarfs, some things in the Vanguard, some of the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. For the Chaos Dwarfs, Hobgoblin Cutthroats and Goblin Laborers in the front line, have Infernal Ironsworn and Blazing Beards of Bazorak 2, Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses, 1 Infernal Guard, 2 Hobgoblin Sticky Gits, and then Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in the back. We do have a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire up on his Bale Taurus mount, so he has the Breath Attack. And then we have Fireball and Burning Head. Alright. Norska moving up, getting a nice surround. I am 5 minutes away from like having to leave, so I need to fast forward until the surround is finished. Sorry as the blasting charges delete a Marauder unit. Sorry. Dogs opt in and then they opt out. Sorry. There we go. Pit of Shades onto the blunderbusses. The Blazing Beards of Bazarok use their blasting charges to delete an entire Marauder unit as a fireball, plus the Vial of Hashut make the Famir Balefiend very weak to that kind of attack. But the Overcast Pit of Shades takes out an entire blunderbuss in its time. Goblin Laborers stuck fighting Marauders, they will lose super quickly and tear out away from the Giant. It's not even going to be close, but the blunderbusses up the hill should make his life a living hell. He starts to run away now as he loses a quarter of his HP on one volley, and they're like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Anyway, Fireglide's trying to figure out what to do, but there's a giant nearby. He's going to distract them for quite a bit. Goes clubbing. And the battle is started in earnest. Norscan Ice Wolves are running down Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders while these other guys try and get through. The Giant is trying to stop the Chaos Horse from doing anything cheeky, while the Skirmish Cav and Skin Wolves stand at the ready. Looks like they're going to rear charge the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits now and get those guys to rout. They are just little Hobgoblins after all. They will rout. A Seafang takes half HP off the Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses as they turn to fire uphill into the horses. Horses are a good target, but uphill can be a little tricky. Looks like most of the volley did get damage out, though, so that works in the end. Wolfric avoiding the Infernal Ironsworn. Looks like most of the Norskins have just walked past those Infernal Ironsworn. and goblins are routing in every direction. The Blazing Beards of Bosrock have overchased. They're trying to follow these marauders, it looks like, after they threw the blasting charges, but they get a little too far out of position. A Burning Head from the Chaos Dwarves goes through. And it's trying to chase down some marauders. It's not really going that well. The last blunderbuss is now attacked by throwing axes. Armored Skinwolves surround the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. It's going okay. Bounce power is about 50-50, as the Skinwolves are going to take their day out on the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. The Giant is still annoying these Infernal Guard, just following them around wherever they go. Looks like the Infernal Guard throw guard mode on, try and shoot at the Armored Skinwolves at point-blank range, but the terror out from the Bale Taurus mount does it for them anyway. Bounce power is tipping slightly against Norska. Slightly. Not a full-fledged thing, nothing to worry about yet, just saying. Slightly. Armored Skinwolves are going to terror out away. They rally now, and they're back in it, but Wulfric is here, the Giants are here, and they're all closing in on this big Bale Taurus guy. Does he have a plan to get out of here? We'll see. I feel like Norska's doing better than the bounce power gives him credit for, because, like, this Sorcerer Prophet is a lot of balance of power, and I am, like, the only person in the world that doesn't think the bull mounts are that good. Like, they're okay, but I don't know. I feel like they're meh melee combatants, and they're really expensive. I think the regular one's okay, but the breath attack one I don't tend to find worth it personally. Nice Burning Head takes out some marauders. Oof. But Wulfric and the Giants are both trying to find the Sorcerer Prophet. Nice Pit of Shades on the high ground, trying to hit those Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives, but there is Hunter of Champions lowering his stats as the Giant and Wulfric track him down. The Premier Balefiend's taking a little bit of damage. The Sorcerer Prophet's taking a lot of his own. His heal is officially on cooldown, because we just saw the Pit of Shades. Literally just triggered it. And just like that, he is disappearing before our eyes as the Giants and Wulfric beat the piss out of him. He routs, but I don't know if Wulfric's going to let him get away with that. Wulfric might just chase him off. As for the rest of the Chaos Dwarves, oh, there's an Infernal Guard that hasn't had orders this whole game. Whoops. The Infernal Ironsworn now get back into the fight. They used their blasting charges, and it looks like they just stood around. Yeah. Alright, Wulfric's going to try and follow the Sorcerer Prophet on foot. He is just as fast, so he should be able to keep up with that guy. He can't give him attack orders in the sky, but he can constantly move underneath him. But it looks like already that micro slipped a little bit, and maybe let the Chaos Sorcerer Prophet of Chaos Dwarf Chaosness gets away. Maybe. So Wulfric's still trying to keep him on the run. Giant's still ominously walking through. And the Blazing Beards and Infernal Ironsworn are just now returning to the fight full HP, but they've been out in no man's land trying to get fights for a while. Is there HP pool and significant missile resistance? My experience with the Bale Taurus is what just happened to Blood Penguin more often than not, so I don't care about their extra HP pool. Whenever they land, they still fucking die immediately. That's my experience with them anyway. And like I said, I did preface it with I'm like the only person that doesn't think they're any good. But, you know, that implies that everyone else thinks they're really good, and there must be a reason for that. Sorcerer Prophet is off the map officially. That will take care of the rest of the Chaos Dwarves here as they start to all rout away in terror. The elite infantry are left in a Pit of Shades, takes out the Blazing Beards, leaving just an Infernal Ironsworn to beat this whole army. Army losses. Why are the Giants supposed to be good here? I don't know. I heard it was really good. They did okay. They did fine. Pit of Shades caster was the real hero. Wulfric also did well. Blood Penguin did message me and said his last game he was so sad he threw. He was like, oh, I forgot several units. I just played really bad. I was like, dude, it's okay. Because my second game with Berserk was also trash. My Cathay game, where I played really bad. That was sad. But he had a really good game, too. I thought game 1 was also fine. Oh, wait. Khorne versus Brettonia? No, I was thinking of a different one. Never mind. He 2-0'd Segos, which is good. And then he had a rough game 1 versus Berserk. Mistake with the Fanchantress cost him the game. And then a rough game 3, we're forgetting some of his lead infantry, probably cost him the game. But that is it. I am 1 minute over time, so I do have to go. Berserk is our winner for the day. He is the Grey Seer champion, winner of Season 5 finals. That is that. Alrighty. I gotta get going. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. All done.
You just getting done now?